The Moon Rock, Arthur John Rees, Chapter 21. Barrett had returned with a feeling of irritation against the mischances of events which had brought an important piece of evidence to light after his departure for London. He had chosen to commence inquiries into Cicely's disappearance as soon as he had reached London instead of going to Scotland Yard, where a guarded telegram from Inspector Dorfield awaited him, and although he had hastened to obey the summons back to Cornwall as soon as he received it, 2 valuable days had been lost. It was true that in that time he had found traces of the girl which he believed would lead to her early arrest, but the letter, with its implication that the dead man was aware of his impending doom, was a highly significant clue, and strengthened Barrett's original belief that the real mystery of Robert Thorold's death lay much deeper than the plausible surface of events indicated. He sat now, with a kind of somber thoughtfulness, listening to Mr. Brimsdown's account of his first meeting with his dead client. That story carried with it a suggestion of adventure and mystery, but it was difficult to say whether those elements had anything to do with Robert Thorold's death, 30 years later. It brought out the image of a man, rugged and dominant even in youth, winning his way into the heart of a middle-aged lawyer by the story of his determination to possess an Old English title. Most men have the spirit of romance hidden in them somewhere, and chance or good luck had sent Robert Thorold, on his return to England, to the one solicitor in London to whom his story was likely to make the strongest kind of appeal. The spirit of romance in Mr. Brimsdown's bosom was no shimmering thing of thistledown and fancy, but took the concrete shape of the peerage law of England, out of which he had fashioned an image of worship to the old nobility and the days of chivalry. Barrett gathered so much from the lawyer's description of that first meeting. And if Robert Thorold had found in the solicitor the man he most needed in his search for the missing title, it was equally clear that his own great quality of rugged strength had exercised the most extraordinary sway on the lawyer, a species of personal magnetism which had never lost its original effect. It was not until the second or third meeting Mr. Brimsdown was not quite sure which that the question of money was introduced. The lawyer had pointed out to his client that the search for the title was likely to be prolonged and expensive, and Robert Thorold had indifferently assured him that he had money at his command for that purpose lying on deposit at a London bank. The amount, when he did mention it, was much greater than Mr. Brimsdown imagined, nearly £50,000 in fact. It was at Robert Thorold's suggestion that Mr. Brimsdown undertook to invest the sum at better rates of interest, and thus, before a year had passed, the whole of Robert Thorold's business affairs were in the hands of a solicitor. On one point Mr. Brimsdown was clear. He had never heard from Robert Thorold how he first came into possession of this large sum of money, and his client had never encouraged inquiry on the subject. Mr. Brimsdown had once ventured to ask him how he had made his fortune, and Robert Thorold, with a freezing look, had replied that he had made it abroad. Mr. Brimsdown had never again referred to the subject, deeming it no business of his. Barrett, listening to this with the air of a man who was not to be deceived, could not see that the narration threw any illumination on the letter or the other circumstances of Robert Thorold's death. It seemed too far-fetched to suppose there was any connection between the fortune which Robert Thorold had brought from abroad 30 years before and the letter he had sent to his solicitor on the night of his death. The idea did indeed cross his mind that some iniquity in that money-getting may have been responsible for a belated revenge, but he dismissed that thought as too wide for the scope of his inquiry. Abroad. That was a vague word, and 30 years was a long while back. As he contemplated the manifold perplexities of the case, Barrett tried to shut out the more sinister inference of the letter by asking himself, if after all, the postscript was not capable of some entirely innocent interpretation. But his conscientious mind refused to permit him to evade responsibility in that way. The letter could not be dismissed with a wave of one's wishing wand. It remained stubbornly in Barrett's perspective, an unexplained factor which could be neither overlooked nor ignored. These thoughts ran through his mind as Mr. Brimsdown talked of his dead client. At the same time, the detective's attitude towards the lawyer underwent a considerable change. His professional caution, amounting almost to suspicion, became modified by the more perceptive point of view that as the dead man had turned to Mr. Brimsdown for assistance, it would be better for him to trust the lawyer also to look upon him as an ally, and make common cause with him in the search for Robert Thorold's murderer. This changed attitude, carrying with it a seeming friendliness, the establishment, as it were, of an understanding between them, was not lost upon Mr. Brimsdown. But it had its awkward side for him, by giving added weight to the responsibility of deciding whether he should reveal or withhold his chance encounter with Cicely at Paddington. Till then, Mr. Brimsdown had been unable to make up his mind about that. There were some nice points involved in the decision. In an effort to reach a solution he broached the subject. "Is it still your opinion that Miss Thorold is guilty after this letter?" he asked. Her disappearance lays upon her the obligation of explaining her secret visit to her father on the night of the murder, was the guarded reply. Then you intend to arrest her? Yes. Do you know where she is? A quick consideration of this question led Barrett to the conclusion that it would do no harm to let the lawyer know the scanty truth. She is in London. I have traced her to Paddington. Mr. Brimsdown decided that, as the detective knew that much, it absolved him from any obligation to betray the daughter of his dead client. His feeling of relief unsealed his lips, and led him into an indiscretion. It seems incredible that she can be guilty. As he spoke, the memory of Cicely's tender and wistful face, as he had seen it that night, came back to him. She had some justification, you know, if she was listening at the door that afternoon, replied Barrett thoughtfully. It is hardly possible that she could have inflicted those marks on the arm, Mr. Brimsdown said. How did you learn of them? Asked the detective quickly, in a changed tone. Too late. Mr. Brimsdown realized that in contrast to his silence with Charles Durald, he had now gone to the other extreme and said too much. He hesitated, but his hesitation was useless before the swiftness of Barrett's deduction. Was Charles Durald showing you the marks when I found you in the other room? He asked with a keen glance. Mr. Brimsdown's admission of that fact was coupled with an assurance that the young man had shown him the marks because he was convinced of Cicely's innocence. Barrett dismissed young Durald's opinions about the case with an impatient shake of the head. Who told him about the marks? He said. It was the thought which had occurred to Mr. Brimsdown at the time, but he did not say so then. How did you discover them? He asked. When I was examining the body. But Charles Durald had no reason to examine the body. Perhaps Dr. Ravenshaw told him. I must ask him. It is a terrible and ghastly crime, said Mr. Brimsdown, in an effort to turn the mind of his companion in another direction. There is something about it that I do not understand, some deep mystery which has not yet been fathomed. Was it really his daughter? If so, how did she escape from the room and leave the door locked inside? Escape from these windows is plainly impossible. He crossed to the window, and stood for a moment looking down at a grey sea tossing in futile restlessness. After an interval he said, Do you suspect Thalassa as well? The detective looked at him with a cautious air. Why do you ask that? He said, with some restraint in his tone. It might account for certain things. Barrett shook his head in a way which was more non-committal than negative. He wanted to ascertain what the lawyer thought, but he was not prepared to reveal all his own thoughts in return. Do you think that Robert Durald invented this story about his marriage? He asked suddenly. For what purpose? He did not want his daughter to succeed him in the title. His announcement about the previous marriage strikes me as just a little too opportune. Where are the proofs? You would not talk like that if you had known Robert Durald, said the lawyer, turning away from the window. He was too anxious to gain the title to jeopardize the succession by concocting a story of a false marriage. He had proofs, I have not the slightest doubt of that. I believe he had them in the house when he made his statement to the family. Then where are they now? They may have been stolen. For what reason? By someone interested. The person most interested is Robert Durald's daughter, said Barrett thoughtfully. That supposition fits in with the theory of her guilt. Robert Durald is supposed to have kept valuable papers in that old clock on the wall, which was found on the floor that night. Apparently he staggered to it during his dying moments and pulled it down on top of him. For what purpose? His daughter may have guessed that the proofs of her illegitimacy were kept there, and tried to get them. Her father sought to stop her, and she shot him. That theory does not account for the marks on the arm, said the lawyer. It does, because it is based on the belief that there was somebody else in the room at the time, or immediately afterwards. Thalassa? Yes, Thalassa. He knows more about the events of this night than he will admit, but I shall have him yet. But the theory does not explain the letter, persisted the lawyer with an earnest look. Robert Durald could not possibly have had any premonition that his daughter intended to murder him, and even if he had, it would not have led him to write that letter with its strange postscript, which suggests that he had a sudden realization of some deep and terrible danger in the very act of writing it. And if Thalassa was implicated, was he likely to go to such trouble to establish a theory of suicide, and then post a letter to me which destroyed that theory? We do not know that Thalassa posted the letter. It may have been Robert Durald himself. As for premonitions, Barrett checked himself as if struck by a sudden thought, stood up, and walked across the room to where the broken hood clock had been replaced on its bracket. He stood there regarding it, and the round eyes in the moon's face seemed to return his glance with a heavy stare. If that fat face in the clock could only speak as well as goggle its eyes. He said, with a mirthless smile. We should learn something then. What's the idea of it all? The rolling eyes, the moon, the stars, and a verse as lugubrious as a Presbyterian sermon on infant damnation. The whole thing is uncanny. It's a common enough device in old clocks, said the lawyer, joining him. It is commoner, however, in long-cased clocks, the so-called grandfather clock. I have seen all sorts of moving figures and mechanisms in long-cased clocks in old English country houses. A heaving ship was a very familiar device, the movement being caused, as in this clock, by a wire from the pendulum. I have never seen a specimen with a rotating moon dial before, though they were common enough in some parts of England at one time. This is a Dutch clock, and the earlier Dutch makers were always fond of representing their moons as human faces. It was made by a great master of his craft, as famous in his native land as old Danquer is in England, and its mechanism has outlived its creator by more than 300 years. Would it be an accurate timekeeper, do you think? Asked Barrett, looking mistrustfully at the motionless face of the moon, as though he suspected it of covertly sneering at him. I should think so. These old clockmakers made their clocks to keep perfect time, and outlast time himself. And this clock is a perfect specimen of the hood clock, which marked a period in clockmaking between the old weight clocks and the long cases. Hood clocks were popular in their day in Holland, but they have always been rare in this country. It would be interesting to trace how this one came into this house. No doubt it was taken from a wreck, like so much of the furniture in old Cornish houses. You seem to know a lot about old clocks. Mr. Brimsdown, astride his favorite hobby, rode it irresistibly. He discoursed of clocks and their makers, and Baron listened in silence. The subject was not without its fascination for him, because it suggested a strange train of thought about the hood clock, which was the text, as it were, of the lawyer's discourse. He looked up. Mr. Brimsdown, in front of the clock, was discoursing about dials and pendulums. Barrett broke in abruptly with a question on his mind. Can you, with your knowledge of old clocks, suggest any reason which would cause Robert Turrell to go to it? Are the works intricate? Would such a clock require much adjustment? Robert Turrell was not likely to think of adjusting a clock in his dying moments, returned Mr. Brimsdown, with a glance which betokened that he perfectly understood his companion had some other reason for his question. There's a smear of blood on the dial, said Barrett, staring at it. Was that made by the right or left hand? The right hand was resting on the clock face. Why do you ask? Mr. Brimsdown hesitated, then said, the thought has occurred to me that Robert Turrell may have gone to the clock for a different purpose, not for papers. Perhaps his last thought was to indicate the name of the murderer on the white face of the clock, in his blood? Rather a melodramatic idea, that. He had writing materials before him if he wanted to do that, if he thought of it. He was shot down in the act of writing, remember. A silence fell between them on this declaration, a silence terminated by Barrett remarking that it was really late, and he must be getting back to Penzance. Mr. Brimsdown made no suggestion to accompany him. Instead he rustled papers in Robert Turrell's cabinet as though to convey the impression that the sorting and searching of them would take him some time. Barrett, from whose eyes speculation and suspicion looked out from a depth, like the remote glance of a spider which had scurried to a hole, gave a slight sign of farewell, and wheeled out of the apartment without another word. Downstairs he went, plunged in the deepest thought. Looking downward, he saw Thalassa escorting Dr. Ravenshaw to the front door. The doctor's voice reached him. She must not be left alone on any account, understand that. You ought to get somebody to look after her. I can't afford nobody, Thalassa made reply. Dr. Ravenshaw was about to say something more, but the figure of the descending detective caught his eye. Barrett made a detaining gesture, and the doctor waited in the passage for him. Barrett, with a slight glance at the motionless figure of Thalassa, led the way into the front room. He closed the door before he spoke. Doctor, he said, have you told anybody about those marks on Robert Turrell's arm? I have not, said the doctor promptly, looking up. Why do you ask? His glance carried conviction, and interrogation also. But it was Barrett's province to ask questions, not to answer them. He ignored Dr. Ravenshaw's. There's another matter, Doctor, he continued. One of the coast fishermen has a story that when Robert Turrell was out on the moors he used to hasten home with great strides, like a man who feared pursuit. Did you ever observe this peculiarity in him? I have observed that he used to walk at a quick pace. This was more than a quick pace, it was almost a run, according to the fisherman looking backward over his shoulder as he went. I did not notice that, but I should not be surprised if it were true. With a man of Robert Turrell's temperament, he feared pursuit, some unknown danger. Then, I cannot say. He may have suffered from agoraphobia. What is that? Asked Barrett. The dread of open spaces. I have heard of claustrophobia, the dread of closed spaces, but not of this. It is common enough and absurd but insurmountable aversion to open spaces. The victims are oppressed by a terrible anxiety when crossing a field. I have known a man who would be terrified at the idea of crossing Trafalgar Square. What is the cause of agoraphobia? Asked Barrett. It is a nervous disorder, one of the symptoms of advanced neurasthenia. Did Robert Turold suffer from neurasthenia? His nervous system was in a state of irritable weakness through the monomania of a fixed idea. Was the reply too much seclusion and concentration on one object, to the exclusion of all other human interests? How's your patient? Said Barrett, giving the conversation an abrupt turn. What patient do you mean, Mrs. Thalasser? Asked Dr. Ravenshaw in some surprise. Yes. I gathered from what I overheard you say to Thalasser that you have been attending her. I have been attending her since Mr. Turold's death. She is in a strange condition, observed Barrett reflectively. I was questioning her the other night, but I could get nothing out of her. She seems almost imbecile. She is not a woman of strong mind, and she is now suffering from a severe shock. She should be looked after or taken away from here altogether, but her husband seems quite indifferent. Do you think she will recover? It is impossible to say. How do you think the shock was caused? I should not like to hazard an opinion on that point, either, replied Dr. Ravenshaw gravely. He glanced at his watch as he spoke. I must be going, he said. They left the house together, but branched off at the gate, Dr. Ravenshaw to visit a fisherman's dying wife, and Barrett to seek the three Jolly Wreckers for supper before returning to Penzance. From the kitchen window Thalasser watched them go, the doctor walking across the cliffs with resolute stride, the detective making for the path over the moors with bent head and slower step, as though his feet were clogged by the weight of his thoughts. Thalasser watched their dwindling forms until they disappeared, and then stood still, in a listening attitude. The sound of the lawyer stirring in the study overhead seemed to rouse him from his immobility. He closed the door, and stood looking up the staircase with the shadow of indecision on his face. Chapter 22. Upstairs Mr. Brimsdown made unavailing search among Robert Turold's papers for proofs of his statement about his marriage. The lawyer believed that they existed, and his failure to find them brought with it a belated realization of the fact that he, too, had been cherishing hopes of Cicely's innocence. It was the memory of her face which had inspired that secret hope. That was not sentiment, so Mr. Brimsdown thought, but the worldly wisdom of a man whose profession had trained him to read the human face. Cicely's face, as he recalled it now, had looked sad and a little fearful that night at Paddington, but there was nothing furtive or tainted in her clear glance. He felt that a judge would look with marked attention at such a face in the dock. Judges, like lawyers, and all whose business it is to trip their kind into the gins of the law, scan faces as closely as evidence in the effort to read the stories written there. But the disappearance of certain papers which had probably been abstracted from that room weighed more in the scale of suspicion against Cicely than her look of innocence. She stood to gain most by the suppression or destruction of the proofs of her mother's earlier marriage. But Mr. Brimsdown could not see that this rather negative inference against the girl brought the actual solution of the mystery any nearer. It did nothing to explain, for instance, the marks on the dead man's arm and his posthumous letter. The letter. What was the explanation of the letter? Was it not an argument of equal weight for Cicely's innocence, suggesting the existence of some hidden avenging figure glimpsed by Robert Turold in time to give him warning of his death, but not in time to enable him to avert it? There were other things too. What was the meaning of that sly and stealthy shake of the head which Austin Turold had given his son that afternoon? A warning obviously, but a warning for what purpose? Mr. Brimsdown could not guess, but his contemplation of the incident brought before him the image of the restless and unhappy young man, as he stood by the bedside in the next room, pointing to the marks on the dead man's arm. Even in his vehement assertions of Cicely's innocence, Mr. Brimsdown had conceived the impression that he was keeping something back. What did Charles Turold know? Did his father share his secret knowledge? Mr. Brimsdown could not answer these questions, and he was greatly perturbed at the way in which they brought a host of other thoughts and doubts in their train. He reflected that the Turolds, father and son, were after all the greatest gainers by their relative's death. The father came into immediate possession of a large and unexpected fortune which he would bequeath to his son. And Austin Turold was not anxious apparently to proceed with his brother's claim for the title. These were facts which could not be gainsaid, but where did they lead? The trouble was that no conceivable theory covered the facts of the case, so far as they were known. So far as they were known. That was the difficulty. Any line of thought stopped short of the real solution, because the facts themselves were inconclusive. There was much that was still concealed. Mr. Brimsdown felt sure of that. As he applied his mind to the problem, the definite impression came back to him, and this time with renewed force, that the mystery surrounding Robert Turrell's death was something which might not bear the light of day. He set his lips firmly as he considered that possibility. If that proved to be the case, it would be his duty to cover it up again. He was an adept at such work, as many of his clients, alive and dead, could have approvingly testified. He had spent much time in safeguarding family secrets. Several old families had found him their rock of refuge in distress. If he had been a man of the people, baby lips might have been taught to call down heaven's blessings on his discreet efforts. Those members of the secluded domain of high respectability for whom he strived showed their gratitude in a less emotional but more substantial way, generally in the mellow atmosphere of after-dinner conferences. "You had better see my man, Brimsdown. I'll give you a note to him. He'll square this business for you." Safe? None safer. Mr. Brimsdown did not accept the axiom of a great English jurist that every man is justified in evading the law if he can, because it is the duty of lawmakers not to leave any loophole for evasion. That point of view of justice as a battle of wits, with victory to the sharpest, was a little too cynical for his acceptance. But he believed it to be his duty to safeguard the interests of his client. Robert Turrell was dead, and no longer able to protect his own name. It might be that the facts of his death involved some scandalous secret of the dead man's which was better undivulged, and if so it would remain undivulged, could Mr. Brimsdown contrive it. For the time being he would pursue his investigations and keep his own counsel. The sound of an opening door and a shadow athwart the threshold disturbed his meditations. He looked up, and was confronted by the spectacle of Thalasser advancing into the room with his eyes fixed upon him. "Well, Thalasser," he said, "what do you want?" "To ask you something," was the response. "It's this. It's every man for himself now that he's gone." He jerked his thumb in the direction of the next room. "He took this house for 12 months, and so it'll have to be paid for. Can I stop here for a bit? I suppose it's in your hands to say yes or no." His face was hard and expressionless as ever, but there was a new note in his voice which struck the lawyer's key near an accent of supplication. He looked at Thalasser thoughtfully. "You wish to stay on here until you have made other arrangements for your future, is that so?" he asked. "That's it," was the brief reply. Mr. Brimsdown felt there was more than that, some deeper, secret reason. Before granting the request it occurred to him to try and get what he could in exchange. Self-interest is the strongest of human motives, and men wanting favors are in a mood to yield something in return. "Well, Thalasser," he said, amiably enough, but watching him with the eye of a hawk, "I do not think your request is altogether unreasonable in the circumstances. I dare say it could be arranged. I'll try to do so, but I should like you to answer me 1 or 2 questions first. What do you want to know? Was your master's daughter here in the house, I mean on the night of his death?" Thalasser's face hardened. "You, too?" he said simply. "I say again, as I said before, that she was not." "You said so," rejoined Mr. Brimsdown softly. "The question is, are you telling the truth? If you know anything of the events of that night you may be injuring Miss Turrell by your silence." For a moment Mr. Brimsdown thought his appeal was going to succeed. He could have sworn that a flicker of hesitation, of irresolution, crossed the old man's stern countenance. But the mood passed immediately, and it was in an indifferent voice that Thalasser, turning to go, replied, "If that's what you're reckoning on, I'd better go and pack my traps." "Oh, I don't make that a condition," replied the lawyer, acknowledging his defeat in a sporting spirit. "You can remain here and look after the house until you decide what to do. As Robert Turrell's old servant you are entitled to consideration. I will help you afterwards, if you will let me know your plans. I am sure that it would have been your late master's wish. I want nothing from him," Thalasser rejoined, "a damned black scoundrel." Mr. Brimsdown was shocked at this savage outburst. But there was something so implacable in the old man's air that the rebuke he wished to utter died unspoken. Thalasser regarded him for a moment in silence, and then went on, "Thank you for letting me stop on here a bit. Now I'll tell you something about him." Again his thumb indicated the next room. "It was the night after." "Do you mean the night after he met his death?" "Yes. Someone was upstairs in his room in this room." Mr. Brimsdown gave a startled glance around him, as though seeking a lurking form in the shadows. "Here?" he breathed. "Here, sure enough. I woke up in my bed downstairs, staring wide awake, as though somebody had touched me on the shoulder. I was just turning over to go to sleep again, when I heard a noise up here." "What sort of a noise?" "Like the rustling of paper." I listened for a bit, then it stopped. I heard a board creak in the next room, where we carried him. Then the rustling started in the other room again, right over my head. The dog downstairs started to bark. I got up, and went upstairs as quickly as I could, but there was nobody except him. The dog frightened whoever it was, I suppose. Next morning I found the front room window wide open. Were there any footprints outside the window? A man doesn't leave footprints on rocks. What time was it? It would be about midnight, I reckon. Did your wife hear the noise? No. She was in bed and asleep. Are you sure you didn't dream this? Mr. Brimsdown asked, with a shrewd penetrating glance. The open window isn't a dream, was the dogged reply. You might have left it open yourself. No, I didn't. I close the windows every night before dark. And lock them? Not always. The incident did not sound convincing to Mr. Brimsdown, but his face did not reveal his skepticism as he thanked Thalassa for the information. Thalassa lingered, as if he had something still on his mind. He brought it out abruptly. Has anything been seen of Miss Cicely? Nothing whatever, Thalassa. On that he turned away, and went out of the room, leaving the lawyer pondering over his story of a midnight intruder. Mr. Brimsdown came to the conclusion that it was probably imagination, and so dismissed it from his mind. He resumed his work of working over the papers, but after a few minutes discontinued his search, and walked restlessly about the room. The air seemed to have the taint of death in it, and he crossed over to one of the windows and flung it up. The window looked out on the sea, though far above it, for the slope of the house embraced in the view a portion of the cliffs at the side. As Mr. Brimsdown stood so, breathing the sea air and looking around him, he espied a woman, closely veiled, walking rapidly across the cliffs in the direction of the house. She vanished from the range of his vision almost immediately, but a few minutes later he heard footsteps and an opening door. He was again confronted by the presence of Thalassa on the threshold. But this time Thalassa did not linger. Somebody to see you, he announced with gruff brevity, and turned away. The open door now revealed the figure of the woman he had seen outside. She advanced into the room. Mr. Brimsdown? She said. That is my name, said the lawyer, eyeing her in some surprise. He recognized her as the woman who had stared after him when he left Austin Turald's lodgings, but he could not conjecture the object of her visit. I see you do not remember me, she sadly remarked. You're Mrs. Brierly, I think. Yes. But I was Mary Pleasington before I was married. I remember you very well, but I suppose that I have changed. Mr. Brimsdown recalled the name with a start of surprise. He found it difficult to recognize, in the faded woman before him, the pretty daughter of his old client, Sir Roger Pleasington, whose debts and lawsuits had been compounded by death 10 years before. He remembered his daughter as a budding beauty, with the airs and graces of a pretty girl who imagines her existence to be of some importance in the world. He recollected that her marriage to an impecunious young artist had caused some sensation in society at the time. Marriage had dealt hardly with her, and no trace of her beauty or vivacity remained. You are the late Mr. Turald's legal adviser? She continued, after a pause. Mr. Brimsdown, always chary of unnecessary words, replied with a slight bow. I suppose you have come to Cornwall to investigate the cause of his death? Mr. Brimsdown remained silent, waiting to hear more. I wish to speak to you about that. Her lips quivered with some inward agitation. Will you not be seated? He said, placing a chair for her. Will you regard what I have to say to you in strict confidence? She queried, sinking her voice to a whisper. Is it about Mr. Turald's murder? It may be. With a recollection of previous eavesdropping in that house, the lawyer rose and closed the door. I cannot make a promise of that kind, he said firmly, as he returned to his seat. No, of course not, she hurriedly acquiesced. I was wrong to ask it. I have come here to tell you. When I saw you this afternoon I realized that Providence had answered my prayers, and sent somebody in whom I could safely confide. I will tell you everything. I have come here for that purpose. She seemed to have a difficulty in commencing. Her pale grey eyes wandered irresolutely from his, and then returned. It was with a perceptible effort that she spoke at last. What I am about to tell you I have known for some days, but I could not bring myself to the extreme step of going to the police. Sometimes I am inclined to think that it may be only a trifling thing, easily explained, and of no importance. But sometimes at night it assumes a terrible significance. I need wise counsel about it. She paused and looked at him wistfully. As though interpreting his nod as encouragement, she went on. Mr. Austin Turald and his son have been inmates of my household for the last 6 weeks. Mr. Robert Turald arranged it with me beforehand. I had never done anything of the kind before, but our means, my husband's and mine, are insufficient for the stress of these times. After all, people must live. Mr. Brimsdown's slight shake of the head seemed to imply that this last statement was by no means an incontrovertible proposition, but Mrs. Brierly was not looking at him. Therefore, to oblige Mr. Turald we decided to afford hospitality to his brother and son. The terms were favorable, and they were gentlefolk. These things counted, and the money helped. But if I had only known, if I could have foreseen Mr. Tyrrell's death, said Mr. Brimsdown, filling in the pause. I mean everything, she retorted a little wildly. My name is well known. I was in society once. There is my husband's reputation as an artist to be considered. I would not be talked about for worlds. I acted against my husband's advice in this matter in taking Mr. Tyrrell and his son. My husband said it was a degradation to take in lodgers. I pointed out that they were gentlefolk. There is a difference. I wish now that I had listened to my husband's advice. Mr. Brimsdown listened with patient immobility. His long experience of female witnesses withheld him from any effort to hasten the flow of his companion's story. They were very nice and quiet, particularly Mr. Austin Tyrrell, she went on. The son was more silent and reserved, but we saw very little of him, he was out so much. But Mr. Tyrrell did my husband good. His breeding and conversation were just what he needed to lift him out of himself. A man goes to seed in the country, Mr. Brimsdown, no matter how intellectual he may be. Nature is delightful, but a man needs to be near Piccadilly to keep smart. Cornwall is so very far away, so remote, and Cornish rocks are dreadfully severe on good clothes. I am not complaining, you understand. We had to come to Cornwall. It was inevitable for us. No English artist is considered anything until he has painted a picture of the Land's End or Newquay. The Channel Islands or Devon is not quite the same thing. Not such a distinctive hallmark. So we came to Cornwall, and my husband went to seed. That was why I welcomed Mr. Tyrrell's conversation for him. It did him good. My husband said so himself. He derived artistic inspiration from Mr. Tyrrell's talk. He conceived a picture land of hope and glory, it was to be called, of the massive figure of Britannia, standing on Land's End, defying the twin demons of Bolshevism and labor unrest with a trident. He was working at it with extraordinary rapidity when this happened. On the day of his brother's death we did not see much of Mr. Austin Tyrrell. There was Mrs. Tyrrell's funeral in the afternoon, and when he came home I thought he would prefer to be left to himself. He went to his sitting room, and stayed there. My husband and I retired early that night, but later we were awakened by a very loud knock at the front door. We heard Mr. Austin Tyrrell, who was still up, go down and open it. Then we heard a very loud voice, outside Mr. Robert Tyrrell's manservant, it appears. We heard him tell Mr. Austin that his brother had been found shot. Mr. Tyrrell returned upstairs, and some time afterwards we heard him go down again and out. I was so upset that I rose and dressed myself to await Mr. Tyrrell's return. I thought he might like a cup of coffee when he returned, so I decided to go downstairs myself and prepare it. As I passed the passage which led to Mr. Charles Tyrrell's room, I noticed a light underneath his door. I rather wondered, as he was still up, why he had not gone with his father, but I was passing on without thinking any more about it when I happened to notice that the light beneath the door was fluctuating in the strangest way. First it was very bright, then it became quite dim, but the next moment it would be bright again. That alarmed me so much that I walked along the passage to see what it meant. I thought perhaps the young man had fallen asleep with the window open and left the gas flaring in the wind. I stood for a moment outside the door wondering what I ought to do. Then I heard a crackling sound, and smelt something burning. That alarmed me still more, because I knew no fire had been lit in the room that day. I wondered if the bedroom was on fire, and I knelt down and tried to see through the keyhole. At first I could see nothing except a bright light and the shadow of a form on the wall. Then I made out the form of Charles Tyrrell, standing in his dressing gown in front of the fireplace, in which a fire of kindling wood was leaping and blazing. I could not make out at first what he was doing. He seemed to be stooping over the fire, moving something about. Then I saw. He was drying his clothes, the suit he had worn that day. They must have been very wet, for the steam was rising from them. I must have made a noise which startled him, for I saw him turn quickly and stare at the closed door, then walk towards it. I went away as quickly and noiselessly as I could, and as I turned the corner of the passage, out of sight, his door opened, and then closed again. He had looked out and, seeing nobody, gone back into his room. I went downstairs to make the coffee and wait for Mr. Tyrrell. I had to wait some time. When I did hear the sound of his key in the door, I went up the hall with a cup of coffee in my hand. Mr. Tyrrell seemed surprised to see me. He looked at me in a questioning sort of way as he took the coffee, and stood there sipping it. As he handed me back the cup he told me in a low voice that his brother was dead. I said that was why I had waited up, because I had heard the knock and the dreadful news. Mr. Tyrrell, in the same low voice, then said he was very much afraid his brother had taken his own life. He then went upstairs. I again retired shortly afterwards, but I could not sleep. I was too upset, too nervous. I could not get Mr. Robert Gerald's suicide out of my head. It seemed such a dreadful thing for a wealthy man to do, so common and vulgar. Suicide sticks to a family, so it is never really forgotten. It is much easier to live down an embezzlement or misappropriation of trust funds. The thought of it put the other thing, the fire and young Mr. Gerald and his wet clothes, out of my head completely, for the time. As I was lying there tossing and thinking, I heard a light footstep pass my door. I slipped out of bed, and opening the door a little, looked out. I saw Mr. Gerald, fully dressed, a light in his hand, turning down the passage which led to his son's room. Then I heard the sound of a creaking door, the murmur of a low conversation, cut short by the shutting of the door. I stood there for a few minutes, and then went back to my bed and fell asleep. The next day it all came back to me. I had gone into Charles Gerald's room for some reason when he was out, and there, on the hearth, I could see the remains of the fire he had lit overnight to dry his clothes. He had made some clumsy man-like attempt to clean up the grate, but he left some ends of the charred kindling wood lying about. This final revelation brought a silence between Mrs. Brierly and the lawyer, a silence broken only by the distant deep call of the sea beneath the open window. The silence lengthened into minutes before Mr. Brimsdown found his voice. "You have said nothing to anybody else about this?" He spoke almost abstractedly, but she chose to regard this question in the light of a reproach. She hurriedly rejoined, "I did not see the necessity then. If young Mr. Gerald got caught in the storm, and chose to dry his clothes in his room, instead of putting them out for the maid, why should I tell anybody? I did not connect it with his uncle's death. I was under the impression that Mr. Robert Gerald had taken his own life. It was not until the detective called to see Mr. Austin Gerald that I learned there was a suspicion of murder. My maid overheard the detective say something while she was in and out of the room serving tea, and she told me what she had heard. I saw things in a new light then, and I was terribly upset. But I could not see my way clear until you came to the house today. Then I decided to tell you. Can you tell me what time Charles Gerald came in that night? I have no idea. He and his father have separate keys of the front door." It was evident that she had told all she knew. She rose to her feet in agitation. "I must go. My husband will be wondering where I am. But tell me, Mr. Brimsdown, do you imagine? Is it possible?" Her voice dropped to the ghost of a frightened whisper. He evaded this issue with legal caution. "You have done quite right in coming to me," he replied, as he opened the door for her departure. He held out his hand, she touched it with trembling fingers, and went away. Mr. Brimsdown closed the door behind her, and wearily sat down. He had been prepared to do much to shield the name of Gerald, but he had not bargained for this. He did not doubt the truth of the story he had just heard, and it gave him a feeling of nausea. What a revelation of the infamy of human nature! The stupendous depth of such villainy overwhelmed him with dismay. The extent of the criminal understanding between father and son he did not attempt to fathom. His mind was filled with the monstrous audacity by which Charles Gerald, apparently at the dictate of remorse, had sought to convince him of Cicely's innocence by directing attention to the marks on the dead man's arm which he had probably made himself. Could human cynicism go farther than that? A great wave of pity swept over the lawyer as he thought of the unhappy Cicely, and all that she had been compelled to endure. But why had she fled? Long he sat there without stirring, until the shadows deepened and the grey surface of the sea dissolved in blackness. "The police must be told of this," he said at last, in an almost voiceless whisper. Chapter 23. "And suppose the police call during your absence?" said Austin Gerald, glancing sharply at his son. "Then you had better tell the truth. I am tired of it all. I might ask, with Pilate, what is truth ? In your case, you know it already, father, whether you believe me or not." Austin Gerald looked strangely at him, a look in which anger was mingled with something deeper and more searching, as though he sought to reach some secret in the depth of his soul. Impatiently he crossed the room to the fireplace, and stood with his back to the fire, facing his son. "I do not see that there's any more risk than there was before," said Charles gloomily. "I say there is," returned his father sharply. "What? Do you suppose you can go off to London like this, leaving me here alone, at such a moment? Do you not see that your unexplained absence, in itself, is likely to bring suspicion upon you, indeed, upon both of us?" "I cannot help that," returned the young man desperately. "I must go and find Cicely." "You are not likely to find her. You do not even know that she has gone to London." "Yes. I have found out that much. She took a ticket by the midday train on the day after it happened." "And why do you wish to find her?" "Because she is deeply wrong. She is innocent. You should be able to speak with authority on that point," said Austin, with a cold glance, which the other did not meet. "You are acting very foolishly, rushing off to London on this quixotic mission. You won't find her. Besides, no woman is worth what you are risking in this wild goose chase. You are jeopardizing your future by an act of the maddest folly." "There is nothing in life for me but the shadow of things now," returned the young man in low tones. "I want nothing except to find Cicely and prove her innocence. I'm going to look for her, whatever you say." Austin Turald made an impatient gesture. "Very well," he said. "If Providence has made you a fool, you must fulfill Providence's decree. Only, I warn you, I think you are going the right way to bring trouble on yourself. That lawyer who was here today, what's his name? Brimstone. Brimstone ? Has his suspicions, unless I'm very much mistaken." Charles turned pale. "What makes you think that?" he asked. "By the way he watched both of us. That accounts for his attitude when I saw him afterwards," said Charles in a startled voice. "Afterwards where?" "I went after him to tell him that Cicely was innocent." "And what else did you tell him?" "Nothing but that nothing that counted, at least." "Really, Charles, your lack of intelligence is a distinct reflection on me as a parent. Fancy a son of mine trying to make a lawyer's bowels yearn with compassion. I'm positively ashamed of you. Why are you so elementary?" The situation must have contained some elements of humor, though. "I should like to have witnessed it." "Did you call down heaven's vengeance on the murderer in approved fashion? How did the man of parchments take it?" "You have no heart," said his son, flushing darkly under this sarcasm. He walked towards the door as he spoke. "I'm going," he said. "There is an excursion train through to Paddington tonight, and I shall catch it." "You are determined on it, then?" "I should be in an unendurable position if I didn't," replied the young man, and without another word he left the room. Austin looked after him a little wistfully, as though remembering that the other was, after all, his son. He remained motionless for a moment, then crossed over to the window and looked out. As he stood so, his eye was caught by two figures beneath. One was his son, walking down the garden path. The other was Mrs. Brierly, returning to the house. She walked past Charles with downcast eyes, but Austin from the window saw her turn and cast a frightened fluttering glance at the young man's retreating figure. She had seen him, then, but did not want to recognize him. As she hurried up the garden path, Austin caught a glimpse of her face, and observed that it was white and drawn. "What's the matter with my estimable landlady?" he murmured as he withdrew from the window. His quick intelligence, playing round this incident and seeking to pierce its meaning, grew alarmed. There seemed to be a menace in it. Did she know or guess something of the hidden events of that night, or had she played the spy since? He turned pale as he considered these possibilities. Women had an unerring instinct for a secret once their curiosity was aroused. But he had been careful, very careful. What did she suspect? He thought over this problem until night fell, and retired to bed with it still unanswered. But the solution flashed into his mind at breakfast next morning, suddenly, like light in a dark place. He was amazed that he had not seen it before. "If it is that," he whispered. But he knew it was that, knew also, that it meant the worst. He got up from the table, then forced himself to sit down again and eat. An untouched breakfast tray might quicken the suspicions in the mind of that most treacherous woman downstairs, might hasten her hand. But why had she delayed so long? He passed the morning between his chair and the window, watching, and listening for footsteps. He saw Mrs. Brierly leave the house early, and wondered if she would return with the police. Another reflection came to his mind. Charles had some inkling, and had fled in time. Perhaps that was just as well, if he got out of England. For himself there was no such retreat, nor did he wish it. He would have to face things out, if they had to be faced, and he did not yet despair of saving the situation, so far as it affected himself. What did that diabolical female know, really? He had a momentary vision of her stealing about the house, prying, watching, listening. He sank into a motionless brooding reverie. The day passed its meridian, but he still sat there in solitude with his anxious thoughts. As the afternoon declined, his hopes rose. Could it be that he was mistaken, that his fears were imaginary? Perhaps, after all. At the sharp ring of the doorbell downstairs he walked noiselessly to the window, and shrank back with the startled look of a man who has had his first glimpse of the bared teeth of the law. He stood still, listening intently. He heard the door opened, a sharp question, then the sound of ascending footsteps. When the knock came at his own door he was in complete command of himself as he went to open it. He was well aware of the ordeal before him, but he did not show it. There was nothing but ironical self-possession in the glance which took in the figures of Detective Barrett and Inspector Dorfield, revealed on the threshold of the opening door. Barrett lost no time in coming to the point. "I want to see your son," he said, entering and glancing quickly round the apartment. "I am afraid that is impossible." "Why?" "He is not here." "Where is he?" "I think he has gone to London." Barrett was plainly taken aback at this unexpected piece of news. "When did he go?" he demanded. "Yesterday evening." Barrett cast a look at Dorfield, which said plainly, "He's had word of this and bolted." His glance returned to Austin. "Can you tell me where he is staying in London?" "I have not the least idea," returned Austin negligently. "Does he not live with you?" "As a rule, yes." "What is your London address?" Austin took a card from his case and laid it on the table. Barrett picked it up, glanced at it, and said, "Is your son likely to be there?" "He may be, but he said nothing to me about going there. He has his own liberty of action, like every other young man of his age." "May I ask the reason of these questions, Detective Barrett?" Barrett did not choose to reply. He drew Inspector Dorfield to the doorway and conferred with him in an undertone. Austin saw Barrett slip the card into his colleague's hand, and Dorfield then hastened away. The inference was plain. Dorfield had been sent off to intercept the flight or start the pursuit. Austin found himself profoundly hoping that his son was by that time out of England. He had not much leisure to think of that, for Barrett turned towards him again with an annoyance that he did not attempt to dissemble. "Why has your son gone to London? Perhaps you can tell me that much," he exclaimed. "I gathered from him that it is his intention to look for his cousin Cicely." "For what purpose?" "Because he strongly believes in her innocence. It is strange that he should have rushed off like this, without waiting for your visit." "Do you mean?" "Really, Detective Barrett, may I constrain you to give me some explanation of all this? I want to help you all I can, but your actions savor too much of a peremptory jack-in-the-box, even in these bureaucratic days. What is the object of this visit? Why did you want to see my son?" "I wished to interview him." "About what, may I ask?" Barrett did not immediately reply, but Austin, scanning him furtively, sought to reach his thoughts by the varying shades of expression on his face. It was the state of mind of a man who was at once chagrined, amazed, suspicious, and wondering. The older man could picture Barrett thinking to himself, "This man before me, how far is he involved in this?" And, watching him mutely, Austin steeled himself for a sudden outburst. "You picked up the key. You declared it was suicide. What does that mean now?" But he underestimated Barrett's intelligence. Barrett had no intention of doing anything so crude. The situation was sufficiently awkward as it stood without putting the father on his guard. Austin might guess that he was under suspicion as well as his son, but that did not matter so much. Barrett instinctively realized that flight was impossible for Austin Thorold, though he might seek to warn his son not to go near their London home because the police were after him. But that was a warning which would be useless, for the police were ahead of him there. Barrett reflected that he gained nothing by not divulging the object of his visit when the inference of it was so transparently palpable. The disclosure might even serve a useful purpose by lessening Austin's apprehensions in his own case. With this consideration in view, he brought it out frankly. "I wish to question your son about his movements on the night of the murder. Is my son suspected now?" Barrett winced under the delicate inflection of irony which conveyed in that brief reply the inference of another blunder in his own changing suspicions. That sneer roused the official in him, and it was in a curt tone of command that he said, "What time did your son get home on the day of the murder?" "I am unable to say." "He did not return with you after the funeral?" "No, he did not." "Where did he go?" "These are strange questions, Detective Barrett. I really cannot tell you that either, because I do not know." He put up his glasses to look at Barrett with an assumption of resentment, but the detective's return glance was hard and searching. "Was your son in to dinner that night?" he asked. "We have midday dinner, in this house." "Well, supper." "Was he into supper?" Austin reflected rapidly. He dared not refuse to answer the question, and any attempt to mislead the questioner would only make things worse when the two women in the house knew the truth. "Yes. He was into supper, and went out afterwards." This was put more as a simple statement of fact than a question. Again, Austin's subtle intelligence could see no better course than truth. "He did. My son frequently goes out walking of an evening after supper." "What time did he return on this evening?" "I do not know." "Do you mean that?" Barrett's tone was incredulous. "I do." The impulse which had dictated his previous answer sprang from the thought that the foolish females downstairs could not contradict it, and he adhered calmly to the course now he was committed to it. "What time did a lasser come for you from Flint House with the news that your brother was dead?" "I do not know the exact time. He called at the police station first." "Had not your son returned by then?" "I am unable to inform you." He frequently goes straight to his room when he returns from an evening walk. Then you do not know whether he was in or out when you left the house? I assumed he was in, as it was after his usual time for returning. You did not go to his room, to see? No. I did not wish to disturb him. Barrett looked as though there was only one possible construction to be placed on these replies, but he still did not utter the question which Austen feared and dreaded most. In a harsh peremptory voice he said, "Show me your son's room." In those words he stood revealed as one with all the resources of the law at his back, able to issue commands which other people must obey. The rights of liberty and freedom were in his hands. It needed not that to show Austen Thorold how near he stood to the edge of the precipice. The strain of the interview had told on him. This was the first actual buffet of the beast's paw. He led the way to his son's room and watched Barrett go through his intimate belongings with the feeling that intelligence was a flimsy shield against the brutal force of authority. The law in search of prey cared nothing for such civilized refinements as intellect or self-respect. As well try to stop a tiger with a sonnet. The search revealed nothing, and Barrett went away without another word. A moment later Austen heard him questioning the frightened women on the floor beneath. Listening intently, he made out a fragment of the conversation, sufficient to remove all doubts of the origin of the detective's present visit. Austen's mind flew to the episode he had seen from his window on the previous afternoon. Why in the name of heaven had this Briley woman been such a fool? Why had she not come to him with her story, and asked for money to shut her mouth? Why was she sobbing and sniveling downstairs now, when it was too late? Chapter 24. Austen Thorold was wrong in supposing that his son had left Cornwall to fly from England. Charles had stated his intention truly enough when he said he was going to London to look for Cicely, but he did not disclose to his father the real reason that led him there. His visit to London was the pursuit of a definite plan. He was animated by the hope that he knew where Cicely was likely to have sought shelter. Ever since her disappearance this idea had lurked in his imagination and occupied his secret thoughts. It was the fruit of one of their last talks together, a memory they shared in common. How well he remembered the occasion. They had been on the cliffs looking down at the Gunnard's Head wallowing like a monster with a broken back in the foam of a raging sea. It was the day after the death of Cicely's mother, and Cicely had clung to him as if he were the only friend she had in the world. She had spoken to him from the depth of an overburdened soul impelled to confide in another, telling him of her mother's sad life, unintentionally revealing something of the unhappiness of her own. And she told him a strange thing about her mother's last hours. On her deathbed the unhappy woman must have had her fears concerning the future of her daughter, belated uneasy premonitions arising after her dying confession to the man supposed to be her husband, perhaps causing her to doubt the wisdom of that revelation. That seemed plain enough to Charles afterwards, though not apparent at the time Cicely had confided in him, for she had died without giving the girl the slightest indication of her life's secret, as if in some inscrutable hope that the tangle might be made straight. What she did do was to make a feeble effort to save her daughter from the consequences of her own unhappy act, or at least to help her if those results arose. She had whispered a name, the name of an old friend of her girlhood who would befriend her child if ever she needed help. At her urgent request Cicely had propped her up in bed while she wrote down the address. Having performed this feat with infinite labor, she dropped back on her pillow, clinging fast to the hand of the child she loved and whose future she had blasted at the command of conscience. Charles recalled how Cicely had taken that pathetic little scrap of paper from her blouse, kissed it with quivering lips, and handed it to him in silence. He had deciphered the penciled scrawl with difficulty. The name was Catherine Purcell, Charleswood, Surrey. It remained in his mind for a special reason. Cicely was afraid she might lose the paper. Perhaps, like her mother, she had some prescience of the future, and he had endeavored to divert her thoughts by making memory pictures of the name and address after the method of a thought reader. He had told her to picture a cat sitting on a window ledge, and that would fix the name in her mind. Purcell though it was. As for the place, it was only necessary to imagine him wandering in a wood. He slyly suggested it Charleswood. And there they were again. Cicely had smiled wanly at these memory pictures and said she would always be able to remember the address of her mother's old friend by their means. They were effectual enough in his own case. The grotesque association of ideas brought the address to his mind when he first thought of seeking Cicely in London. He decided to go to Charleswood as soon as he reached there. The dying woman seemed quite certain her old friend was still in Charleswood, although it was 20 years since she had heard from her. She had told Cicely that Mrs. Purcell's house was her own, and it had belonged to her parents before her. She had assumed that she was not likely to move. The possibility that death might have moved her without consulting her convenience did not seem to have occurred to her. It did to Charles Thorold though, on his journey up from Cornwall. but he thrust the chilling thought resolutely from him, clinging to his slight clue because he had nothing else to sustain him, building such hopes upon it that by the time he reached London scarcely a doubt remained. He spent the last hour of his journey picturing his meeting with the runaway girl, holding her, kissing her, sheltering her in his arms from the world. And afterwards? He refused to contemplate what was to happen afterwards, and how he was to shield her from the unsentimental clutch of the law which was also seeking her. He declined also to allow his thoughts to dwell upon his own position, which was invidious and threatening enough in all conscience for a man setting out to be the buckler and shield of a girl in Cicely's plight. He put these obtrusive contingencies out of his mind. Time enough for those bitter reflections afterwards. The great thing was to find Cicely first, before shaping further action. So he reasoned, with the single purpose of a man mastered by love, and the desperate instinct of a reckless temperament which gambled with life, never looking beyond the next throw. He retained sufficient caution to refrain from going to his father's house in Richmond when he reached London. His father's parting words lingered unpleasantly in his mind to serve as a warning against the folly of that course. The same unusual prudence compelled him to leap out of a taxicab as soon as he had leapt into it. For himself he did not care, but he had to be careful for Cicely's sake. So he clambered on top of a bus with his suitcase. The same soberent feeling of responsibility directed his choice of an hotel when he descended from the vehicle into the seething streets. He chose a quiet small place off Charing Cross, and booked a room. After a bath and some lunch he went out to a neighbouring bookstall and bought a railway timetable. The next train to Charleswood left Charing Cross in less than half an hour. He walked across to the station, purchased a ticket, and took his seat. In a few minutes the train started. Now that he was actually on the way of putting his idea to the test, his former doubts assailed him again with renewed force, but he refused to listen to them. He told himself that a dying woman's idea was not likely to be wrong, and that he would find Cicely at Charleswood. She was sure to be because she had nowhere else to go. So he reasoned, or sought to reason, until the train slowed down at the station which held the solution of his hopes and fears. It was a small wayside station at which he alighted, a mere hamlet set in the slumberous calm of English rural scenery, passed by express trains with a roar of derision by day and contemptuously winking tail lights at night. On the dark green background of the distant heights an eruption of new red bungalows threatened to spread and destroy the beauty of Charleswood at no remote date. But at present the sylvan charm of the spot was unspoiled. Its meadows and fields seemed to lie happily unconscious of the contagion flaming on the billowy hills. The porter, who emerged from a kind of wooden kennel and clattered up to Charles to collect his ticket, stared hard when the young man asked if Mrs. Purcell lived at Charleswood. He appeared to give the matter deep thought before nodding affirmatively, and accompanied him to the station entrance to point out an old house lying behind a strip of white fence and a clump of dark green trees halfway up a distant hill, not where the bungalows were cropping up, but in the opposite direction, with the intimation that it was the residence of the lady he was looking for. He then watched Charles down the rambling village street until he was out of sight. It was a long walk, more than a mile, before Charles reached the white fence and the group of trees which shielded the house behind dark green foliage. He caught a glimpse of partly shuttered windows peeping through this leafy screen, but it was not until he had passed through the trees that he had a clear view of the house. The place was dreary and dilapidated, with a partly shuttered front. The green-stained walls and a mask of ivy gave the place a resemblance to a large ivy-grown tomb. Charles's spirits were depressed as he looked at it. There was something so wan and melancholy in its appearance that his high anticipations rapidly faded. In the face of that reality he could no longer picture a silver-haired gracious old lady welcoming Cicely with tears in her eyes for the sake of her dead mother. The human qualities of warmth and tenderness did not accord with that chilling, neglected exterior. He approached the door, his sensations painful enough in the mingled tumult of suspense, hope, and fear. There was no bell, only an old-fashioned brass knocker, which, with a kind of surly stiffness, resisted his attempt to use it. He managed to wrench one knock out of it, and left it suspended in the air. There was a considerable pause before the knock was answered. Then the door was opened by a pretty slim servant girl. There was nothing funereal in her appearance except her black dress, and that was set off by a coquettish white apron. She looked at the young man with questioning bright eyes, as though surprised at his appearance there. "Does Mrs. Purcell live here?" he asked. "Yes, sir," she replied with a trace of hesitation. The barometer of hope went up several degrees in Charles's breast. "Could I see her?" he eagerly said. "I'll ask, sir." "What name, please?" "No name. Mrs. Purcell would not know it. But my business is very important." The maid looked at him doubtfully, and left him standing there while she disappeared within. From the depth of the house an agitated feminine murmur reached him through the half-open door. "What's he like, Ruby?" "Quite the gentleman, Miss Young, and very good-looking." A pause, and the first voice rejoined, "Show him into the drawing room, and ask him to sit down." The maid came back with this message, and took Charles into a large somber room. She gave him a fluttered glance of coquetry as she offered him a chair, as though she would have liked to linger with such an unusual visitor, then went out softly, closing the door behind her. The room into which he had been ushered was furnished after some faded standard of departed elegance, with tapestried chairs, and couches, painted screens, landscapes worked in black lutestring on white silk, and collections of stuffed hummingbirds which gazed wanly at the intruder from glassy eyes. A massive Dead Christ in Gobelin tapestry covered the whole side of one wall, and from the opposite one the threaded features of Joseph and his brethren stared gloomily down. These subjects accorded ill with several pieces of marble statuary scattered about the room, a reeling Bacchus, a nude Psyche, and an unchaste presentment of Leda drooping her head over an amorous swan. A broken statue of a pastoral shepherd had been laid on a table in the corner and partly covered with a cloth, where it looked very much like a corpse awaiting its turn in a dissecting room. Charles had a dreary wait in these surroundings. At first he sat still, but as the time passed he endeavored to distract his anxious thoughts by walking round the room looking at the extraordinary collections of objects it contained. He was earnestly scrutinizing a lute-string picture depicting the origin of the dimple-like Cupid poking his forefinger into the double chin of a fat languishing female when the door opened and a woman entered. She was tall and thin, and had reached that period of life when it costs a woman an effort to look in a mirror because of the menace of approaching age which stares back from the depth of frightened eyes. Her dress, however, suggested that she could not bring herself to believe she was yet out of the hunt, but was still trying to follow it breathlessly on the back of that broken-kneed and sorry steed, late middle age. There was something ridiculous in the girlish attire intended to convince her fellow creatures that her day was not over, something terrible in the low blouse, short skirt, silk stockings, gauze, lace and fluttering ribbons with which she sought to delude the sneering figure of waiting time. Charles's first startled thought was that he had unwittingly entered one of those neglected shuttered houses of romance, where an eccentric female recluse sits with a waiting wedding breakfast in readiness for a bridegroom who has disappeared 30 years before. But the face of the woman advancing towards him suggested that she was not particular about the identity of the form emerging from the mists of time to rescue her from virginity. She looked as if she would have gladly surrendered the jewel to any freebooter in return for a passage in the ship of matrimony, and gone off flying the proud signal, "All's well." She approached with a smile, and heaven knows what agitation in her breast at the sight of a handsome well-dressed young man in her lonely nest. "You wished to see me?" she asked. "Mrs. Purcell?" he said interrogatively. She made a negative sign. "I am Miss Purcell. My mother is an invalid. I am most anxious to see her. My mother keeps to her bedroom. I have come down from London purposely to see her," he said anxiously. "My business is very important. Could you not tell me?" she murmured. "I am afraid not." She fidgeted and came a little closer, as though she liked the nearness of his handsome presence. "Very well, you shall see her. But you won't be able to talk to her. Come with me." They went from the room and upstairs. Miss Purcell opened a door on the first floor and beckoned Charles to enter. It was a bedroom, furnished on the same scale of antique magnificence as the drawing-room downstairs. In a deep armchair in front of a fire sat an old woman, tucked up in an eiderdown of blue and white satin. She did not look round as they entered, but remained quite still, an immobile figure with a nodding head. "That is Mrs. Purcell," said her daughter. Charles glanced at the old woman in the chair and turned away. She was past anything except waiting for death, and it was impossible to speak to her or question her. She was in the last stage of senile decay. He masked his disappointment with an effort, conscious that the eyes of the younger woman were fixed on his face. "If there is anything I can tell you," she simpered, as she met his glance. His face betrayed his anxiety. "I had some reason to think that a young lady of my acquaintance, the daughter of an old friend of your mother's, might be staying with her." "There is no young lady here," said Miss Purcell with a hard look. "I know nothing about it. What is her name?" "I have made a mistake, I am afraid." Charles was instantly on his guard. "I am really very sorry." She was not altogether proof against the winning smile with which he tendered an apology, but she looked at him strangely as she accompanied him downstairs to the front door. Charles went back to London with a dark and angry face. His anger was directed against fate, which had arranged such a fantastic anticlimax for his cherished hopes. The blow was almost too much for him. He had deceived himself into thinking that he would find Cicely at Charleswood, and he felt that he had really lost her. He was now reduced to searching for her in the great wilderness of London, which seemed a hopeless task. By the time the train reached Charing Cross he rallied from his fit of despondency. He refused to despair. Cicely was somewhere in London, at that moment walking alone among its countless hordes, perhaps thinking of him. He would find her, he must. Where to commence? She had reached Paddington only a few nights ago, so that was obviously the logical starting point of any inquiries. To Paddington he went, this time in a taxi-cab. He had an extraordinary initial piece of luck. Fortune, either regretting her previous treatment or tantalizing him in feminine fashion with the expectation of greater favors to come, threw him at the very outset of his inquiries against the red-headed luggage porter who had spoken with Cicely on her arrival from Penzance. The porter, leaning against the white enamelled walls of a tube passage, pictured the scene with much loquacity, and a faithful recollection of his own share in the interview. Charles anxiously asked him if the young lady he had encountered was very pretty, pale and dark. The porter, with a judicial air, responded that looks in women was, after all, a matter of taste. What was one man's meat was another man's poison, as you might say, but this young lady had dark hair and eyes, and her face hadn't too much color in it, so far as he remembered. He apologized for this vagueness of description on the plea that one girl was very like another to a man who saw them in droves every day, as he did. But 1 or 2 minute particulars of her dress which he was able to supply convinced Charles that he had seen Cicely. The man added that as far as he knew the young lady went on to Euston Square, though he couldn't say he'd actually seen her catch the train for there. It was not until he had pocketed the half-crown Charles gave him that he added a piece of information of some importance. "You're not the first who's been inquiring about this particular young lady," he said. "There was somebody before you let me see Thursday it was. He came strolling along, affable as you please, and seemed to know all about it before he started. That young lady who arrived by the Cornwall train on Tuesday night, porter, and asked you the way to Euston Square, what was she like?" That took me back a bit, but I told him, just as I've told you. He asked me another question or two, and then went into the station master's office. "What was he like?" "Not much older than yourself, in a brown suit, tall and thin, with sharpish features and quick smiling eyes, Barrett." Charles recognized the description with a sinking heart. He turned away with a sickening sense of the impotence of his own efforts. Scotland Yard was searching for Cicely, and no doubt had warned all the London police to look out for her. She might be arrested any minute. Outside the station he bought an evening paper from a yelling newsboy, and hastily scanned the headlines under the flare of a street lamp. There was nothing about the Cornwall murder. So far they were safe. His own departure from Cornwall had apparently caused no suspicion, and Cicely was still free somewhere in London. Where? To find her, that was his task. He rallied sharply from his despondency. He would pit himself against the police. A desperate man, guided by love, could do much, might even outwit the tremendous forces of Scotland Yard. He would not be worthy of Cicely if he lost heart because the odds were against him. Fortune's wheel might have a lucky turn in store for him. He beckoned a passing taxi-cab. "Euston Square," he said as he entered. That was obviously the next point of his search. But fortune vouchsafed him no more favors that day. His dive into the crowded depths of Euston Square brought forth no result, no clue which would help in his search. He interviewed many keepers of the temperance hotels and boarding houses which abounded in that quarter, all sorts of women, but all alike in their quick suspicious resentment of his guarded inquiries and in their pretended ignorance of past visitors to their dingy portals. He had little experience of the embittered, sordid outlook of a class which earned its own bread by supplying indifferent food and shelter to London's floating population, but after his 50th repulse he had no difficulty in reaching the conclusion that the police were again ahead of him with their inquiries. Nevertheless he persevered fruitlessly until a late hour before returning to his hotel to pass a sleepless night in a fever of baffled excitement. Not till then did he realize how much he had been upheld by the hope of finding Cicely at Charleswood. He was lost in a maze of conjectures, fears, and impossible plans, though his intelligence told him that no plan of search he could form was likely to be of the slightest use. Only luck could help him there, and it was part of the hopelessness of the situation that he dared not invoke the aid of any of those agencies or organizations which make it their business to find persons who have disappeared in London. His search must be a solitary one. The morning saw him enter upon it with a feverish energy borrowed from the future and the desperate optimism of a temperament willing to gamble with fortune against such incalculable odds. At first he attempted to divine the motives likely to actuate a girl ignorant of London in seeking a hiding place there, and shaped his search accordingly, but he gave that up after a while. and decided to search the streets of the inner suburbs, in the hope of encountering her sooner or later. His method was to purchase a map of each district, and explore it thoroughly from one end to the other. He got his meals anywhere, and slept in the nearest hotel where he happened to find himself late at night. But his meals were often missed and his broken sleep haunted with nightmare visions of the pitfalls and snares spread for inexperienced girls in London. So Charles passed nearly a week of interminable tramping of London streets, scanning the endless medley of faces in the hope of a chance glimpse of Cicely's wistful eyes and pale features. But it is one thing to gamble with fortune, and another to win from her. Sometimes she flattered Charles with a chance resemblance which sent him flying across the traffic at the risk of his life, and once he sprang off a bus after a girl he saw vanishing into an underground lift, but it was not Cicely. The end of the week saw him returning from uncharted areas of outer London to the more familiar thoroughfares of the city's life, for in that time his dauntless spirit had realized the colossal folly of any attempt to search London by system. He had no intention of abandoning his quest, but he now felt that it did not matter where his footsteps led him, because it was only by a piece of wonderful luck that he could ever hope to meet Cicely. He did not even know if she was in London. But he believed she was, and some indomitable inward whisper kept assuring him that he would find her sooner or later. So he kept on and on, seeking the vision of his desires with the insatiable eagerness of a man pursuing the unreachable horizon of a hashish dream. It was towards the end of this time that it occurred to Charles to wonder if Cicely had made her way to Charleswood since his first visit there. He was resting in a Lambeth public house after an exhausting day's wanderings over South London when this thought came to him. He sat up, slapping his thigh with excitement, asking himself why he had not thought of that before. It was a chance, certainly a chance. He decided to run down to Charleswood again on the following afternoon. He did, and found himself disappointed once more. The elegant Miss Purcell had gone to Brighton for change of air, but the pretty maid, who had been left behind to look after the house and the decayed old lady, assured him that there had been nobody to see Mrs. Purcell since his last visit. Miss Purcell went away the very next day after he was down, and there had been no callers or visitors. She imparted this information at first with a sparkle of coquetry in her eye, then with a glance of compassion as she noticed how much the debonair visitor had changed for the worse since she saw him last. She looked at him solicitously, as though she would have liked to remove with womanly hands the marks of neglect from his apparel. From the door she watched him making his way back to the station. She stood there in the shade of the evening, following him with her eyes until the bend of the road hid him from view. Chapter 25. The train was moving out after the briefest stop at a place so unimportant, and he swung himself into one of the carriages gliding past him. At first he thought the compartment was empty, but as the train emerged from a tunnel immediately beyond the station gates he observed a man with glasses reading a newspaper in the opposite corner seat. That reminded him to buy an evening paper at the next stopping place, a town of some importance, where a number of intending passengers were waiting on the platform. Several pushed past him into the compartment. He did not heed them. He sat in a deep reverie, his paper unfolded in his hand, past scenes flowing through his brain as the train sped on towards London. The carriage and its occupants receded from his vision, and he was back again on the Cornwall cliffs with Cicely. Her face appeared before his eyes just as he had seen it in their last parting. He came back with an effort to the world of events, and unfolded his newspaper. That was a daily ordeal from which he shrank, yet dared not evade. During the past week he had faced it in all sorts of places, street corners, public squares, obscure restaurants, the burrowed windings of underground stations, and once in the dark interior of a cinema where he had followed a girl with a vague resemblance to Cicely. As the days went on and he read nothing to alarm him, his tension grew less. It really looked as if Scotland Yard and the newspapers had forgotten all about the Cornwall murder, or had relegated it to the list of undiscoverable mysteries. He now glanced at the headlines listlessly enough. The editor could offer nothing better on his front page that night than Ireland and the industrial situation. Charles opened the sheet and looked inside. His listlessness vanished as his eye fell upon his own name. In the guise of fat black capitals it headed a half-column article about his uncle's death. Charles read it through, slowly and deliberately, to the end. He learned that there had been what the writer called fresh developments in the case. The police were now looking for another suspect himself. The detective engaged upon the case had suspicions of the murdered man's nephew for some time past, but had his reasons for reticence, reasons which had now so completely disappeared that Scotland Yard had made public a full description of the young man and the additional information that he was supposed to be in London. Charles found himself reading the description of himself with a detached, slightly wondering air with which a man might be supposed to read his own death notice. He weighed the personal details quite critically. Young and tall. Yes. Good-looking. Was he? Dark blue eyes. Were they? He had never thought about them. Of gentlemanly appearance. That read like the advertisement of a cheapside tailor. What was a gentlemanly appearance, if he had it? He had always associated it with a cheap lounge suit and a bowler hat. Very well dressed then followed the description of his clothes. But he couldn't be well dressed and of gentlemanly appearance at the same time. These preoccupations floated lightly, almost playfully, on the surface of his mind, but the great fact had sunk to the depths like lead. His father's fears had been right, and his departure from Cornwall had drawn attention to his actions on that night. He was what was the phrase ? Wanted by the police. So was Cicely. He was searching for Cicely, and the police were searching for both of them. What had the police discovered about him? His lips framed the reply. Everything. That was to say, all there was to find out. Obviously they had discovered his visit to Flint House on that night, or at least, that he was out in the storm during the time the murder was committed. His common sense told him the reason for Barron's reticence. He had kept quiet in the hope that he would go to his father's house at Richmond, which no doubt had been closely watched. Now that Barron had come to the conclusion that the man he was after was too clever to walk into that trap, he had confided his suspicions to the newspapers in order to guard all avenues of escape by putting the public on the watch for him. A feeling of helplessness crept over Charles as he contemplated the incredible ingenuity of the mesh of events in which he and Cicely were entangled. Any moment might terminate his liberty and see him placed under lock and key. Would it help Cicely if he gave himself up and told all he knew? That was a question he had asked himself before, and dismissed it because he realized that his own story might involve her more deeply still. And the loss of time since then, coupled with his own disappearance, intensified the risk which such a course would entail. There was no hope for her in that direction. Where, then, were they to look for hope? He was recalled to his surroundings by a hand laid on his arm. He started and looked round. The man next to him, with a glance at the paper in his hand, asked him if he could tell him the winner of the second race at Lingfield. It ought to be in the stock press, he murmured. Charles turned the sheet to the indicated column, and the inquirer glanced at it with a satisfied smile, and the remark that it was only what he had expected, in spite of the wait. A good horse, he remarked approvingly. But perhaps you don't go in for racing yourself? Charles resisted an insane impulse to shout with laughter. Didn't go in for racing. He was going in for racing with a vengeance, a race against time and the police. What was he to do now? He glanced round him restlessly. The swaying noisy train and the compartment packed with stolid faces jarred on his overburdened nerves. Why were those women in the next compartment laughing like hyenas? What was there in life to laugh over at any time? It was a thing to impose silence on all by its desolation, its unescapable doom. His eye was caught by an advertisement above the rack opposite him, an advertisement which depicted a smiling grotesque face, and advised him to buy the comic journal it represented in order to dissipate melancholy and gloom. Fools, fools all. While he was thus looking around him, his eyes encountered a curious glance from the man in the opposite corner seat, who had been in the compartment when he entered the train at Charleswood. The man dropped his gaze at once, but there was something in the quality of the look which put Charles on his guard. Charles did not turn his head again, but, leaning back in his seat, kept the other under view from seemingly closed eyes. He was soon convinced that the man in the corner seat was watching him, shooting furtive glances across the carriage from behind the screen of his newspaper. Was he a detective? Not if Barron was a usual representative of the tribe. Yet there was something infernally quizzical in the scrutiny which reached him through those gold-rimmed glasses. Stay, though. Did detectives wear glasses? Wasn't there an eyesight test or something like that for officers of the law? He had never seen a policeman wearing glasses. If he was not a detective, why was he watching him? There was no reward offered for his arrest. Perhaps he belonged to the wretched type of beings who pride themselves on their public spirit, men who wrote letters to the newspapers and interfered in other people's business. The beast might have guessed his identity and wanted to show his public spirit by handing him over to the police. The newspaper in his hand. Of course. He had read his description there, and identified him. Charles found himself conjecturing how the man would set about carrying out his task of public watchdog, if that was in his mind. He pictured the possibility of him appealing to the others in the compartment. He might get up and say, "There is a murderer in this compartment. I recognize him from the description in this paper, and I call upon you all as public-spirited citizens to see that he does not escape justice." The torpid passengers would start up, staring and looking foolish after the fashion of English people when asked to do something unusual. Would they help? There was a stout man opposite with the symptoms of a public spirit lurking in the creases of his fat self-satisfied face. Charles promised himself that he would give them a fight for it. He counted his chances. He was aware from his previous journey to Charleswood that the train he was in now ran through to Charing Cross without another stop. Perhaps the man in the corner seat would wait until they arrived there, and then give him in charge. That was a disconcerting possibility, but he could see no way of guarding against it unless he chose to drop from the train, now traveling at nearly 40 miles an hour, taking the risk of being maimed or killed. He considered the advisability of that. It was a chance he might have taken casually enough on his own account, but he had also to think of Cicely. She would be quite friendless if he were killed. Besides, there was also the chance that he might be mistaken in interpreting the man's intentions by his own fears. At all events he seemed to have no thought of springing up and denouncing him. Charles decided to wait and trust to luck to escape in the crowd at Charing Cross if the man made any move there. In 10 minutes the train was running into Charing Cross station at slowing speed. Charles's mouth closed tightly, and his face flushed. The man in the corner seat flattened his newspaper into a pocket, opened the carriage door, and sprang out onto the platform. Charles followed him quickly, and stood still watching him make his way towards the barrier. He saw him press through, give up his ticket, and disappear without so much as a backward glance. There was something so ridiculous in this anticlimax to his poignant fears that the young man was for the moment actually exasperated. But his face and linen were wet with perspiration. Then a great feeling of relief swept over him like a cooling wave. He followed in the wake of the other passengers and emerged from the station into the street. It was early enough for the shops to be still open, but the streets were thronged with pleasure seekers going to restaurants and places of amusement. As he stood there a painted girl touched him on the arm with an enticing smile for such wares as she had to sell, and her solicitation awakened him sharply to the folly of standing in the lighted Strand at that hour in full view of every passing policeman. He walked slowly away, debating where to turn his steps. An outfitter's shop displaying overcoats gave him a bright idea. He walked inside and selected a long dark coat which reached to his heels, putting it on over the light and fashionable coat he was wearing. The shopman seemed surprised at his choice, but made no comment as he took his money and handed him his change. Charles caught a glimpse of himself as he went out, and was satisfied with his changed appearance. In that shapeless garment he was no longer likely to catch the eye of any unduly curious observer as a well-dressed man. He now walked swiftly. Turning out of Chandos Street from the Strand, he avoided the brightly lit proximity of Leicester Square, and plunged into the crooked dark streets on the other side of Charing Cross Road. He reached New Oxford Street, crossed it, and continued along obscure streets, his head bent forward, in the unconscious habit of a man thinking deeply as he went. In the first feeling of dismay at the discovery that the police were looking for him he had been overwhelmed by a sense of catastrophe. With the passing of that phase he was able to consider the situation with a cooler brain, and it now seemed to him that his position was not so precarious as he deemed it in the light of that shock. He knew London, and might be able to evade arrest indefinitely if he took precautions and avoided risks. But Cicely was in different case. He recalled her telling him that she had only been in London once, as a child with her father. Her inexperience of London was her greatest danger, because it was likely to attract attention. The only one to whom she could look for help was himself. His determination to find her was doggedly renewed as he thought of that. He accepted the lengthened odds against him with the desperate dark courage of a spirit which had always regarded life as a gamble against unseen forces holding marked cards. The police were searching for him? Very well. He would pit his wits against theirs, and continue his own search for Cicely with a caution he had hitherto disdained to use. Courage and caution. Those were the two qualities he must use in adroit combination. The plight of both Cicely and himself was desperate enough now without giving the enemy a chance by recklessness. He was like a man rowing a small boat in the immensity of a dark sea which threatened every moment to engulf him. Cicely was somewhere in that darkness, and she must be rescued. If his own cockleshell went down there could be no succor for her. That was a thought to make him keep afloat to keep on rowing, and suppose that he did find her, as he believed he would, sooner or later given time. What was to happen then? That thought pursued him in his walk that night, and was his constant companion in the lonely days and nights of his wanderings which followed. He had banished it before, but that course was no longer possible. The impalpable yet terribly real menace of authority overshadowing them both now made it imperative that all the facts should be faced. All the facts, but what were they? It was the question he asked himself again and again as he strove to twist out of the black fantasy of that horrible night some tangible shred of truth which might help them both. His own incredible share in it was forever being reenacted in his mind, and haunted his dreams. In the night, at early dawn, at odd moments of his eternal quest, the curtain of his mind would rise on that unforgettable scene: the cliffs, the rocks, the darkling outline of Flint House, with a feeble beam of light slanting down from the upstairs window at the back which looked out on the sea. Then the gush of light from the open door, and her shape stealing forth into the darkness, followed by another lasses. And then, the final phase: the desolate house, the wind rushing noisily along dark passages, the dead form of Robert twirled in the room upstairs. What did these things mean, and what was to be the end? His hope was that Cicely could reveal something which would furnish the key to the enigma of that night's events. From her lips he might learn enough to guide him to the hidden truth, and save them both. Sustained by the feeling that she existed somewhere near him, he continued his search day after day until in the abstracted intensity of his fancy London assumed the appearance of a wilderness of unending streets filled with pallid faces which flitted past his vision like ghosts. But the face he was seeking was never among them. He searched with the wariness of one whose own liberty depended upon his watchfulness. A second glance, an indignant look, a turn of the head, a policeman's casual eye, any of these things would place him immediately on his guard and turn his footsteps in a different direction. He chose his sleeping places with care at the last minute, and left them at early morning when only a yawning night porter or a sleepy maid-servant was astir. He never returned to the same place, nor did he go to the same restaurant twice. Most carefully did he read the newspapers, but nothing appeared in their columns to alarm him, merely an occasional perfunctory paragraph about the Cornwall murder. The favorite adjective in the journalistic etymological garden was culled for the heading, and it was described as an amazing case. Charles felt that the definition was correct enough. Early developments were faithfully promised by the newspaper. Charles understood very well what was meant by that. It was hoped he would provide the development by falling into the hands of the police. He smiled a little at that, but the unintended warning increased his vigilance. On the whole he felt tolerably safe in the crowded London streets. It was not as though there was any real hue and cry after him. The lonely Cornwall tragedy had not come into sufficient public notice for that, and now it seemed almost forgotten. He had his hazards and chances, though in a different way. One was an encounter with a young man of good family whose acquaintance, commenced in France during the war, had continued in London afterwards. The two young men had seen a great deal of each other dining and going to music halls together. It was in Leicester Square that Charles saw him getting out of a taxicab to enter a hall where a professional billiard match was in progress. He paused midway at the sight of Charles, exclaiming, "Why, the second syllable of the name was nipped off in midair, and the outstretched arm was dropped, as the patron of billiards took in the cut of his former friend's coat. He gazed at the ill-fitting garment with a kind of astonished animosity, and then his puzzled look shot upwards to the face surmounting it, no doubt with the feeling that he may have been deceived by a chance resemblance. Charles went past him without a sign of recognition, but he felt that the other was still staring after him. Another Dare Street musician regarded him curiously from behind a barrel organ which he was turning with the lifeless celerity of one without interest in the sounds created by the process. His card of appeal wanted in 1914, not wanted now, helped Charles to recall him as a soldier of his old regiment. They exchanged glances across the card. The man gave no sign that he knew his former officer, but Charles had no doubt that he did. He placed a coin on top of the organ and went swiftly on. A week of increasing strain slipped by, and another commenced. Then Fortune, with a contemptuous good-humoured spin of her wheel, did for Charles Durald what he could hardly have hoped to achieve in a year's effort without her aid. It was late at night, and he was in a despondent mood after one of his recurring disappointments, this time a graceful slender shape which he had earlier in the evening pursued in a flock of home-going shopgirls until she turned and revealed a pert cockney face which bore no resemblance to Cicely's. Several hours later he paid another of his visits to Euston Square, which he believed to be the starting point of Cicely's own wanderings. He felt closer to her in that locality because of that. From Euston Square he walked on aimlessly, engrossed in impossible plans for finding Cicely by her cork-rook, until the illuminated dial of a street clock, pointing to 10:30, reminded him of the passage of time. He paused and looked round. He was in an area of darkened suburban streets converging on a distant broader avenue, where occasional taxicabs slid past into the blackness of the night with the heartless velocity of years disappearing into the gulf of time. He turned his steps in the direction of this thoroughfare in order to find out the locality. but stopped halfway at the sight of a coffee stall on the opposite side of the street. He was hungry and thirsty, and he had learned to like the safety of these places in his wanderings. The food might be coarse, but there were no lengthy waits between courses, no curious glances from the other patrons. A couple of half-drunken young men were feeding at this stall, and a girl of the streets was standing near them. In the light of a swinging lamp the scene shone clearly in the surrounding darkness: the brass urn, the thick crockery, the head of the stall-keeper bent intently over a newspaper, the munching jaws of the customers, the girl in the background with splashes of crimson paint like blood on her white drawn face. Charles was about to cross the street, but at that moment a policeman's helmet emerged slowly from the surrounding darkness as if irresistibly attracted by the concentric glow of the light. At the sight of him Charles shrank back into the friendly shadow of his own side of the road. The policeman emerged into the fullness of the light, serene in his official immobility. His slow yet seeing vision dwelt on the painted girl with a gaze as penetrating as that of omnipotence in its profound knowledge of evil. He strolled towards her with a kind of indifferent benignity with which Providence has also been credited. He raised a hand, omnipotent with the authority of the law. "Better get away from here," Charles heard him warn her, and she disappeared from view in obedience to this command. So did Charles, but in quite another direction. There was something about these chance manifestations of authority, so lightly exercised, so unhesitatingly obeyed, which never failed to thrill and impress him, as they would have thrilled and impressed any other man in his present position. They seemed to intensify the hopelessness of his own situation. He had a slight feeling of creepiness about the spine as he thought of the narrowness of that escape, though, of course, the policeman might not have identified him. But some day or other it was bound to come that accidental confrontation which might mean his arrest. He walked swiftly until he reached the avenue. It was a part of London that he did not know, and appeared quite deserted. He wondered which way he should turn to get back to that area of London where he usually sought a bed. As he stood there glancing about him irresolutely, his eye caught a glimpse of somebody walking swiftly along, a slight girlish figure dimly visible in the dark vista of the empty street. There was something familiar in the girl's outline, something which caused his heart to give a great maddening jump. As he looked she turned into one of the converging streets. He raced up the broad road, indifferent at that moment whether the eyes of all the policemen in London were upon him. When he reached the street which had swallowed her he could see nothing of the form which had excited him. Then, far ahead, he again saw it passing under a distant lamp-post and merge once more into the darkness. He ran quickly in pursuit. The girl heard him coming and looked back anxiously. This time he saw her face. In a bound he was at her side. "Cicely, Cicely!" he cried. "Oh, Cicely, I have found you." Chapter 26. He saw her white face sharply uplifted in the darkness, and caught the startled gleam of her dark eyes. Then she recognized him. "You!" she breathed. "Oh, Charles, how did you find me?" "It was chance, Cicely, but no, it was something deeper and stranger than chance." He spoke in a tone of passionate conviction. "I've been walking London day and night, seeking for you. I felt sure I should find you sooner or later. I had given up hope for tonight, though. It was so late the tumult of his feelings checked his utterance. "I dare not go out earlier," she whispered. That was a reminder which brought him back sharply to the reality of things. He looked anxiously around him in the dark and empty street. In the vulgar expression they were both wanted by the police. The danger was doubled now that they were together. That was a freezing thought which had not occurred to him during his search for her. It occurred to him now. "I wonder where we could go and talk in safety," he murmured, "and decide what is best to do." "We might go to where I am staying," she unexpectedly suggested. "It is at the end of this street. Would that be quite safe?" He hazarded doubtfully. "I think so. Mrs. Johns told me that she would be very late tonight. She goes to spiritualistic meetings, and does not return home until early morning sometimes. We should be alone, and free to talk. There is nobody else in the house." He was too eager to raise any doubts of the safety of the suggested harborage. Their conversation, which had been carried on in suppressed and whispered tones, ceased as they advanced along the quiet street. Near the end Cicely turned into the small garden of an unlighted house. She unlocked the hall door, and they entered. He saw her bending over the hall stand, and guessing her intention, struck a match. She took it from him in silence, lit the hall gas, and shut the front door carefully. Then she struck another match from a box on the hall stand, and preceding him into the room on the right, lit the gas there. It was a small sitting room, simply and almost shabbily furnished, remarkable for some strange articles which were heaped at random on various small tables. There was a planchette, a tambourine, and other more mysterious appliances which suggested that the inmate spent much time with the trappings and wrappings of spiritualism. Papers and journals devoted to spiritualism were scattered about the room, and framed spirit photographs hung on the walls. Charles was not thinking of the interior of the room. His one thought was of Cicely. He had not seen her clearly in the dark street. She appeared to him now unchanged, a dear face as he had last seen it, her features luminous with tender feeling, her dark eyes dwelling gravely on him, just as she used to look. As she stood there, the realization of his haunting dreams, he had to fight down an impulse to take her in his arms. But it was not the moment for that. Because of the graveness of their situation, love had to stand aside. "Cicely, why did you go away?" he asked at length. She did not immediately reply, but lowered her glance as though collecting her thoughts. His look fastened with anxious scrutiny on her downcast face. She did not raise her eyes as she answered, "I had to go, Charles," was all she said. "Why did you not tell me, Cicely?" he said in a tone of reproach. "Why did you not let me know, that last day on the cliffs?" He failed to understand the glance she cast at him as he asked these questions, but it seemed to contain an element of surprise, almost astonishment. Absorbed in his own gloomy thoughts, he went on, "Do you remember what you told me about your mother's old nurse, and our memory pictures of her name? I thought you had gone there. So I went to Charleswood to look for you. I did think of going there. I intended to when I left Cornwall," she hurriedly rejoined. "Then, afterwards, I thought it best not to. I stayed at a private hotel in Euston Road on my first night in London, but did not like it, and next day I went to a boarding house near Russell Square. I meant to write to Mrs. Purcell from there, telling her my mother was dead. But that night after dinner I heard some of the boarders talking of the murder, and I knew I couldn't go to Charleswood then. I left that place early next morning, and came here. I had been walking about all the morning, not knowing what to do, when I saw the card in this window saying that there was a room to let. Mrs. Johns told me she wanted to let the room more for company than anything else, because she lived alone. I was glad to find it, and grateful to her. You have known all along that the police out looking for you?" he said gravely, after I heard them talking at the boarding house, rejoined simply. One of the women had an evening paper, and read it aloud to the others. I knew then, of course. The woman kept looking at me as she read as though she suspected that I was the missing girl. I was very nervous, but tried to pretend that I didn't notice, and left the room as soon as I dared. "What about this Mrs. Johns? Does she suspect anything?" he asked anxiously. "Oh, no. She is a very unworldly kind of woman, and thinks of nothing but spiritualism. She never reads newspapers." "Do not talk about it," he said suddenly, as though this picture of her wanderings was too much to be borne. "Why did you go away from Cornwall without a word? You said you had reasons. What were they, Cicely? I will tell you now." The soft difference in the tone of the last word was too femininely subtle for him to understand. "That afternoon, when my father was talking to you all in the front room downstairs, do you remember?" Yes, he said impatiently. "I heard something. I was at the door. It was you, then, and not Thalassa, who looked through the door," he said, glancing at her curiously. "I did not mean to listen," she replied, flushing slightly. "I was going out to the cliffs to the Moon Rock. I was very unhappy, and wanted to be alone with my thoughts. On my way past the door something my father was saying reached me. It concerned me. I did not take it in at first, or understand what it really meant. As I stood there, wondering, my eyes met my aunt's through the opening in the door, and I saw her spring to her feet. I hurried away because I did not want to see her. I wanted to think over what I had just heard, to try and understand what it meant. I went down to the Moon Rock, and sat there, thinking and thinking. They were so strange and terrible, those words I had overheard, but they were so few that I did not really guess then all that they meant. All I knew was that there was some dreadful secret behind them, some secret of my mother's which had something to do with me. I wished that I had heard more. As I sat there, wondering what I ought to do, you came, to tell you that I loved you, that I shall love you as long as I live," he interrupted eagerly. Again a faint flush rose to her cheeks, but she hurried on. "I could not tell you that I loved you while those dreadful words of my father were ringing in my ears. I wanted to see him first, to question him, to know if I had partly guessed the truth, or if there was any loophole of escape for me. Oh, do not think any worse of me now if I tell you that I loved you then and shall always love you. I wanted to tell you so that day by the Moon Rock, but I knew that I must not." "Why not?" His louder voice broke in on her subdued tones impetuously. "You should not have sent me away, Cicely. That was wrong. It has brought much misery upon us both. It was not wrong," she replied, with unexpected firmness and a momentary hardness of glance, which reminded him of her father's look. "It was because I was nobody less than that, if what I thought was true. There was your position to think of. You were to come into the title. My father told me that before. Damn the title!" The young man burst out furiously. "I told you that day I would have nothing to do with it. Why did you think about that? Because I've heard of nothing else all my life, I suppose," she rejoined with a ghost of a smile. "I couldn't tell you then that I loved you, because of it, and other things. Now, it is different. It does not matter what I say now." She spoke these words with an underlying note of deep sadness, and went on, "When you told me that you loved me I saw my duty plainly. I knew I must go away and hide myself from you, from everybody, go somewhere where nobody knew me, where I would never be known. But I wanted to see my father first, to make sure. I understand," he muttered in a dull voice. "I thought it all out on the way to the hotel with my aunt. I determined to go back and see my father that night. I felt that I could not sleep until I knew the whole truth. I left the dinner table as soon as I could, and hurried down to the station to catch the 7:30 wagonette to Street Fair. I got out of the wagonette at the crossroads, and walked over the moors. When I reached Flint House I knocked at the door, and Thalassa let me in. I told him I wanted to see my father, and he said he would wait downstairs and take me back across the moors when I came down. I ran upstairs and knocked at the door of my father's study. He did not reply, so I opened the door and went in. He was sitting at his table writing, and when he looked up and saw me he was very angry. "You, Cicely," he said, "what has brought you here at this hour?" I told him I had come to hear the truth from his own lips. I asked him to tell me everything. He gave me one of his black looks, but it did not frighten me. Nothing would have frightened me then. He seemed to consider for a moment, and then said that perhaps, after all, it would be better if he told me himself. So he told me in half a dozen sentences which seemed to burn into my brain. I sat still for a while, almost stunned, I think. Then, as the full force of what he had told me came home to my mind, I did something I had never done before. I pleaded with my father not for my own sake, but for my mother's. I told him I would go anywhere, do anything, if he would only keep her secret safe. I might as well have pleaded with the rocks. He sat there with a stern face until I went down on my knees to him and begged him to think about it, to keep it secret for a little while at least. He grew angry, very angry, at that. I remember I shall never be able to forget his reply. "A little while?" he said, "and the claim for the title is to be heard next week. I'm to postpone my claim for the sake of your mother, eh?" Cicely broke off suddenly, her white face flaming scarlet, her eyes widely distended, as though that last terrible scene was again produced before her vision. Charles Thorold watched her mutely, with the understanding that nothing he could say would bring comfort to her stricken soul. She continued after a pause, "I left him then. I knew that I should never be able to speak to him again. Downstairs, Thalassa was waiting for me. He had a letter in his hand. He looked at me, but did not speak, just opened the door, and we went out across the moors. We went silently. Thalassa was always kind to me, and I think that somehow he understood. It was not until we were nearing the crossroads that I turned to him and said quickly, "Thalassa, you must not tell anybody that I saw my father tonight. I wanted to keep it secret, I wanted nobody to know, never. I knew my father would not talk, it was not of sufficient consequence to him. He thought of nothing but the title. Thalassa promised that he wouldn't. Nobody will ever find out from me, Miss Cicely," he said. Thalassa went back, across the moors, and I waited by the crossroads till the wagonette came. When I got back to the hotel I went up to my room and to bed. I do not know what time it was next morning when my aunt came into my room, and told me that my father was dead. She did not tell me much. There had been a terrible accident, she said, and he had been found dead in his room. I did not feel shocked, only indifferent. I did not even wonder what had happened. Not then. Afterwards I overheard one of the maids in the corridor telling another that it was suicide. That made no difference to me, except that I wanted more than ever to get away. I formed my plans quickly, to go to London that day, but not by the express. I knew my aunt would not go back that morning after what had happened, but I thought her husband might have to go on business. And the express is always crowded. I did not wish to be seen and brought back. So I decided the slow midday train would be safest for me. I waited for a time, and then I was able to slip away from the hotel without being noticed, while my aunt was out. I got to London that night, feeling lonely and miserable. I knew I had done right, but I could not help thinking of you. She ceased. Charles Durald got up from his seat and took a turn round the room, then came back and stood looking down at her as she sat with her hand resting on the dark polished surface of the table. His first words seemed to convey some inward doubt of the adequacy of the motive for disappearance which her story revealed. You should not have gone away like that, Cicely, he said soberly. There was no reason, no real reason, I mean. Where was the necessity, after what I told you? Why should your father's death have made you more anxious to go? It seems to me that you had no reason then. She looked at him sadly in her first experience of masculine incomprehension of woman's exaltation of sacrifice in love, but she did not speak. He continued. But we must think of what's to be done. He walked up and down the room again, considering this question with compressed brows. He stopped, struck by a thought, and looked at her. The police have been trying to find out from Thalassa whether you went back to Flint House that night, but he will not tell them anything. So they suspect him also. She roused at that. Oh, they must not. She cried in distress. Poor Thalassa. He must tell them the truth. The question is, what is the truth? It flashed through his mind as he spoke that his interrogation was the echo of one put to him by his father before he left Cornwall. The truth is, that Thalassa and I left the house together that night before it happened. Oh, cannot they believe that? Cannot it be proved? I could tell them when you left, he said in a low tone. You? She cried, looking at him with a kind of fear. How do you know? Because I saw you. I was standing outside, close to the house. Why were you there? She put in quickly. He was slower in answering. I had gone to see your father about you. I was standing there, thinking. Waiting, when the front door opened, and you and Thalassa came out. I was surprised to see you, but it seemed to me an opportunity, a final chance to speak to you again. I started after you, Cicely, once more to ask you to consider my love for you. But you and Thalassa were swallowed up in the darkness of the moors before I could reach you. I followed with the intention of overtaking you, but I got lost on the moors instead, and was wandering about in the blackness for nearly half an hour before I found my way back to Flint House again. Could you not tell them, the police, that? She asked, a little wistfully. It would be useless, he solemnly replied. What do you mean? She said breathlessly. His rejoinder was a long time in coming. When his set lips moved, the words were barely audible. Because I would not be believed. Because I went straight up the path to the house, determined to see your father before it grew later. The front door was open, and the house seemed in complete darkness. I entered, and went upstairs. There was a light in your father's study. I found your father dead. He fixed care-worn eyes upon her. That story sounds incredible, even to you, doesn't it? But, oh! That startled cry seemed wrung from her involuntarily. Then, swiftly, as if her mind had detached itself to look on her own actions the night through his eyes, you believed that she checked herself, but her look completed the thought. I did not know what to think, but I did not think that, he gloomily rejoined. Afterwards, the next night, I found out something which made me think. He paused. Yes, tell me what you thought, she said nervously. I thought it was Thalassa. She shook her head. Who was it then? The latest theory of the police is that I had something to do with it. They're looking for both of us. They must have found out that I was at Flint House that night. It's too late to tell them the truth now, not that they were likely to have believed me at any time. Why, my own father believes that I did this thing. He laughed discordantly. I tried to convince your father's lawyer of your innocence, and I might have told him the truth if he had been sympathetic. I don't know, though, he added anxiously. I had to consider your position all along. If my story was disbelieved, it only made it worse for you. If it was not Thalassa, who could it have been? Have you any idea, the faintest suspicion? Again she shook her head. She made an effort to look at him, but there were tears in her eyes for the first time. His hand was resting on the table, and she touched it gently with her fingers. We must find out. He spoke loudly, as if with the idea that a firm utterance lessened the tremendous difficulty of that performance. What can we do? Her tone was hopeless enough. Let me think. He fiddled with the planchette on the table as though he had some notion of invoking the shade of Robert Durald to answer the question. Had your father any enemy? Did he fear anybody? She raised thoughtful eyes to his in reply. My father feared nobody, she said. At least, I do not think so. Nobody had any real influence over him except Thalassa. What sort of an influence? It is difficult to describe, she hesitatingly answered. Thalassa could take liberties which nobody else would have dared. He used to go into his room at any time. Sometimes I have awakened late at night and heard the murmur of their voices coming from my father's study. Anything else?" he said, looking at her keenly. "There was never any question of Thalassa leaving us," she went on. "Wherever we went, and we were always going to some fresh part of England about the title, Thalassa went also. Perhaps it was because he had known him for so long that my father allowed Thalassa to do things which nobody else could do. Thalassa used to sneer about the title, and say no good would come of it. They had a quarrel once, long, long ago. I was a very little girl at the time, and I can just remember it," she added dreamily. She was apparently unconscious of the significance of these revelations, but they made a deep impression upon Charles. There was something expectant and cruel in his face as he listened to the aroused instinct of the hunter. He addressed her. "This bears out what I have believed all along. Thalassa knows about the murder. He is mixed up in it in some way." "Oh, why do you think that?" she exclaimed, clasping her hand in distress. "Why?" he echoed. "Because your father was not the man to stand insolence from Thalassa or anybody else unless he had to. Thalassa must have had him under his thumb in some way. Why did I not know of this before? It's clear enough now. Thalassa, even if he did not commit the murder, he did not," she said quickly. "He left the house with me, so he could not have done it. Then he knows who did. He and your father shared some secret together, some dreadful secret which brought about your father's death. That is one reason why Thalassa will not speak, because he is implicated in this mystery, whatever it is. No, no. He is keeping silence because of me, I feel sure. I made him promise not to tell." Charles Durold shook his head decidedly. "He may have more than one reason for keeping silent," he said with a swift flash of intuition. "If it is as you say, he is shielding himself as well as you. If your father was killed while Thalassa was out of the house that night, Thalassa knows who did it." Her eyes met his in an agony of perplexity and distress. "Oh, no, I cannot think you are right," she said. "If I could only see Thalassa for 5 minutes, what good would that do?" he abruptly demanded. "He would tell me the truth if he knew." He shook his head incredulously. "You do not know all," he murmured. He shrank from telling her of the marks on her father's arm. "I know Thalassa," she eagerly replied. "He would tell me if he thought it would help me. If you think that I will go down and see him and get it all out of him, no, no. You must not go," she cried in a fright. "It would not be safe for you. Would it be any more dangerous than hiding in London like a skulking rat?" He bitterly replied. "This cannot go on. We are both in a dangerous position, and might be arrested at any moment. What would happen then? Who would believe my story or yours? They sound improbable even to ourselves. Here, at least, is a chance of discovering the truth, for I most solemnly believe that Thalassa knows it, or guesses it. What other chance have we of finding out the hideous mystery of that night? I must go, Cicely. I will be careful, for your sake." She knew by his voice that he was not to be deterred from the hazardous enterprise, so she did not attempt to dissuade him further. But she clung to him trembling, as though she would have shielded him from the menace of capture. He was thinking rapidly. "It may be that I shall fail," he said. "I do not think so, because I shall take every precaution. But the police will be watching for me in Cornwall as well as here. If I fail, if I do not come back, you will understand?" Her look answered him. "You had better watch the papers. And be careful on your own account." He eyed her anxiously. "Do you think you will be safe here till I get back?" "Yes, I think so," she murmured sadly. "Very well. I will go down by tonight's train. I've just time to catch it." He glanced at his watch with an assumption of cheerfulness. "When you wake up in the morning I shall be in Cornwall. I shall not sleep," she said, in a miserable broken voice. "I shall lie awake, thinking of you." He caught her swiftly in his arms, and kissed her on the lips. "If I find out the truth, nothing shall come between us then, Cicely?" "No, nothing," she said. He turned with a sudden swift movement as though to go, but she still held him. "Tell Thalassa that I ask him to tell you the truth, if he knows it." She released him then, and stood looking after him as he walked from the room and out of the house. Chapter 27. Flint House looked a picture of desolation in the chill grey day, wrapped in such silence that Charles's cautious knock seemed to reverberate through the stillness around. But the knocking, repeated more loudly, aroused no human response. After waiting a while the young man pulled the bell. From within the house a cracked and jangling tinkle echoed faintly, and then quivered into silence. He rang again, but there was no sound of foot or voice, no noise but the cries of the gulls overhead and the hoarse beat of the sea at the foot of the cliffs. A cormorant, sitting on a rock nearby, twisted its thin neck to stare fearlessly at the visitor. But Charles Durald was not thinking of cormorants. Where was Thalassa? Where was his wife? He believed they were still in Cornwall, but they might have left the house. He had been in London a long while. Not so long, though only 12 days. 12 days. 12 eternities of unendurable hopelessness and loneliness, such as the damned might know. Was he to fail, now, after finding Cicely? He had a responsibility, a solemn duty. He had reached Cornwall safely from London, run the gauntlet of all the watching eyes of the police, and he would not go back without seeing Thalassa. His mind was thoroughly made up. He would find him, if he had to walk every inch of Cornwall in search of him. And when he found him he would wrest the truth out of him. Yes, by God, he would. When he found him, but where was he to be found? The crafty old scoundrel might be in the house at that moment, lurking there like a wolf, perhaps grinning down at him from behind some closed window. A sudden rage surged over him at that thought, and he fell savagely on the shut door, beating it with insensate fury with his fists. Damn him, he would force his way in. The cormorant ruffled its greenish feathers and watched him curiously. The faint cries of the gulls overhead seemed borne downward with a note of mocking derision. Charles Durald stepped back from the door with an uneasy look at the cormorant, as though fearing to detect in its unreflecting beadiness of glance some humanly cynical enjoyment at his loss of self-control. The wave of feeling had spent itself. Not thus was victory to be won. He paused to consider, then tried the knocker again. The knocker smote the wood with a hollow sound, like a stroke on the iron door of a vault, loud enough to rouse the dead. Charles Durald had a disagreeable impression of Robert Durald starting up in his grave clothes at the summons, listening. But no. The dead man was safe in his grave by this time. He had forgotten that. A sudden silence fell on the house, a deep and profound stillness, as though seas and wind had hushed their wailing speech to listen for the answer to the knock. The birds, too, were silent. The house remained immutably quiet. Charles Durald bent down, and peered through the keyhole, but could see nothing within but darkness. Then, as he looked, a sound reached his ears, a sound like a thin cackle of laughter from the interior of the house. In the gathering gloom within he had a momentary impression of a stealing greyish shape, a shape which vanished from his vision as he looked. He rose to his feet, his mind groping blindly for some tangible explanation of this spectral thing, but finding none. A ghost? He shook off that feeling roughly. God knows, that house might well be haunted, but not by a ghost that could laugh, though there was no merriment in that ghastly cackle. The reality of the thing, whatever it was, could not be worse than the sound. Had he really seen anything, after all? Was there some trap about it, some danger to himself? He would have to risk that. The distant sight of a human figure far away on the wide space of the moors, clambering over the granite slabs of a stile, turned his thoughts to a more perceptible danger. If he could see the man more than half a mile away, his own figure must be apparent over a long distance in that clear brown expanse. Perhaps at that very moment the policeman from the church town was prowling about the moors in search of him. His actions at that lonely house were suspicious enough to attract anybody's attention. That was an act of imprudence which he had no right to commit. He had not evaded the keen eyes of the London police to be trapped like a rat by a rural constable. It was too dangerous for him to remain there. He determined to spend the rest of the day among the cliffs, and return to Flint House when night fell. He walked away, briskly at first, but with a more laggard step as he plunged into the shelter of the great rocks, for he had had nothing to eat since the night before, and was beginning to be conscious of his weakness. But he strode on, doggedly enough, for more than an hour, until he found himself at a part of the coast he had not seen before, a theatre of black rocks, with dark towering walls, and a hissing sea whitening at the base. At the foot of these cliffs 3 jagged conical rocks rose bare and glistening, the spray from the broken sea dashing far up their sides. As Charles stood there, looking down, he saw a man appear from the edge of the furthest one and walk rapidly across the sloping shelf of rock which spanned the narrow bay near the surface of the sea. His heart leapt within him as he took in the figure of the man. It was Thalassa. As Charles climbed down from the higher cliffs to intercept him, there came to his mind an imperfectly comprehended fragment of conversation which he had overheard, between waking and dozing, in the train that morning. The voices drifted to his dulled hearing from the next compartment, where some men seemed to be discussing somebody of whom they stood in dread, somebody who was forever striding along the cliffs with his eyes fixed on some distant horizon, as though seeking someone. The object of the mysterious being's quest, if it was a quest, nobody who met him cared to ask. So much he had gathered. He had heard one of the speakers say, "I've met an, ever so late, stalk in a loo like th devil." Sort of know a bad conscience. It's dreadful to think about. I got Otto his way. I'd as soon speak to Th Devil. ISS, awed. Charles had thought nothing of this chatter at the time, but he wondered now if they were talking of Thalassa. Did the local fisherfolk believe that he had something to do with the murder, and shunned him like Ishmael in consequence? He looked like Ishmael at that moment, crossing that wild place, earnestly scanning every nook of those seamed and riven walls, sometimes glancing stealthily behind him. His preoccupation in this search, if it was a search, was so great that he never once glanced ahead, and he did not see Charles until the young man leapt down the last few paces of his slippery descent and stood plainly forth before him. Thalassa's brown face did not move a muscle as he looked at him. "Thalassa," said Charles sternly, "I have been looking for you." Thalassa went on, still scanning the secret places of the towering cliffs as he walked forward with Charles beside him. When the rugged passage was crossed, and the narrow wild bay left behind, he spoke. "For what?" "To have the truth out of you, you infernal scoundrel!" cried the young man fiercely, his self-control suddenly vanishing at that indifferent tone. "You know all about the murder of your master. You're going to tell me, or I'll throw you off these cliffs into the sea." He gripped the other's arm as he spoke, but Thalassa tore off his fingers, and leapt backward against a rock, a knife in his hand, snarling like a wild beast. "Keep off!" he cried. "Keep off, or by Christ!" He hooked the air with his knife. Charles eyed him across the space, affected almost to nausea by his evil glance. What a fool he had been to lose his temper. Not in that way was the truth to be reached. The man before him was not to be terrorized or intimidated. Cicely's way would have been the best. He wondered whether it was too late to attempt it. "I was hasty, Thalassa," he said. "Come, do not let us quarrel after I have risked everything to get down here to see you. I have a message for you from Cicely." The face of the man crouching by the rock changed instantly. He made a step forward, as if to speak, then cast a gleaming eye of unbelief at his companion. "It's a lie," he said. "You haven't seen her." "I'm speaking the truth," Charles earnestly replied. "Do you think I'd have come back to Cornwall otherwise, knowing the police are searching for me?" "You know that, do you?" muttered the other. "They've been watching Flint House for you. You were a fool to come back here. I'd risk more than that to learn the truth, Thalassa. It's for Cicely's sake. I've seen her. She's in London, and I've come from her. She gave me this message to bring to you. She said, 'Tell Thalassa that I ask him to tell the truth if he knows it. The police are looking for her as well as me. I've heard so.'" With these words, uttered quickly, Thalassa fell into the silence of a man on his guard and pondering. Charles approached nearer. "Thalassa," he pleaded, "if you are keeping anything back you must tell me for Cicely's sake." "How do I know you've seen her?" retorted Thalassa, darting a dark crafty look at him. Charles was overwhelmed by a sense of catastrophe. Here was a possibility which had been overlooked. How was he to instill belief that he spoke the truth? A moment passed. Thalassa cast another black look at him, and turned as if to walk away. "I'll keep my word," he muttered to himself. The young man's quick ear caught the whispered sentence, and saw the way. "I'll prove it to you," he said. "You promised Cicely that you'd tell nobody she was at Flint House to see her father on the night he was killed. How could I know that unless I'd seen her?" "What else?" said Thalassa, facing him with a strange and doubtful glance. "You let her in," Charles rapidly continued, "and you waited downstairs for her. Afterwards you took her back across the moors to catch the wagonette. It was on the way, near the crossroads, that Cicely made you promise not to tell anybody that she'd been there that night. Suppose it's true, what then?" Thalassa's voice was edged with the craftiest caution. "She's sent you to me to ask for the truth, say you? 'Twould have been safer not. What else is there to say, when she's told you everything?" He cast a look of savage jealousy at the young man. "Much." Charles spoke rapidly, but his glance was despairing. "What happened while you were away from the house? What sent your wife mad? What did you find when you returned? You know these things, Thalassa." "Happen I did. What could come of telling them? To save Cicely. They not help to save her. Do you think she shot her father?" Thalassa gave him another dark look, but remained silent. "You know she didn't, you hound!" cried Charles, anger flaring up in him again. "It was you, it must have been you. Listen to me. I know almost enough to hang you. I was in the house while you were away, and found your master lying dead in his study, and the key of the door in the passage outside. Who could have dropped it there except you? 'Twa'n't me. 'Twas done before I got back to the house," answered Thalassa. "What time was it when you left the house with Cicely?" Gone 8:30, perhaps 10 minutes after. She came running downstairs, her eyes staring and blazing. "Thalassa, dear Thalassa, for pity's sake let me out," she said half sobbing. "Oh, what did I come for? He's wicked wicked." 'Twasn't for me to say anything between father and daughter, so I just opened the door without a word, and went out with her. What time did Cicely catch the wagonette? That's what I don't know. She made me go back when we got to the crossroads. She knew as well as I did that the old fool who drives it wasn't particular as to time, and she worried about my old woman getting scared if she found herself alone, and me out. "Go back to her, Thalassa," she said, "I shall be all right now." That was just after she'd made me promise to tell nobody that she'd been to see her father that night. And, by God, I kept my word. Nobody got anything out of me, though they tried hard enough. Well, when she sent me back I went, leaving her standing, for I had my own reason for going. When I looked back after a bit I saw her standing there by the light of the dirty little lamp above the crossroads. Did you see the wagonette on the road? Not a sign of it. Just her alone. A faint hope died in Charles's breast. Even the drunken irregularity of a Cornish cabman told against Cicely. But that point was not so immediately important as Thalassa's story that a murder had been committed during his absence from Flint House. Although his own experience supported that supposition, Charles was reluctant to accept a theory which plunged the events of that night into deeper mystery than ever. "Well, go on," he said. "What did you find when you got back?" "The house was dark and the door open. The wind was coming in from the sea sharp enough to take your head off your shoulders, and I thought perhaps I jammed the door without closing it, and it had blowed open with the wind. But when I got inside I heard something like moaning. I thought that might be the wind too, for it's forever screeching up and down the passages like a devil, especially o' nights." He stopped suddenly, with a cautious sidelong look at his listener. "Yes, yes," cried Charles. "And what then?" Thalassa went on, but a little moodily. "I went along to the kitchen and found the old woman lying on the floor, in a kind of fit or faint, making the queer noise I'd just heard. When I picked her up she opened her eyes, laughing and crying and making mouths as she pointed to the ceiling. I could get nothing out of her for a while. Then she mutters something about a crash upstairs, and goes off into another fit. I carried her into her bedroom and went upstairs as fast as my legs would take me. There was a light under his door, but he didn't answer when I knocked. I tried to open it, but it was locked inside. In a bit there was a knock downstairs. You know what happened after that?" He lapsed into silence again, with another look at the young man. "That was when my aunt and her husband and Dr. Ravenshaw came to the door?" said Charles, filling in the pause. "But how was it that you told them that you feared something had happened to your master? Was that pure guesswork on your part? You hadn't been in the room, you say. I had to tell them something, hadn't I?" retorted the other sullenly. "If I hadn't told them that, it would have all come out about me going out with Miss Cicely, and not into the coal cellar. As I said, it is astonishing that your story should have been so near the truth when you knew nothing of what had taken place. I did know something. The door was open, the house dark, and she in a fit on the floor, saying there'd been a crash upstairs. Then his door was locked, and I couldn't get an answer. Wasn't that enough? Hardly enough to warrant your saying that you feared your master had been murdered unless you expected him to be murdered." "I didn't say that," replied Thalassa with unusual quickness. "All I said was that I was afraid something had happened to him. There was reason for thinking that. I had to make up my story quick, that part about just going for Dr. Ravenshaw. That was because I'd still got my hat and topcoat on, just as I'd come in from the moors, and I wasn't going to break my promise to Miss Cicely. Did you see the blood under the door when you went up and tried to get in?" "I've told you all there is to tell," was the dogged response. "What frightened your wife so much? Do you think she saw the murderer?" "That's what I would like to know," responded Thalassa, with a swift cunning glance. He turned his face away and looked across the sea, the brown outline of his hooked profile more than ever like an effigy carved by savage hands. Charles scanned him despairingly. The feeling was strong within him that he was still keeping something back. "Thalassa," he said, "you should have told this story before. You have done wrong in keeping it back. 'Twould have been breaking of my word to Miss Cicely. It was of more importance to clear her. You could have done that if you had come forward and told the police, as you've just told me, that she left the house with you before 9 o'clock on that night. 'Twouldn't have helped if I had. I found out next day that the wagonette didn't get to the crossroads that night till nearly 10 o'clock. 'Twas after 9:30 when it left the inn." "What made you find out that? Do you think I didn't put my wits to work when the damned detective was trying to put me into it as well as her? I thought it all out then about telling the truth. But I thought it'd have been no good for her, but only made matters worse. Who would have believed me? There be times when a man can say too much, so I kept my mouth shut. There was so much sense in this that Charles had nothing to say in reply. In silence they tramped along till they reached the dip of the sea in which the moon rock lay. Here they paused, as if with a mutual feeling that the time had come for the interview to end. Behind them towered the cliffs, with Flint House hanging crazily on the summit far above where they stood. The eye of Charles ranged along the shore to the spot where he had said goodbye to Cicely not so very long ago, then returned to rest doubtingly on Thalassa. The old man stood with his hand resting on a giant rock, his dark eyes fixed on the rim of the waste of grey water where a weak declining sun hung irresolutely, as though fearing the inevitable plunge. "I'd have given my right arm to have saved her from this," Charles heard him mutter. Charles found himself looking down at Thalassa's brown muscular arm, corded with veins, stretched out on the rock by which he stood. It was as though it had been bared for his inspection, which was not, indeed, the case. If that arm could save Cicely, it was at her service. But what was the good of that? What was the good of his own efforts to help her? Charles had a suffocating feeling of the futility of human effort when opposed by the malignity of fate. He asked himself with aching heart what was to be the outcome of it all. He had failed. What then? It was not until that moment that he realized how strongly he had been buoyed up by the false optimism of hope. His consciousness, as though directed by the power of a devil, was forced to look for the first time upon the hideous inevitability of the appointed end. No, no. Not that, he shudderingly whispered to himself. Neither moved. The minutes passed leaden-footed. It was silent and still in that wild spot, as if theirs were the only two human hearts beating in a dead world. It seemed as though neither could bring it upon himself to terminate the interview. Charles was the first to break the silence. He spoke like a man coming out of a dream. "Did that clock upstairs keep good time?" he asked in a low voice. Thalassa turned on him as if not understanding the purport of the question. It was going shipshape and Bristol fashion in the afternoon. What's that got to do with it? What does it signify if it was 5 minutes fast or slow? The logic of the answer was apparent to Charles, who knew he was only attempting to pluck something by chance out of the dark maze. But another and shrewder idea started up in his mind. "What was your reason for hurrying back across the moors that night? Miss Cicely told me to go." "But you had another reason, a reason of your own," said Charles, turning quickly to regard him. "You said so yourself." "If I had I've forgotten what it was," said Thalassa with a black look. "You cannot have forgotten," cried Charles. "What was it?" Hope sprang up in his heart again like a warm flame as he detected something confused and irresolute in the other's attitude. "Thalassa, you are keeping something back. You know, or you guess, who the murderer is." "I'm keeping nothing back, you are. I can see it in your face. What is it that you will not tell? What do you fear?" "The gallows for one thing. You'd sooner see Cicely lose her life on them?" This bitter taunt, wrung from the depth of the young man's anguished heart, had an instantaneous and unexpected effect on his companion. "No, no," he hoarsely cried, "I couldn't bear that. But it's nothing to tell, nothing to help. It was earlier that night, before she came. I was looking out of the kitchen window, when I thought I saw a rock move. Then I looked again, and it seemed like a man though I couldn't see his face." "Is that all?" Bitter disappointment rang in Charles's voice. "That might have been me. I was out on the rocks that night, close to Flint House." "Tweren't you?" Thalassa's reply was so low as to be almost inaudible. "I don't know who it was, but I'll take my Bible oath it weren't you." "Who was it then?" Charles asked breathlessly. "A dead man, or his spirit." "I know that now, though I laughed when he said it. I know better now." He stopped suddenly, like one who has said too much, and looked moodily out to sea. "What do you mean by that?" "Never mind what I mean. It's nothing to do with you. A man's a fool when he gets talking. The tongue trips you up." "Thalassa," said Charles solemnly, "if you know anything which might throw the remotest light on this mystery it is your duty to reveal it. It's easy to talk." "But I swore I would never tell." "This is the moment to forget your oath. It's fine to talk for you. But he'd come back to haunt me, if he knew." He jerked his thumb in the direction of the distant churchyard where Robert Durald lay. Charles looked at his grim and secret face in despair. "I hope you realize what you are doing by keeping silence," he said. "I'm keeping a still tongue in my head, for one thing." "For one thing, yes. For another, you're injuring Cicely. You're doing more than injure her. You're letting her remain under suspicion of her father's death, in hiding in London, hunted by the police. Yet she believed in you. It was she who sent me to you. It was she who said, Tell Thalassa for me to tell the truth, if he knows it. Is she mistaken in you, Thalassa? Do you think more of your own skin than her safety? Chapter 28. It was a strange story which Charles Thorold heard by that great Cornish sea, a story touched with a glitter of adventurous fortune in the somber setting of a trachytic island, where wine-dark breakers beat monotonously on a black beach of volcanic sand strewn with driftwood, kelp, dead shells, and the squirming forms of blind worms tossed up from the bowels of a dead sea. It was there in the spell of solitude 30 years before that Robert Thorold's soul had yielded to temptation at the beck of his monstrous ambition. That, however, was the end, or what Robert Thorold imagined to be the end of the story. The listener was first invited to contemplate a scene in human progress when men gathered from the four corners of the earth and underwent incredible hardships of hunger, thirst, disease, lived like beasts and died like vermin for the sake of precious stones in the earth. Thalassa brought up before the young man's eyes a vivid picture of an African diamond rush of that period, a corrugated iron settlement of one straggling street, knee-deep in sand, swarming with vermin and scorpions, almost waterless, crowded with a mongrel, ever-increasing lot of needy adventurers brought from all parts of the world by reports of diamonds which could be picked out with a penknife from the dunes and sandy shingle which formed the background of the villainous town. In the great waves and ridges of sand which stretched everywhere as far as the eye could reach, runaway scoundrels of every shade of color wound on their bellies with the terrible pertinacity of ants, sweating and groping in that choking dust for the glittering crystals so rarely found. Thalassa had been infected by the diamond fever like so many more. Like other young men who wanted plenty of money for women and grog, what else, he asked, could a man get for money that was worth having? In those days he was a sailor before the mast, lacking the capital for such delights. So he deserted his timber tramp when she touched at Port Elizabeth, and set out for the diamond fields with another runaway, the ship's cook, who had an ambition to have his meals cooked for him for the rest of his life, instead of cooking meals for other people. The fields were far to the north. Thalassa reached them after a terrible journey through the stony veldt and sandy desert, broken by barren hills. His companion died of the hardships, and was buried in the desert which stretched to the wandering course of the Orange River. Thalassa secured his license and went prospecting. Dost know anything about diamonds, digging for them? He broke off to ask. Charles Thorold shook his head. Thalassa lapsed into silence for some moments, his eyes fixed on the sea hissing among the black wet rocks at his feet, then said, "A man's a fool most of his days, but sometimes he can be such a fool that the memory come up to mock him when he lays dying. Here was I, deserting my ship and throwing away a year's wages and almost my life to get to these damned fields, thinking to pick up diamonds cut and glittering like I'd seen them in London shops, when as soon as I clapped eyes on the first diamond I saw dug up I knew that I'd left behind me at the other end of the world as many rough diamonds as there was in the whole of that dustbin of a place, diamonds that didn't have to be dug for, either, only I didn't know them when I saw them." His narrowed eye gleamed craftily, a mere pin's point of expression in the direction of Charles, as though expecting a question. But Charles kept silence, so he went on with his story. He let it be understood that his luck on the fields was of the worst possible description. Never a solitary stone came his way. But he had no heart for digging. He was always thinking of the diamonds in that remote spot which he had ignorantly let slip from his grasp, like the dog in the fable dropping the substance for the shadow. He would have gone back to look for them, but he'd spent most of his little capital in that wild goose chase, and the miserable remnant oozed away like water in a place where the barest necessaries of life cost fabulous prices. Soon he became stranded, practically penniless. It was this precarious moment of his fortunes which his star, his evil star, he insisted on that, selected to bring him into juxtaposition with the man whose life was to be inexorably mingled with his own from that time henceforward. The actual meeting place was a tin-roofed grog shanty kept by a giant Kaffir woman and a sore-eyed degenerate white man, whose subjection to his black paramour had earned for him among the blacks on the field the terrible sobriquet of White Harry. Here, one night, Thalassa sat drinking bad beer and planning impossible schemes for returning to his diamonds at the other end of the world. The place was empty of other customers. The Kaffir woman slumbered behind the flimsy planking of the bar, and White Harry sat on the counter scraping tunes out of a little fiddle. Thalassa remembered the tune he was playing, Annie Laurie. Upon this scene there entered two young men, Englishmen. Thalassa discerned that at once by the cut of their jib. Besides, they ordered base beer. Who else but Englishmen would order base beer at 5 shillings a bottle in a god-forsaken place like that? He was one of them. Thalassa moved his hand vaguely in the direction of Street Fair Churchyard. Smart and lively he was then, not like what he was afore he died. I took a fancy to him as soon as I set my eyes on him. He was a man in those days, and I knowed a man when I saw one. I didn't care so much for the looks of the other, and Remington was his name, as I heard afterwards. Well enough for some tastes, but too much of the good almighty Englishman about him to suit me. A handsome chap he was, this Remington, I'm bound to say, young and slim, with a pink face like a girl's, not a hair on it, and looking as though he might have turned out of a bandbox. Him twirled had a moustache, and his face was a dark un, but I liked him for all his black looks, though not so black in those days, either. More eager-like. Charles Durold found himself trying to picture Robert Durold in the part of a smart, lively young fellow, and failing utterly. But time took the smartness out of a man in less than 30 years. It had also taken the liveliness out of Robert Durold for good and all. Thalasser went on with his story. The young men were served with their beer at 5 shillings a bottle, and sat down in a corner to drink it. They talked as they sipped, and Thalasser listened. His original idea that they were young men of wealth, because of the base, was soon dispersed by the trend of their conversation. They had gone out from England to make their fortunes on the fields, but had come a cropper like himself, and were discussing what they'd do next. The fair-haired one, Remington, was all for getting back to England while they had any money left, but Durold was dead against it. There were plenty of diamonds to be found, and he was going to have some of them. He'd been talking to a man who was just back from the interior with a story of a river beach full of diamonds, and he was fitting up an expedition to go back and get them. Durold wanted to join in, but Remington said he'd heard too many stories of diamonds to be picked up for the asking. Had he forgotten about the cursed Jew who got £100 out of them? Durold said this was different. The man had brought back a little bottle full of diamonds. Remington replied with a sneer about salting. They argued. Suppose we dropped the last of our money? Remington asked. No worse than crawling back to England like whipped curs, poorer than we set out, said the other. Remington said he didn't want to go back to England like that, but he'd sooner face it than run the risk of being stranded in that hell of a place. Durold answered he was not going back till he'd made a fortune. He said, Thalasser remembered his exact words, I don't care how I do it, Remington, but I will do it, mark my words. Show me a more sensible plan than this, and I'm with you, Remington had replied. It was at this stage that Thalasser was seized with an inclination to thrust himself into the dialogue. Striving to explain his reasons at that distance of time, he said it was Robert Durold's last remark which really decided him did the trick, as he phrased it. Actually it must have been a prompt recognition of the kinship between two lawless souls. He left his seat and went across to where the two young Englishmen were earnestly talking, unaware that they had been overheard. He approached them as one shipwrecked sailor might approach two other castaways marooned on the same rock. They all wanted money, and they all wanted to get away from that god-forsaken hole. Diamonds they were after. Well, he could take them to a place at the other end of the world where there were enough diamonds in the rough to make them all rich for life. After the first surprise at his interruption they heard him in silence, and then plied him with questions. Where were these diamonds? In a volcanic island in the South Pacific. Whereabout? They couldn't expect him to tell them that. It was Robert Durold. Thalasser seemed to have addressed himself principally to him, who asked him how he knew that the diamonds were still there. Thalasser's reply was that they were buried in a big box, and the island was out of the run of ships. What sort of a big box? Durold had asked. Thalasser replied, perhaps reluctantly, that the box was a kind of a coffin, and that there was a dead man inside of it as well as the diamonds, but he, at all events, was not likely to run off with them. Remington and Durold were startled by this answer, and conferred hastily apart. They returned to ask more questions. They wanted to know how the body and the diamonds had got there in the first instance, but that was a story which Thalasser refused to reveal. That had nothing to do with it, he said. The ship which had buried the man there had gone down afterwards with all hands, so nobody knew about the diamonds except him. After that Remington became the chief questioner, Robert Durold merely looking on, his dark eyes frequently meeting Thalasser's. It seemed as though he must have realized that these last replies concealed a story better left unprobed. But Remington wanted to know why Thalasser had come searching for diamonds in that part of the world when he knew a plenty in another, and Thalasser had replied, in all simplicity, that it was because the Almighty had endowed him with more muscles than brains, and he hadn't recognized the worth of the stones at the time. In fact, he didn't know that they were diamonds. His experience on the fields had improved his knowledge in that respect, and he now knew that he had left behind him on the lonely island enough diamonds in the rough to make them all rich, 2 bottles full, and some in a leather bag. where the dead man also kept one of those digging licenses which the damned German officials sold you. What did they call it? Prospector's Licenseskaufschein? Said Remington. Yes, that was it. He knew it again as soon as he got one on the fields. Thorold and Remington again talked together in whispers, and then Thorold asked Thalasser how he proposed to get the diamonds. Thalasser had his plan ready. They must get down to the Cape and get a boat to Sydney from Cape Town. That was the jumping-off place. From Sydney they were to take a boat to another place. The island was a bare 2 days' sail from the other place, and Thalasser proposed to hire a cutter on the mainland and sail over to it. He was no navigator, but he could find his way back to that island again at any time. Thorold seemed inclined to agree, but Remington put in another of his sharp questions. Why did he want to bring 2 strangers into the business? What was to prevent him getting the diamonds on his own account, without sharing with anybody? Thalasser replied that he had no money to finance the expedition, and even if he got the diamonds they'd be no use to him. How could a rough seaman like himself, who could hardly write his own name, turn the stones into the large sum of money they represented? That was an enterprise which called for civilized qualities of education and address which he did not possess. From his standpoint it was an even deal between them. They were to supply the money and intelligence in return for his knowledge, and they would share and share alike. It was Robert Thorold who ultimately settled the decision, winning over the reluctant Remington with words which Thalasser had never forgotten. He also recognized the risk, but he thought it was well worth taking. It seemed that the two had a little more than £200 left between them, just about enough to carry the thing through. What was the use of returning to England with that paltry sum? He had asked. He spoke of a girl, some girl who was waiting in England for Remington while he made his fortune abroad. Was he going to go back to her penniless? Even if this doesn't turn out right, he went on, we'll have reached another part of the world, with a fresh chance of making money, instead of being poor in England, that breeding ground for tame rabbits, where poverty is the unforgivable sin. I liked him for those words, said Thalasser, for they came from a man whose thoughts were after the style of my own. 'Twas they decided, the other chap, and next morning we set out for Cape Town. From there we got passages in a cargo boat for Sydney. Charles found it easier to visualize this picture than the former. The departure of the three upon such a wild romantic venture had in its elements all the audacity, greed, and splendor of youth, and he also was young. Thalasser went on with his story. During the voyage to Sydney, Robert Thorold used to talk to him on deck at nights after Remington had gone to his bunk. It was in these solitary deck tramps under glittering stars that Thalasser first heard from the other's lips of the Thorold title, the title for which the fortune he was seeking was merely a stepping stone, the means to obtain it. Night after night he talked of nothing else, said Thalasser, and I knew he would do what he wanted to do. It was easy to gather from his story that his original admiration for Robert Thorold soon grew into a deeper and stronger feeling. There was something in the dead man's masterful, ambitious character which exercised a reluctantly conceded but undoubted fascination upon his companion's fierce spirit. Such were their relations when they reached Sydney and set out on a further voyage to the other place which Thalasser was so reluctant to name. On arriving at the other place they made their way to its east coast, which was the starting point of their journey to the island. From a brown man living on the coast, Thalasser hired a smart little ketch which the three of them could easily handle, and in this they embarked for the island from a beach which curved like a white tusk around a blue bay. They did not reach the island for 6 days through baffling winds, and not because they did not steer a right course. As Thalasser had said, there was no difficulty in finding it, for they had only been 1 day at sea when the smouldering smoke of the distant volcanic cone came into vision, making an unholy mark against the clear sky which they never lost again. Gradually they beat nearer until they made it a circular ragged high ridge jutting abruptly from a deep sullen sea, with a red glow showing fitfully in the smoke of the summit. There was an outer reef, but Thalasser knew the passage, and steered the ketch through a tortuous channel above sunken needle-pointed rocks to a little sheltered harbor inshore. Here they made the ketch fast, and landed on a beach of volcanic violet, where they sometimes sank knee-deep into sulphuric water, and felt squirming sea things squelch beneath their tread. Above this margin of violet-black sand, deposits of volcanic rock and lava rose almost perpendicularly, enclosing the central cone in a kind of amphitheater. The stones they had traveled so far to obtain were there waiting for them. Thalasser hurried over that part of the story, narrating it in barest outline with suspicious glances directed at his listener's intent face. Apparently he led his companions to the spot as soon as they landed, up a path through a gap in the crater wall, across a furrowed slope all aquake, where jets of steam issued from gurgling fissures in snaky spirals. On the other side of this dreary waste Thalassa led the way across a ledge to firmer ground and a grave. Charles gathered that the occupant of the grave had been coffined in a seaman's chest in his clothes. There he was, with his bottles of diamonds in his coat pockets, and more in his leather bag in his breast pocket, just as I left him 12 months afore to go to the other end of the world looking for what I'd buried. A grim smile curved Thalassa's face as he uttered these words. The idea seemed to contain elements of humor for him. They were diamonds, then? Said Charles curiously. They were diamonds right enough. Thorold said they were diamonds as soon as he uncorked one of the bottles and poured a few into the palm of his hand. There were some rare big ones in one of the bottles, enough to have brought all those fools tumbling out of Africa if they'd know of them. From some papers they found on the chap, Thorold said he must have been prospecting in nigh every part of the world. How did he come to be buried there with his diamonds, in that lonely spot? Asked Charles wonderingly. He was a passenger, and died as we was passing the island. 'Twas the skipper's fancy to give him a land burial. But that doesn't matter a dump, it's outside the story. He turned his eyes away from Charles. Dusk had fallen before they finished their search, and Thalassa would not undertake the risk of threading the boat out from the tortuous reef passage in the darkness. They decided to camp on the island for the night. Preferring the sulfur-impregnated air, a lighted match would blaze and fizzle in it like a torch, Thalassa declared, to the cramped discomfort of their little craft. They brought some food ashore, and made a flimsy sort of camp above high water, at the foot of the encircling walls of the crater. That they had their supper, and there, as they lounged smoking, Remington in an evil moment for himself suggested that they should sort the diamonds into 3 heaps, share and share alike. Robert Thorold agreed, and they emptied the stones out of the bottles and leather bag into a single heap. Remington took one bottle and Robert Thorold another. To Thalassa fell the empty bag. As the stones were sorted, one was to be placed in each receptacle until the tally ran out. It must have been a strange spectacle, so strange that it made a lasting impression on the least imaginative mind of the 3, for he tried in his rude way to reproduce it on that Cornish beach after the lapse of 30 long years. He threw bits of rock on the sand to indicate the positions in which they had sat. From his description Charles pictured the scene adequately enough: the violet-black beach, exhaling sulphuric vapors, the yellow-grey volcanic rocks, the gurgling ebullitions of a geyser throwing off volumes of smoke high above them, and the faces of the 3 men, ruddy in the fireglow, white in the moonlight, intent on the division of the heap of dull stones scattered on the flat rock between them. Thalassa remembered all these things. He remembered also how startled they were, the 3 of them, at the unexpected sound of a kind of throaty chuckle nearby, and turned in affright to see a large bird regarding them from the shadow of the rocks, a sea-bird with rounded wings, light-colored plumage, and curiously staring eyes above a yellow beak. When it saw it was observed, it vanished swiftly seaward in noiseless flight. The division, commenced good-humoredly enough, soon developed the elements of a gamble between Robert Thorold and Remington. They forgot Thalassa's existence as they argued and disputed over the allotment of certain stones. The foot or so of flat rock became the circumference of their thoughts, ambitions, and passions, their world for the time being. In that sordid drama of greed Thalassa seemed to have comported himself with greater dignity than his 2 superiors by birth and education. He even took it upon himself to reason with them on their folly. Perhaps he knew from his own senior experience of life what such things developed into. At all events, he urged his companions to defer the division until they returned to civilization and could get the spoils appraised by eyes expert in the knowledge of precious stones. But they would not listen, so, not liking the look of things, he withdrew a little distance off and watched them, leaning against a rock. That was his tacit admission, so Charles interpreted this action, that he was on Robert Thorold's side, and felt that his own interests were identical with those of the mastermind. The 2, left to themselves, wrangled more fiercely than ever. There were unpleasant taunts and mutual revilings. The listener by the rock learned definitely what he had previously suspected, that there was bitter blood and bad feeling between the 2 men, buried for a time, but now revived with a savageness which revealed the hollowness of their supposed reconciliation. It was about a girl, some girl in England with whom they had both been in love. Thalassa gathered that Remington had left England as the favoured suitor. He had, in Thalassa's words, cut Thorold out. Charles Thorold could not forbear a faint exclamation of astonishment. His brain reeled in trying to imagine the austere figure of Robert Thorold squabbling over a girl and some diamonds on a lonely island in the South Pacific. He was too amazed at the moment to see the implications of this part of the story. They went on snarling and showing their teeth, but not biting, continued Thalassa, sorting out the little stones all right. but quarreling over the bigger. There was two, the biggest in the bunch by far, which they kept putting aside because they couldn't agree about the sharing of them. At last it came about that there was only these two big guns left, lying like two beans on a bit-o rock, side by side. Before I could guess what was likely to happen, Thorold grabbed them up quick, and put them in his bottle. "These two are mine, Thalassa's and mine," he said. "You've had your share, Remington." Remington sprang from the rock quick as a snake. "One's mine," he said. But Thorold was up as quick. "It's not for you," he says, with his dark smile. "We'll put it against the girl you filched from me, and call it an even deal. What does a happy lover want with diamonds? Damn you!" cries the other, and hit him in the face. They both went down, scuffling and panting in the sand. I stood where I was, for I weren't going to come between them till I saw how it was going to be. Presently I could see that Remington was stronger, and that Thorold was getting the worst of it. After a bit Thorold called out, "Thalassa." I ran down at that fast enough, and got out my knife as I went. It slipped down the sloping beach halfway to the sea, writhing like a couple of the blind worms that I kept stepping on, going over and over so quick that I couldn't do anything at first. But one of them was sobbing in his breath as though he was pretty well finished, and I guessed it was Thorold. Then I saw Remington's face on top, and before they could swing round again I got a good stroke in his neck where it gleamed white in the moonlight. The blood jumped out warm on my hand, and he rolled over so quick that I thought I had killed him. But as I stooped over him he was up like a flash, staggering up the steep beach, his feet plopping and sucking in the water underneath. Thorold was on his feet by that time, breathing hard, getting back his breath. "After him quick," he says to me, his face black with rage. "He's got the diamonds." I ran after him up the beach, but he heard me coming and had the start of me. He had firm ground under him by then, and was tearing along the rocks towards the path I'd taken them that afternoon, turning round now and again to look back, the blood glistening in the moonlight on his white face. There we was him going higher and higher, me after him, and Thorold standing below on the beach, staring up at the two of us. Run my best, I couldn't get near him. I suppose he thought he was done for if I caught him, and by that time my blood was pretty well up. I had one pull over him. I knew the island, and he didn't. The path he was taking led to the top of the island, where the crater was, with a kind of wall of rocks round it. But before you came to that there was a great hole which fell down God Almighty knows how deep, and was supposed to have been another volcano at some time or other. This hole was divided into two by a narrow ridge running right across it, and the path Remington was on took him straight to the edge. So he'd either got to go across this ridge when he come to it or turn back and be caught. He was a long way ahead when he come to it, but he never stopped. He just gave one glance down at me, and went on to the ridge. I watched him balancing along it like a man on a tight rope, mounting higher and higher, for the ridge went up steep on the far side. Thinks I to myself, "You're a plucky one." Then all of a sudden I heard a shout from below, and looked down. There stood Thorold, waving me out of the way. He'd been to the boat for a gun we brought with us, and was taking aim at Remington. The next thing I saw was Remington turning round on the ledge to come back to my side, having found out, I suppose, that the ridge would take him into the crater. Just as he turned I heard the shot. It must have winged Remington pretty bad, because he went tumbling off the ridge head first, like a man taking a dive into the water. I turned and climbed down to where I'd left Thorold. His face was all aglow with rage. "The infernal scoundrel," he said. "Then did you get the diamonds?" "How was I to get them when I never caught him?" I said. "Then we'll get them off his body in the morning," he said in a low tone. "You'll never do that," says I. He asks me why not, turning on me a face as savage as a dog's. "Because whichever side he's dropped he's safe from us," I said. "There's a hole that no man's ever seen the bottom of on one side of the ridge, and on the other a stinking lake of green boiling sulfur. When you shot him you sent him into one or the other, so you can say goodbye to him and the diamonds." "Oh!" he cries, when he heard that just like that. Then after a bit he points up the path, and asks me to go back and have a look for him. I went back as far as the ridge. The moon was clear as day, shining on that infernal green lake on the one side, and into the deep hole on the other. The lake was bubbling and stewing in the moonlight like a witch pot, and the other side of the ridge was just black emptiness, and there was no sign of Remington. I knowed there couldn't be. Back I went again, and as I was climbing down the path to where Thorold was standing I saw something glinting in the black sand at his feet, and when I got there I picked up the bottle of diamonds where Remington must have dropped them when struggling with Thorold. I gave them to Thorold. "And now," says I, Let's get out of here. The moon's bright enough to let me find my way through the reefs, and this island ain't a healthy place to stay too long on. I know it, and you don't. He was glad enough to follow me to the boat, and we got through on a good flowing tide. Thalassa stopped abruptly, as though to leave on his listener's mind an impression of that furtive departure on a dark whispering sea beneath the blood-red moon. You got back to the mainland? Queried Charles, as he remained silent. And to England. Afore we got the Tyrrell had persuaded himself that Remington slipped off the ridge accidental, and that he missed him when he fired. Perhaps his conscience pricked him. Go on. There's not much more to tell. Tyrrell got me my share of the money, and then we parted. He offered to invest it for me, but I wasn't going to trust no banks, not I. It took me 2 years to waste it on gambling and women. Then I took to sea again. That lasted another year. Then I found myself in Frisco, where I shipped in a 4-masted bark and come home round the Horn. I was pretty sick of the sea after 2 bad goes of rheumatic fever, so I made up my mind to hunt up Tyrrell. I found him after a while. He didn't seem best pleased to see me at first, but he said I could stay till he had time to think out what he could do for me. That was the beginning of it. We never parted again, him and me, until he was carried out of yon house feet first. We got used to each other's ways, and I was worth all he paid me because I saved him worry and expense. He was all for saving, in those days. Married he was too, to a little timid thing of a girl who was in fear and trembling of him. 'Twas a black day for her when she married that had a strong stubborn devil. Mr. Thalassa she always called me, poor woman. I married a maidservant they had. That was Tyrrell's idea. He thought by that way he could get his household looked after very cheaply by the pair of us. I wasn't keen on marrying, but it didn't make much odds one way or the other, for no living woman, wife or no wife, would have kept me in England if I'd wanted to get out. As it happened, I never did. I stayed on, going from place to place where they went where Tyrrell took us. When did my uncle marry? Asked Charles. You might have guessed that. 'Twas the girl t'other had cut him out of. I thought the masterful devil'd get her when Remington was out of the way, but I asked him once straight out, and he said yes, it was the same girl. She was a pretty timid little thing in those days, but I don't know why they was both so mad after her. However, there it was. And do you think that after all these years, Remington is really alive? Said Charles, looking at him earnestly. Do you think it was he who murdered my uncle? Happen maybe, happen not. The night he was killed I found him in a rare funk in his room. He rang his bell like a fury, and when I went up he swore he heard the footsteps of Remington just afore, running round the rocks outside of Flint House just as he heard him pattering along the rocks on the island that night. I didn't believe him then, but I'm not so sure since. If he's come back to get Tyrrell it's for sure he's still somewhere about, waiting his chance to get me as well. I'm keeping my eye open for unwalked the coast for miles, I have, looking for him. He won't take me unawares, same as Tyrrell. His eyes searched the cliffs behind them. You may not recognize him if you meet him. It is 30 years since you saw him. A man changes a lot in 30 years, that's true, 'tis a thought which never crossed my mind. Thalassa's look was troubled. As you've told me this story you'd better leave it in my hands, and not go looking for anybody with that knife of yours. What be you going to do? I must go to Scotland Yard and tell them your story. It's the only chance, and get me into trouble? There's not much fear of that. In any case, you must stand that, for Cicely's sake. Thalassa nodded his acquiescence. Better be careful yourself getting back to London. The police here is watching for you. They've been at Flint House more than once, looking for both of you. It's a risk I must take, nevertheless, said the young man, rising from his seat as he spoke. It's for Cicely's sake. Goodbye, Thalassa, and thank you for what you've told me. Thalassa did not reply or offer to accompany him. From his seat on the rocks he followed Charles's ascent up the narrow path with contemplative eyes. Chapter 29. Barrett returned to London in the mental disposition of a man who sees an elaborate theory thrown into the melting pot by an unexpected turn of events. The humbling thought was that he had allowed a second fish to glide through his hands without even suspecting that it was on his line. He had never remotely connected Charles Tyrrell with the murder until Mr. Brimstone had imparted Mrs. Brierly's disclosure to him. He had acted promptly enough on that piece of information, but once again he was too late. Austin Tyrrell might have felt reassured if he had known how little his share in the events of that night occupied Barrett's mind during their last interview. The complexion Austin's conduct brought to the detective's reflection was that of a father who had intentionally misled the power of authority in order to shield his son. The law took a serious view of the defense, but it was a matter which could be dealt with at leisure in Austin's case. By his brother's death Austin Thorold had become a man of property and standing. It was the drawback of his wealth that he could not disappear like his son. He was to be found when wanted. The main thing just then was to catch the son, or the girl or both. Barrent went back to London for that purpose. As the days slipped away without that end being achieved, he became worried and perplexed. His own position was an unenviable one, and his thoughts were far from pleasant. He felt that he had failed badly, and that his standing with his superiors in Scotland Yard was under a cloud in consequence. But he could not see where he had actually been at fault. It was such a damned amazing case. In most crimes the trouble was to find sufficient clues, but in this case there were too many. And the inferences pointed different ways. That was the trouble. He was not even sure that in this latest discovery, so annoyingly belated, he had reached the ultimate solution of the facts. It was not that the theory of these two young people committing murder for love was too cynical for belief. He had encountered more incredible things than that in his professional career. Life was a cynical business, and youth could be brutal in pursuit of its aims, especially when the aim was passion, as it usually was. In his experience, youth and age were the dangerous periods: youth, because it knew nothing of life, and age because it knew too much. There were fewer surprises in middle age. That was the period of responsibility when humanity clung to the ordered way with the painful rectitude of a procession of laden ants toiling up a hill. Youth was not like that, nor age. No, it was not that. His difficulty was to fit all the circumstances into any compact theory of the case. Try as he would, there were always some loose ends left over, some elements of uncertainty which left him perplexed. He fashioned a new view of the murder, with Charles Thorold as the principal figure in it, the actual murderer. He assumed that Charles and Cicely had gone to Flint House that night to prevent the truth about Cicely's birth becoming known. The assertion of her illegitimacy rested upon her father's bare statement, but his lawyer was convinced he would not have made the statement without having the proofs in his possession. These proofs have not been found. Very well. What inference was to be drawn from that? Cicely knew that they were kept in the clock case, and pointed out the hiding place to her lover. In a struggle for their possession, Robert Thorold was shot down, or he might have been shot first and staggered to the clock afterwards to see if they had been stolen. Either supposition accounted for the fallen clock, and fitted in with nearly all the known facts of the murder. Nearly all, but not all. In face of Mrs. Brierly's disclosure, it seemed a condition precedent to the elucidation of the mystery to substitute Charles Thorold with Lasser as the person whose undisciplined love for Cicely had led him to shoot her father to shield her name. Nor was it incredible to suppose that he had remained in Cornwall to cover her flight in the hope of diverting suspicion from her. But the loose end in the theory was Lasser's share in that night's events, and his dogged silence since under strong suspicion. Lasser knew more than he had yet revealed, but what did he know? What was his share in the business? It was difficult to say. Barrent was unable to accept the assumption that three people were concerned in the murder. That idea, if not impossible, was at least contrary to reason. But if it was excluded, how was the silence of Lasser to be explained? Was he afraid? It was as difficult to associate that quality with him as with an eagle or beast of prey, and the theory failed to explain the reason for Robert Thorold's frantic letter to his lawyer on the night of the murder. That was another loose end. What a case! It was an abnormal and sinister mystery in any light, with no absolute or demonstrative certainty or proof by any of its circumstances, however regarded. The effect of its perplexing clues distorted the imagination, outraged the sense of possibility and experience. To reach conclusiveness in it seemed as impossible as an attempt to scale an unending staircase in a nightmare. The facts were there, but they were inexplicable, or at least they stared at him with the aspect of many faces. As he weighed these doubts, he found his thoughts reverting with increasing frequency to the hood clock in Robert Thorold's study and the question of its connection with the crime. He pondered over the point with the nervous anxiety of a puzzled brain, and it seemed to him now that he had not devoted as much investigation to this peculiar clue as it deserved. He recalled Mr. Brimsdown's conversation on the matter. He remembered that he had been struck at the time by the penetration of his remarks about the clock, and while not accepting his fantastic theory, had determined to give more careful thought to the point. But Mrs. Brierly's disclosure put the idea out of his head. It recurred to him with renewed force when he found himself in Exeter nearly a fortnight later on another case. It was a good opportunity to go on to Cornwall, and he took it. His business completed, he caught the early train, and in due time arrived at Penzance. With an obscure instinct for solitude, he hastened through the town and struck out across the moors. The afternoon was waning when he reached Flint House and pulled the old-fashioned bell handle of the weather-beaten door. There was no reply, and a second ring passed disregarded. That was disconcerting and unexpected. He wondered whether Thalassa and his wife had left the place. Then he noticed that the door was merely closed and not shut. He lifted the heavy iron knocker, and knocked loudly. The repeated knocking sent the door flying open, and Barrent found himself looking into an empty hall. Halfway down a pair of curtains stirred slightly and parted suddenly, revealing a narrower passage which led to the door of the kitchen. The curtains streamed horizontally, twisting and coiling like snakes. Barrent stepped quickly inside and closed the door. The curtains fell together again. There was something so startling in this action of the wind that Barrent stood motionless, looking round him. The cold current of air he had admitted died away in the draughty passages with queer gasping noises, like a wind strangled. Then there was the most absolute silence. The curtains hung perpendicular, as thickly motionless as blankets. Barrent noticed that the hall stand and a chair beside it were thick with dust. Evidently the house was empty. Turning first to make quite sure that the front door was securely shut, he took his way upstairs to Robert Turrell's study. A point of light, falling through the shattered panel of the closed door, pierced the vague gloom of the passage and hovered on the door of the bedroom opposite the room into which the dead man had been carried. Barrent entered the study and looked around him. It was intolerably dirty and neglected, everything was covered with a thick grey dust. Barrent walked over to the clock and regarded it attentively. What a rascally fat face that moon had. It must have seen some queer sights in old houses during its 200 years of life. Strange that those old clockmakers could make clocks to last so long, but couldn't keep their own life springs running half the time. The moral verse was curious enough. Why should a man who spent half his lifetime putting together a clock presume to tell his fellow creatures to make the most of the passing hour? His reflections took a more practical turn. The clock was the sole witness to the time of the murder. There were 2 other clocks in Flint House, but nobody had thought of looking at them when the crime was discovered. Barrent regarded that as a regrettable oversight. It was always important to know the exact time when a murder was committed. Thalassa said that the hood clock was going and kept excellent time, but the value of that secondary testimony was impaired by the fact that Thalassa might not be telling the truth. On the other hand, there was certain presumptive evidence which suggested that he was. It was a proved fact that Mr. and Mrs. Pendleton and Dr. Ravenshaw left the doctor's house in a motorcar for Flint House not later than 9:30 on the night of the murder. Assuming that they covered the journey across the moors in 5 or 6 minutes and occupied another 5 minutes in getting upstairs and breaking in the door, the testimony of the hood clock seemed correct, because Dr. Ravenshaw said death had just taken place, and he and the doctor who made the post-mortem examination were both agreed that Robert Turrell could not have lived many minutes after he was shot. Therefore the presumptive evidence seemed to determine the time of death accurately enough. But that was only a minor phase of the mystery. The real problem was the hidden connection between the clock and the murder. What had brought the clock down, and why had Robert Turrell fallen almost on top of it, his outstretched hands resting on the dial? The complete elucidation of the mystery lay behind the obscurity in which these 2 points were shrouded. To find the answer to them was the surest and quickest way of reconciling all the contradictory facts of the case. But Barrent tracked his brains for the reason in vain. He examined the room. There was a leather-topped writing table with drawers, several cabinets filled with manuscripts and papers, some walnut chairs with carved legs, and a tall deep bookcase filled with dreary-looking books. His eyes wandered over the titles of the volumes. They also belonged to a bygone period, a melancholy accumulation of works as dead as their writers. 2 whole shelves were occupied with the numbers of a forgotten periodical which claimed to give ample details of the unhappy difference between Queen Caroline of Great Britain and her consort George IV. Barrent wondered idly why human nature was always so interested in the washing of dirty linen. Above these was ranged a row of published sermons. Barrent's eye roamed higher and fell on a fat sturdy volume wedged in between some slimmer books. The title of this book was Clocks of All Periods. Clocks. He reached for the volume and placed it on the table. A cursory glance through the pages conveyed the suggestion that it contained more information about clocks than was worth acquiring or writing down. There was a chapter on water clocks, to begin with, known to the Egyptians and the Holy Land. Barrent turned the leaves. The ancient Chinese used a smoldering wick as timekeeper. Barrent shook his head impatiently. King Alfred's supposed device of measuring time by candles a myth. Would to heaven his invention of juries was a myth, too. Scotland Yard would get on much better without them. A lamp clock was another simple and ingenious design. How intolerably long-winded the writer was. What had he to say about hood clocks? Very few of the early clocks had dials. The device was generally a mechanical figure which struck the hour on a bell. Evidently the forerunner of the devilish alarum clock. Early clockmakers, Old English monks as clockmakers. The pages flowed rapidly through Barrett's fingers. Introduction of minute hand marks, period of clocks showing tides, long-faced clocks. Ah, here it was at last, hood clocks. He began to read the chapter with interest, but as he was about to turn the first page, the silence of the room was broken by a faint cackling laugh, an elfin sound which died away instantly. He looked up, startled. His surprise was not lessened at the sight of Mrs. Thalassa watching him from the open doorway. She entered on tiptoe, with a strange air of caution, examining him with restless eyes. "I heard you," she mumbled. "I saw you go upstairs." Mr. Thalassa was out, and I was afraid to go to the door. "I've been playing patience, and it won't come out." She showed her apron full of small cards. She placed them on the table, and arranged them in rows. A new idea came into Barrett's mind as he looked at her. If the poor creature had recovered sufficient wits to take to her cards again, she might be coaxed to recall what she had seen on the night of the murder. He drew near her. "Can I help you?" he said. She nodded sideways at him like a child, a child with withered face and grey hair. Together they bent over the cards. A gull flashed past the window with a scream, as though it had seen them and was repelled at the strange sight. "Only kings can go into vacant spaces," murmured Barrett's companion, intent on the game. The result of the game was inconclusive. A king remained surrounded by small cards, like a real monarch overwhelmed by the rabble on May Day. Mrs. Thalassa's eyes strayed mournfully over the rows, then she gathered up the cards and shuffled them again. "Do you know any other games of patience?" Barrett asked. She shook her head. "Then this is the game you were playing on that night?" "What night?" she whispered. "The night Mr. Thorold was killed. I don't want to think of that, it frightens me," she remembered. Then her face went grey, but her eyes were alert, watching his. "Listen to me," he spoke very gently. "I want to help you get rid of your fear and terror, but to do so I must talk to you about that night. Do you understand?" The kindness in his voice seemed to reach her feeble consciousness, and she looked at him earnestly. "Will you try and recollect?" She seemed to search his eyes for courage, and gave a trembling nod. "What time was it when you heard the crash upstairs?" "Think well." She seemed to make an effort to remember. "I don't know," she said at last. "Think again." "You were playing patience, the game you have just shown me?" Her eyes turned to the cards on the table. "Yes," she said. "What time did you commence, can you think?" She shook her head. "I seem to remember it was 8:30 by the kitchen clock when I started my last game. I was alone in the kitchen then. The game was just coming out when I heard a crash." She broke off suddenly with a painful sigh and a frightened glance at the hood clock on the wall. "One game." Barrett glanced at his watch with an air of mistrust. "You mean two, don't you?" Her eyes returned to his. She shook her head with a rapid tremulous motion. "No," she exclaimed excitedly. "One, only one." Barrett cast another glance at his watch, which he still held in his hand. "You are quite sure you did not play two?" he persisted, with a puzzled glance. "No, no one." She sprang to her feet excitedly. "Very well, one," acquiesced Barrett soothingly. "One. Go on." But his effort to calm her came too late. She cast a wild and fearful glance at the wall behind her, as if there was something there which frightened her. "How it rings, how it rings." Her indistinct utterance grew louder. "Yes, Jasper, I hear." "Yes, sir, I'm coming." "Where's the supper tray?" "Don't be afraid, Mrs. Thalassa," said Barrett, approaching her, but she backed hurriedly away towards the door. "Coming with the supper tray, coming with the supper tray." "What's that?" "R-H-H-H-H." Her disjointed mutterings ended in a shrill scream which went ringing through the stillness and seemed to linger in the room after she had disappeared. Barrett heard her muttering and laughing as she descended the stairs. The sounds died away into a silence so absolute as to suggest the impression of a universe suddenly stricken dumb. Barrett crossed the room to the window, where he stood looking out, deep in thought. What was the meaning of it all, of this latest scene in particular? The game of patience so tempestuously concluded had occupied half an hour. He had noted the time. Yet Mrs. Thalassa insisted she had played only one game after 8:30 on the night of the murder. If he dared accept such a computation of time, an unimagined possibility in the case stood revealed. But a demented woman. A parable in the mouth of a fool. Perhaps it was because she was a fool that he had stumbled on this revelation. She lacked the wit to lie about it, if so. His eyes, straying incuriously over the outstretched panorama of sea and cliffs beneath the window, fell upon a man's outline scaling the cliff path near the moon rock. Disturbed in his meditations, Barrent watched the climber. He reached the top and appeared in full view on the bare summit of the cliffs. Barrent stared down upon him, amazed beyond measure. The advancing figure was Charles Thorold. Chapter 30. Barrent hastened from the room downstairs to the front door. From the open doorway he saw Charles Thorold advancing across the rocks in the direction of the house, and he ran swiftly down the gravel path to intercept him. Charles looked up and came on as if there was nothing to turn back for. His clear glance dwelt on the figure by the gate without fear, with seeming gratification. Barrent was amazed. He had been prepared for an attempted flight, but not this welcoming look. Never before had he known a man show joy at the prospect of arrest. The experience was so disturbing that he went across the intervening space to meet Charles, and laid a hand upon his arm. "I suppose you know you are wanted by the police?" he said. "I am aware of it," was the quiet reply. "I was going to give myself up." "Did you come back to Cornwall for that purpose?" asked the detective, shooting another puzzled glance at him. "I came back to try and discover the truth." "About what?" "About my uncle's death." "And have you discovered it?" "I have." Barrent did not understand the young man's attitude, or the tone of heartfelt relief in which he uttered these words, but he felt that the conversation in its present form had gone far enough. "Do you propose to tell me the truth?" he asked, with a slight cynical emphasis on the last word. "I do." Barrent's surprise kept him silent for a moment, but when he spoke he was very incisive. "In that case it is my duty to warn you." "There is no need to warn me," Charles quickly interrupted. "I know. Any statement I make will be taken down and used against me. That's the formula, isn't it, or something to that effect? Let us go into the house. My story will take some time in the telling." He made this request as a right rather than a favor, and Barrent found himself turning in at the gate with him. In silence they walked to the house, and it was Charles Thorold who led the way to the sitting room. "It was here it began," he murmured, glancing round the deserted apartment, "and it seems fitting that the truth should be brought to light in the same place." "Provided that it is the truth," commented his companion. Charles did not reply. They had been standing face to face, but he now drew a chair to the table and sat down. Barrent walked to the door and locked it before seating himself beside him. "You can begin as soon as you like," he said. "I think I had better tell you about my own actions, first of all." "On that night," said Charles, after a brief silence. "It will clear the way for what follows. I was up here that night, the night of the murder." "I know that much," was Barrent's cold comment. "You suspected it, you did not know it," Charles quickly rejoined. He remained profoundly silent for a moment, as if meditating his words, and then plunged into his tale. The account of his own visit to Flint House on the night of the murder he related with details withheld from Cicely. The visit was the outcome of a quarrel between father and son over Robert Thorold's announcement about his wife's previous marriage. Charles was shocked by his uncle's decision to make the story public, and had wandered about the cliffs until dark trying to decide what to do. Ultimately he returned home and asked his father to use his influence with his brother to keep the secret in the family. His father called him a fool for suggesting such a thing, declined to offend his brother or blast his own prospects by such damned quixotic nonsense. On this Charles had announced his intention of seeing his uncle and telling him he would leave England immediately and forever unless the scandal was kept quiet. That made his father angry, and they quarreled violently. Charles cut the quarrel short by flinging out of the house in the rain, to carry out his intention of interviewing his uncle. He walked across the moors to Flint House. The front door was open, the downstairs portion of the house in darkness, and his uncle lying upstairs in his study dead. He hurried over all this as of small importance in the deeper significance of Elas's story. That was to him the great thing, the wonderful discovery which was to clear Cicely and put everything right. He believed that the plan which had brought him to Cornwall was working splendidly. The chance encounter with the detective was really providential, a speeding up, a saving of valuable time. The possibility of disbelief did not dawn upon him. He overlooked that his listener was also his custodian and judge, the suspicious arbiter of a belated story told by one whose own actions were in the highest degree suspicious. His overburdened mind forgot these things in the excitement of hope. He talked with the candor and freedom of one young man confiding in another. When he had finished he looked at his companion expectantly, but Barrent's eyes were coldly official. "A strange story," he said. "A true one," Charles eagerly rejoined. "Elasa has been walking along the coast ever since in the expectation of finding this man. He will kill him if he meets him." It was Barrent's lot to listen to many strange stories which were always true, according to the narrators, but generally they caused him to feel ashamed of the poverty of human invention. He was not immediately concerned to discover whether Thalas's story was true or false, or whether it had been concocted between him and Charles with the object of deceiving the authorities. The consideration of that infamous brown-faced scoundrel's confession could be postponed if it had ever been made. The present business was with Charles Thorold. There was something infernally mysterious in his unexpected reappearance in that spot. He had gone to London when he disappeared. He admitted that. What had brought him back? To see Thalassa, as he said, in order to try and get at the truth? Nonsense. Barrett was not simple enough to believe that. What then? Barrett was not prepared to supply a ready answer to that question. But his trained ear had detected many gaps in the young man's own narrative which, filled in, might give it. Thorold knew more than he had said. He was keeping things back. Again, what things? Behind him stood the shadowy figure of the girl and her unexplained flight. Barrett's instinct told him that Charles was shielding her. He turned to the task of endeavoring to reach the truth. Let's go back a bit, he said casually. You've left 1 or 2 points in your own story unexplained. What about the key? The key? Charles started slightly. I mean the key of the room upstairs. You said you found the key in the passage outside. You must have locked the door after you and taken it away with you. I did, replied the young man, in some hesitation. For what reason? Charles realized that he was on very thin ice. In his intense preoccupation with Thalas's story he had forgotten that his own impulsive actions on that night must be construed as proof of his own guilt or bear too literal interpretation of having been done to shield Cicely. He saw that he was in a position of extraordinary difficulty. I was hardly conscious of what I was doing, at the time, he said. You took the key away with you? Charles nodded with the feeling that the ice was cracking beneath him. And how did it get back into the room afterwards? Charles paused to consider his reply, but the detective supplied it. The inference is fairly obvious, he said. The key was found inside the study after the locked door was burst open. It was your father who found it, on the floor. At least, he pretended to find it there. It was your father who started the suicide theory. He paused, then added in a smooth reflective voice, really, the whole thing was very ingenious. It reflects much credit on both of you. Charles spoke with an air of sudden decision. My father did these things to shield me, he said. I did not want to reveal that, but I see that concealment will only direct unmerited suspicion to him. When I returned from Flint House that night I let myself in with my latchkey and went straight to my bedroom. My clothes were wet through, and I lit a fire in my room to dry them. As I was spreading them out in front of the blaze the key of the study dropped out of the waistcoat pocket onto the floor. I had forgotten all about it till then. I picked it up and placed it on the mantelpiece. Some time after I was aroused by my father entering the room. He had come to tell me of my uncle's death. The news had just arrived from Flint House. His face was very white. Your uncle has been found dead, shot in his study, he said. I had jumped up when he came in and was standing in the center of the room. As he spoke his eyes traveled past me to my wet clothes in front of the fire, and then returned to my face with a strange expression. Did you go to Flint House? He asked sharply. I could only nod. And did you see him, your uncle? Was his next question. On that, I told him the truth, told him what I had found. I told him about locking the door, and showed him the key on the mantelpiece. He slipped it in his pocket, then turned and gave me a terrible look. I'm going over to Flint House, he said, but you had better stay here. And he left the room. What time did you reach Flint House that night? Asked Barrett. Charles Thorold realized that the critical moment had come. He had foreseen it when he saw the detective standing at the gate of Flint House. The relation of Thalas's story to Barrett had carried with it the inevitable admission that Cicely was at Flint House on the night of her father's death. The point Charles had to decide was whether he should divulge the additional information that he had seen her leave Flint House with Thalassa on that night. As he covered the space which intervened between him and Barrett waiting at the gate, he decided that the moment had come to tell all he knew. I know now that it couldn't have been much after 8:30, he said in reply to Barrett's question. Did you see Miss Thorold there? I was coming to that. I was standing outside, considering what I would say to my uncle, when the door opened and she and Thalassa came out. Did you not speak to them? I went to do so, but they disappeared in the darkness of the moors before I could reach them. I hastened after them, but I got off the road track and wandered about the moors for nearly half an hour before I could find my way back to Flint House, and found the door open and your uncle lying dead upstairs. Yes, why have you not come forward with this story before? How could I expect anyone to believe a story which sounds improbable in my own ears? Even my father refused to believe it then, or afterwards. Still, you might have cleared Miss Thorold on the question of time. There was the stopped clock, you know. You reached Flint House shortly after 8:30, and went upstairs 30 minutes later. Charles Thorold was subtle enough to see that this remark covered more than a trap. It suggested that Barrett discredited the whole of his story. The hood clock in the dead man's study had pointed to 9:30 on the night he was killed. Thelas's story, as it stood, proved that Cicely must have left the house long before then. But Charles's story threw suspicion back onto Cicely by suggesting that the police had been misled about the time of the murder, which must have been committed at least half an hour earlier than they assumed. Charles did not attempt to point out this supposed flaw in the detective's reasoning. He confined himself to a reply which was a strict statement of fact, so far as it went. Until I heard Thelas's story today I had no idea of the time of my own arrival at Flint House on that night, he said. The clock found lying on the floor upstairs was stopped at 9:30, remarked Barrett with a reflective air, as though turning over all the facts in his mind. According to the story told you by Thelas, he and Miss Thorold left the house shortly after 8:30. Thelas could not have returned until after 9:30. He found the house in darkness, his wife lying unconscious in the kitchen, and his master dead upstairs. Thelas, retracting his previous statement that he was not out of Flint House that night, for the first time tells of some mysterious avenger who, he thinks, killed Robert Thorold while he was out of the house with Miss Thorold. Thelas now suggests, if I understand you rightly, that this man Remington, wronged by Robert Thorold many years before, was lurking outside in the darkness, and seized the opportunity of Thelas's absence to enter the house and murder the man who had wronged him. Have I got it right? Yes, said Charles, you have it right. The story rests on Thelas's bare statement, and Thelas is a facile liar. Barrett's tone was scornful. He is not lying now, returned Charles, and there is more than his bare statement to support his story. Thelas found his master cowering upstairs with fear in his study shortly before he met his death. He then told Thelas he had heard Remington's footsteps outside. Thelas laughed at him, but undoubtedly Remington was out there, waiting for his opportunity, which he took as soon as he saw Thelas leave the house. If I had not followed Thelas and Miss Thorold I might have seen him. It's rather a pity you didn't. Barrett's tone was not free from irony. For then you might have secured the proof which at present the story lacks. There are other proofs, Charles earnestly continued. There were the marks on my uncle's arm, and the letter he wrote to his lawyer under the influence of the terror in which Thelas found him, the fear caused by overhearing Remington's footsteps. Thelas posted that letter. Did he tell you so? Asked Barrett quickly. Then, as Charles remained silent, he went on, how did you find out about the marks on your uncle's arm? Charles hesitated before replying in a low voice. I paid a visit to Flint House on the night after the murder. For what purpose? To see if I could find out anything which might throw light on the mystery. I got in through a window and went upstairs. I saw the marks. Then, did you discover anything else? No, the dog started to bark, and I left as quickly as I could. I see. Barrett's voice was noncommittal, followed after a pause by a quick change of tone. I shall investigate this story later, he said coldly. Meantime, why not investigate it immediately? Asked Charles in a disappointed voice. Thelas will be back directly, or I can take you down to the cliffs where I left him. Barrett was reminded of the flight of time. It would be as well to remove Charles before Thelas returned. Time enough for Thelas's story later. At that moment it seemed to Barrett that the final solution of the mystery was almost in his hands. Mrs. Thelas had been wiser than he. The single game of patience suggested the solution of the problem of the time. It did more than that. It seemed to provide the key of the greater problem of Charles Thorold's actions on that night. He had endeavored to shield Cicely by altering the hands of the clock. The rest, for the present, must remain mere conjecture. One more question he essayed. Can you tell me where Miss Thorold is to be found? I know, but I am not going to tell you. Barrett's eye rested on Charles. You must come with me, he said. Charles nodded. Despairingly he reflected that the interview had not turned out as he expected. There were other means, and he must be patient. And Cicely? There was anguish in that thought. Chapter 31. With a beating heart Cicely gained the shelter of her room and locked the door, her eyes glancing quickly around her. She did not expect to see anything there, but she had reached the stage of instinctive terror when one fears lurking shadows, unexpected noises, or an imagined alteration in the contour of familiar things. There was nothing in the room to alarm her, and her thoughts flew back to the face of the man she had seen in the street outside. The owner of the face had leered at first, and then his glance hardened into suspicion as he looked. When she hurried past him he had shifted his position to stare at her by the light of the street lamp. Had he followed her? That was the question she could not answer. She had heard footsteps behind her in the dark street, horrible stealthy footsteps which had caused terror to rush over her like a flood, and sent her flying along the street to her one haven. As she ran she had felt a touching faith in the security of her room, if she could reach it. Out there, in the open street, it had seemed impregnable, like a fortress. Now as she sat there she had a revulsion of feeling. The room was not safe, the house was not safe. Not now. She had been very imprudent. She had run straight home to her hiding place, her only refuge. Why had she not waited to make sure that she was followed? Then she could have slipped away in a different direction until she had evaded pursuit, and returned to her room afterwards. She had been very foolish. She approached her window and gazed down, but could discern nothing in the darkness. She tried to shake off her fear, telling herself that it was imagination. But her mind remained full of misgivings, and her inner consciousness peopled the obscurity of the street below with lurking figures. Weariness overcame her. She retired from the window and lay down on her bed, not to sleep, but to think. Her fright had turned her mind temporarily from the contemplation of a greater disaster. That was the arrest of Charles Thorold. She had learned the news from an evening paper which she had bought at the corner of the street. The announcement was very brief, merely stating that he had been arrested in Cornwall. The guarded significance of the information was not lost upon her. Charles had been captured on his way back to her, and her agonized heart whispered that she was responsible for his fate. Bitterly she now blamed herself for having let him go on the quest. She hardly asked herself whether it had succeeded or failed, perhaps because she had subconsciously accepted the view that they, after all, had nothing to tell. Nor did she think of the calamity which had again overtaken her love. The effect of her original renunciation was still strong within her, and Charles's discovery of her and her promise to him had not really altered her attitude. His finding her, and their subsequent conversation in the room below, bore an air of the strangest unreality to her, as if she had been merely an actor in a stirring scene which did not actually affect her. Some subtle inward voice told her that these things did not matter to her. It was part of a feeling which she had always within her, the sense of living under the shadow of some dark destiny which would not be mitigated or withheld. It was a strange point of view for one so young, but it had been hers ever since she remembered anything. The tragedy and the shame which had come into her life recently had found her, as it were, waiting. She regarded them merely as the partial fulfillment of the unescapable thing which had been prepared for her before she was born, and had dogged her lonely footsteps since childhood. In the isolated circumstances of her life and upbringings it was not strange, perhaps, that she had such imaginings. She had loved Charles Thorold with all the strength of a passionate solitary nature, and it was this feeling or instinct of fatality which had given her the strength to renounce him. Indeed, it seemed to her that that inseparable companion of her inmost thoughts had prompted her to linger outside the door at Flint House on this afternoon so that she should overhear her father's words catch that sinister fragment of a sentence which compelled her to refuse the love of Charles until she had learned the truth. She could not listen to him with that secret half-guessed. And, the full truth known, no other course was open to her save renunciation. She had not wavered. Sometimes, in the vain way of the young heart seeking for happiness, she found herself wishing that she had not listened at the door to those few words which sent her back to Flint House that awful night to learn the truth from her father, or, at least, had not acted upon them. The words she overheard had not told her much, and she might have tried to forget them. But she thrust that thought from her like an evil thing. She would have hated herself if she had followed that course and found out the truth of her birth afterwards, deeming herself unworthy of the love of one who had been ready to sacrifice everything for her sake. No. It was better, far better, that she should know. She had not thought of suspicion falling on herself. Her youth and inexperience, borne upward on the lofty wings of sacrifice, had not foreseen the damning significance which might gather round her secret visit to Flint House and her subsequent disappearance. Not even when she heard of her father's death had the folly of her contemplated action dawned on her. Her dreamy unpractical temperament, keyed up to the great act of abnegation, had not paused to consider what the consequences might be to herself. Lying there in the darkness of her room, she recalled how that revelation had been made to her. It was the first night after her arrival in London, in the drawing-room of a private hotel near Russell Square, where she had intended staying for a few days while she sought for some kind of employment. There was a group of women seated round the fireplace, talking. She was seated by herself some distance away, turning over the leaves of a magazine, when a loud remark by one of the speakers startled her into an attitude of listening fear. "Have you read about this Cornwall murder?" The words, cold and distinct, had broken into her sad reflections like a stone dropped from a great height. They had gone on talking without looking at her, and she had listened intently, masking her conscious features with the open magazine. It was well that she did. They discussed the murder in animated tones. The strangest case. A great title. The herald title. To be heard before the House of Lords next week. And now the claimant was murdered. He was very wealthy, too. Thus they talked, then the first voice, which seemed to dominate all the others, broke in. "It was thought to be suicide at first, but I see by tonight's paper that his daughter is suspected. She has disappeared, and is supposed to have fled to London. What are girls coming to always shooting somebody or somebody shooting them? It's the war, I suppose." The shock of that double disclosure had been almost too much to bear. Till then she had not known that her father had been murdered, much less that she was suspected of killing him. Dizziness had swept over her. Things seemed to spin round her, yet she saw them rotating with a kind of dreadful distinctness: the full smiling faces of the women, the furniture, a cat blinking on the hearthrug, an empty coffee cup on a small table. One stout lady, enthroned on a pile of red and blue cushions, sailed round and round on a sofa with the preposterous repetition and tragic reality of a fat woman on a roundabout. Then the circling faces and furniture vanished. She swayed with the sensation of growing darkness, and had the oddest fancy that the break of the waves on Cornish cliffs was sounding in her ears. She was dreamily inhaling the sea air. She had pulled herself sharply together. She had something of her father's tenacity and courage in her composition, and that had nerved her to face the ordeal and saved her from giving herself away. The darkness lightened, the electric lights danced dizzily back into view, and the room became stationary once more. With an effort at calmness she rose from her seat and sought her room, and next morning she left the house. Henceforth her lot was one of furtive movement and concealment. As she lay there, staring open-eyed into the darkness, her thoughts slipped back to the night of her visit to Flint House in a vain effort to recollect some overlooked incident which might throw light on her father's mysterious death. There was one thing over which she had frequently puzzled without arriving at any interpretation of it. She thought of it now. She saw herself stealing from her father's room with the sound of his last awful words ringing through her being. Beneath, near the foot of the staircase, she could see Thalassa waiting, the glow of the tiny hall light falling on his stern listening face. She was walking along the passage to go to him when some impulse impelled her to glance through a window which looked out on the moors and the rocks near the house. Her eyes had fallen on a shape, shrouded in the obscurity of the rocks not far from the window, which seemed to have some semblance to the motionless figure of man. She had stood there for a moment, glancing down intently, but it had not stirred. If it had human semblance, it seemed to be carved in stone. She came to the conclusion that she was mistaken. Experience had taught her what strange shapes the rocks took after nightfall. With another fleeting glance she had hurried downstairs, and from the house. She thought about it now without arriving at any conclusion as to what it was that she had seen so indistinctly, whether man or rock. Charles had been up there that night, but it was not Charles. This figure or rock was on the other side of the house. Stupor descended gradually on her tired brain like the coming of darkness, and she fell into sleep, the first rest that had visited her since she learned of Charles's arrest. But her slumber was disturbed by dreams. She dreamt that she was back in Cornwall, sitting on her old perch at the foot of the cliffs, looking at the moon rock. The face in the rock was watching her, as it had always watched her, but this time with a dreadful sneer which she had never seen before. It frightened her so that she moaned and tossed uneasily, and awoke with a cry, shaking with terror. As she reached out her hand for the matches by the bedside to light the gas, the sound of the front door bell pealed through the house. Cicely sprang up, her eyes seeking to pierce the darkness, her ears listening intently. Who could it be? She was alone in the house. Mrs. Johns had gone to one of her spiritualistic meetings, and was not likely to be home until late. Besides, she had her own key, with which she always let herself in. She crept cautiously to the window and strained her eyes downward. She was just able to catch a glimpse of two vague figures underneath in the darkness. The light of the street lamp glinted on something one of them was wearing on his head. It was a policeman's helmet. The terror of the hunted took possession of her. She sought to remain calm. Her trembling lips essayed a sentence of a prayer. But it was no use. She was too young for philosophy or Christian resignation. Terror shook her with massive jaws. She did not want to be caught, to be put in prison, to be killed. She wandered aimlessly about the room like a trapped creature. She must escape. She would escape. With a great effort she calmed herself to reflect, to calculate if there was any chance of getting away. She esteemed it fortunate that she had not lit the gas in her room. The whole house was in darkness. The policeman might think there was nobody in, and go away. But she dared not reckon on that. There came another and louder ring of the bell downstairs. Again she crept to the window and looked down. The policeman and the other man were conferring in a murmur which reached her ears. The policeman stepped back into the garden path and scanned the darkened windows of the house. She shrank back from the window. The ring was followed by the sound of knocking at the front door, knocking heavy and prolonged, which reverberated solemnly through the silent house. Then once more there was silence. In her ignorance of the methods of the law she wondered wildly whether the next step would be to break in the door and search the house. Terror shook her again at this thought, scorched her with burning breath. She would escape, she must. But how? Her fingernails pierced the palms of her hands as she vainly tried to think out a way. Should she hide somewhere? She rejected that plan as impracticable. The back way? But there was no outlet, only a small garden abutting on other back gardens. There was a dark side street only a few houses away. If she could only reach it. She stood quite motionless, expecting the knocking to start again. But it did not. She thought she heard the shuffle of feet and husky whispers in the garden path underneath, but she could not be sure of that. What were they doing? Why were they so silent? Suppose they got in through the window? She whispered to herself. Her soul died within her at that thought. She tried to assure herself that the windows were locked, but her staring eyes peopled the invisible staircase with creeping figures. The darkness grew intense and terrifying, like a rushing black torrent flowing over her head. She was alone, in an empty world. The torrent ceased, and the darkness took the form of a great sable wing, moving, flapping, seeking to enfold her. She put up her hands to ward it off. At that instant a sharp and decisive sound reached her. It was the click of a shut gate. As she recognized the sound a new thought came to her, a hope, when hope seemed gone. She stepped noiselessly to the window and looked down. She was just in time to catch a glimpse of two retreating figures revealed in dark contour beneath the rays of the street lamp. The next moment they passed out of sight. They had gone. But they would return, she felt sure of that. She must get away at once before they did run out of the door and make for the side street. She listened for a moment longer. There was no sound anywhere now. The house was lapped in absolute quietness. She felt for her hat, and calming her nerves with a desperate effort, stole quickly from the room and downstairs. As she stood in the silent hall, facing the closed door, she again thought she heard whisperings. She recoiled in fear, wondering if they were outside, waiting. It was her worst ordeal yet. Then desperation conquered her terror. Her trembling fingers pulled back the bolt, and she issued forth. There was no one there to check her flight. The streets seemed empty. Without turning her head she ran past the houses which intervened between her and the side street. She gained it, and turned into its friendly darkness. She was as free as a bird again, for the moment. A kind of exultation seized her at this unexpected deliverance from her adventure, but that mood passed as she reflected upon her present position. She had left the house without her few belongings, and what was far worse, without her money, which she kept in a handbag locked up in her small case in the bedroom she had just left. She had not a penny in the world, and she dared not go back. That was not the moment to reflect upon the grimness of her situation. The sound of approaching footsteps shaped her fears of capture into renewed action. She walked rapidly away. The time was near midnight, and the streets were almost empty. She kept her way along dark obscure streets, shunning the lighted thoroughfares. She had no settled plan in her mind, except to keep on. Hers was the instinct of the hunted creature for darkness and obscurity. Her fevered spirit hurried her along, spurring her with the menace of an imprisonment which was worse than the cramped horror of the grave. In the grave there was no consciousness of the weight of the earth above, but in prison, held like an animal, watched by horrible men, beating despairing hands against locked doors. No, no. Her free young body and soul revolted with nausea at the thought. Death would be better than that. She walked still more rapidly. With that possibility impending she shrank from any chance contact with passers-by, turning into side streets to avoid anyone she saw coming. Once, a policeman, appearing unexpectedly out of the shadows, set her heart beating wildly, but he passed by without looking at her. It grew later, and the streets became quite deserted. She had been walking for more than an hour when she noticed that the houses were scattered, with open spaces now and then, and a bracing freshness in the air which suggested that she was getting away from where the herds of London slept, into open spaces. For some obscure reason this made her nervous, and she turned back. After a while London closed in on her again, but this time in a more squalid quarter, a wilderness of dirty narrow streets, where even in the darkness the debasing marks and odors of squalid poverty were perceptible in the endless rows of houses which seemed to crowd in upon her. She came to a bridge and crossed it into an area of gaunt and darkened factories. Here, strange nocturnal noises and sights frightened her. She saw shadowy forms, and heard rough voices on a wharf in the blackness of the river beneath her, followed by a woman's scream. She ran when she heard that, ran along the riverside till she came to another bridge, which she recrossed. She found herself in a quieter and better part of London, where the streets were wide and well kept, and she slackened her pace into a walk again. The night wore on like eternity, with immeasurable slowness yet incredible swiftness. She had been walking for hours, and yet she had no feeling of fatigue. She seemed to move through the streets without any effort of her own. Towards the morning she was carried along with a complete absence of bodily sensation, as if she had been in very truth one of those disembodied spirits of Mrs. John's spirit world, driven through the solitude of the ages by the implacable decree of some incalculable malignant force called immortality. She felt as though centuries of time had rolled over her head when the murk of the lowering sky lightened, and the London dawn was born, naked and grey. The dawn brought London to life with a speed which was in the nature of a miracle. From the appearance of the first workers to the flocking of the streets, was, as it were, but a moment. The buses and trams commenced running, and shops opened. Cicely found herself walking along Holborn, where the thickening crowds jostled her as she walked. But she did not care for that now, nor did she seek the comparative seclusion of the side streets. Her fear of capture had passed away, and her only feeling was impenetrable isolation and loneliness. The people who were passing had no more existence to her than if they had been a troop of ghosts. She had the sensation of belonging to another world and could not have communicated with them if she had wished. But the spirit which had sustained her during the night disappeared with the clamorous advance of the day. She became in an instant conscious of the grievous pangs of a body which seemed to have been flung back to her in a damaged state. It ached all over. Her head throbbed with a dull buzzing sound, and she was so tired that she could hardly stand. She felt as if she must lie down in the street, anywhere. And she was tormented by thirst. But she still kept on. She found herself, after a while, by one of those little backwaters which are the salvation of strangers to London, a green-railed square, with trees and fountains, and a quiet pavement where a street artist was drawing bright pictures with crayons. An old four-wheeler was moored in the gutter by the entrance, the horse munching in the depths of a nose-bag, the elderly driver reclining against the side of the cab, smoking and watching the pavement artist. Cicely entered the empty square to rest herself. As she sat there on one of the wooden seats the full misery of her situation came home to her, and she asked herself anxiously what she was to do. She had nowhere to go, and no money to buy food or shelter, nothing in the world that she could call her own except the clothes she was wearing. They were the coat and skirt she had put on to come to London, and she noticed with feminine concern that the dark cloth showed disreputable stains and splashes of her night's exposure. Hastily she took her handkerchief from her pocket to remove the telltale marks. As she did so a bit of buff cardboard fluttered onto the gravel at her feet. She stooped and picked it up. It was the return half of her ticket to Cornwall. The remembrance of her arrival at Paddington revived in her as she looked at it, the fright she had had when the ticket collector caught her by the arm to return half of the whole ticket she had given up. She had put the ticket in the pocket of her jacket and never thought of it again. Had fate decreed her original mistake of taking a return ticket when she needed only a single one? She was at that moment inclined to think so. The question of its use was decided as soon as she saw it. The ticket would take her back to Cornwall, and Thalassa would help and shield her. The gilt hands of a church clock opposite the square pointed to 8:30. She knew that the morning express for Cornwall started shortly after 10, but she did not know what part of London she was in or the direction of Paddington. Animated by a new hope, she left her seat and asked the cabman for directions. The cabman looked at her with a ruminating eye. That eye, with unfathomable perspicacity, seemed to pry into her empty pockets and pierce her penniless state. He did not ask her if she wanted to be driven there, but intimated with a shake of his grey head that Paddington was a goodish walk. Then he gave her directions for finding it, implicit and repeated directions, as though his all-seeing eye had also divined that she was a stranger to the ways of London. Cicely thanked him and turned away, repeating his directions so that she should not have to ask anybody else. First to the right, second to the left, along Tottenham Court Road to Oxford Street, up Oxford Street to Edgware Road, down Edgware Road to Brad Street Suratran. She followed them carefully, and found herself on Paddington Station a quarter of an hour before the departure of the express. She entered a third-class carriage, but sat in a corner seat, longing for the train to move out. The minutes dragged slowly, and passengers kept thronging in. All sorts of people seemed to have business in Cornwall at that late season of the year. They came hurrying along in groups looking for vacant compartments. Cicely kept an eager eye upon the late arrivals, hoping that they would pass by her compartment. By some miraculous chance she was left undisturbed until almost starting time, then a group of fat women dashed along the platform with the celerity of fear, and crowded ponderously in. The next moment the train began to slip away from the station, and was soon rushing into the open country at high speed. Of the details of that journey she knew nothing at all. She sat staring out of the window, her thoughts racing faster than the train. The events of the last few days receded from her mental vision like the flying houses and fields outside the carriage window, fading into some remote distance of her mind. Relief swelled in her heart as the train rushed west and London was left farther and further behind. Something within her seemed to sing piercingly for joy, as though she had been a strange wild bird escaping from captivity to wing her way westward to the open spaces by the sea. London had frightened her. Its crowded vastness had suffocated her, its indifference had appalled her. She had felt so hopelessly alone there, far lonelier than she had ever been in Cornwall or Norfolk. Nature could be brutal, but never indifferent. She could be friendly sometimes. The sea and the sky had whispered loving greetings to her, but not London. There was nothing but a hideous and blank indifference there. She was glad to get away from the endless rows of shops and houses, from the unceasing throngs of indifferent people, back to the lonely moors of Cornwall, to look down from the rocks at the sea, and breathe the keen gusty air. As the journey advanced and the train swept farther west she became dull, languid, almost inert. Lack of food and the previous night's exposure induced in her a feeling of giddiness which at times had in it something of the nature of delirium. In this state her mind turned persistently to Thalassa, and the object of her return to him. She was struggling towards him, up great heights, under a nightmare burden. She seemed to see him standing there with his hands outstretched, ready to lift the burden off her shoulders if she could only reach him. Then she was back in the kitchen at Flint House, watching him bending over his lamps, listening to the wicked old song he used to sing, "The devil and me we went away to sea." In the old brig Elizabeth Jane, the train caught up the refrain and thundered it into her tired head. Went away to sea, in the old brig Elizabeth Jane. And, listening to it, she fell into a dazed slumber. She awoke with a start to find that it was getting dusk and the train was running smoothly through South Cornwall. As she looked out of the window a grey corpse of a hill seemed to rise out of the sea. It was Mount St. Michael. Then she caught a glimpse of Canberra and the purple moors. The people in the carriage began to collect light luggage and put on coats and wraps. The next moment the train came to a standstill at Penzance station. She clung to the safety of the throng in passing through the barrier, fearing most the street fair wagonette which might be drawn up outside. She was not known in Penzance, but the driver of the wagonette might recognize her. But Mr. Crowes, indifferent to shillings, had not yet arrived. Cicely hurried past a group scanning the distant heights for the gaunt outline of the descending cab, like shipwrecked mariners on the lookout for a sail. She reached the moor road by a short cut through the back part of the town, and set out for Flint House in the velvety shadows of the early gloaming. It had been raining, but the rain had ceased. The sun, hidden through a long grey day, shone with dying brilliance in a patch of horizon blue, gilding the wet road, and making the wayside puddles glitter like mirrors. A sodden little bird twittered joyfully in the hedge, casting a round black eye at her as she passed. The moors, carpeted with purple, stretched all around her, glistening, wet, beautiful. In the train she had felt hungry and tired, with burning head and cold limbs. As she walked these feelings wore off, and were replaced by a feeling of upliftment which was magical in its change. Her misery and her burden dropped from her. The softness of the moors was beneath her feet, and a sweet wind touched her lips and cheeks with a breath which was a caress. The plaintive distant cry of a gull reached her like a greeting. The solitude of Cornwall surrounded her. When she reached the crossroads she struck out across the moors. Before her, at no great distance, she could see the swelling mountainous reaches of green water breaking on the rocks in a long white line of foam, and the dark outline of Flint House clinging to the dizzy summit of the black broken cliffs. Her full strength failed her suddenly as she neared her journey's end. The house loomed dimly before her tired vision in the fast-gathering darkness. She stumbled with faltering steps round the side of the house to the kitchen door, and turned the handle. It was locked. She knocked loudly. As in a vision she saw the white furtive face of Mrs. Thalasser peering out at her from the window, and her fluttering hands pressed against the glass, as though to thrust her back. Cicely rushed to the window. "Let me in," she cried. "It is I, Cicely." The window opened suddenly, and Mrs. Thalasser stood there looking out at her like a small grey ghost, a ghost with watchful glittering eyes. Go away," she whispered with a cunning glance. "Quick! They're looking for you, they'll catch you." Cicely's heart went cold within her. "Where is Thalasser?" she faltered. "Send him to me, tell him I have come back." Her eyes travelled vainly around the gloom of the empty kitchen in search of him. "He's gone away, gone." "Oh, no, no. Don't say that." "Where has he gone?" "I don't know. He went away. He's not coming back." She shook her head angrily, with a wild gleam in her eye. "You go away, too, or they'll catch you, the police. They come every night to look for you." She cast another cunning look at the girl, and shut down the window. Cicely could see her reaching up and fumbling with the lock. Thalasser gone. Despair clutched her with iron hands, and held her fast. She glanced up at the window of her father's study, and thought she saw the dead man there, his stern face looking coldly down upon her. She turned away shuddering. Where could she go? She had nowhere to go, and she knew her strength would not carry her much farther. She plunged blindly into the shelter of the great rocks near the house. She found herself wandering among them like a being in a dream. Then complete unconsciousness overtook her, and she sank down. When she came to herself again, night had descended and a storm was brewing. She sat up wonderingly and looked around her, indifferent to the rain which had commenced to fall on her uncovered head. Gradually remembrance came back to her. She saw that she was lying on the great slab of basalt which overhung the moon rock. She could hear the beat of the sea far beneath her, but she felt no fear. She was not conscious of her body or limbs, of nothing but a burning brain, and wide-open eyes which gazed out into the darkness and stillness around her. As she looked, it seemed to her startled imagination that the masses of rocks which littered the edge of the cliff moved closer to each other, starting out of the shadows into monstrous grotesque life, then circling round her in a strange and dizzy whirl. It was as though the old Cornish giants had come back to life for a choreobantic dance, with the demerits of their race dancing to the music of the sea sucking and gurgling into the caves at the base of the cliffs. With swimming eyes Cicely watched them careering and pirouetting around her. Faster and faster they went, advancing, retreating, bending clumsily, then wavering, toppling, reeling, like giants well drunk. A great stone fell into the sea with a splash, as if dislodged by a giant foot. As through that signalled the cockcrow of their glee, the dancers stopped in listening attitudes, and sank back into rocks once more. Cicely turned her eyes weakly from the slumbering rocks to the hills. The light of a coming moon behind them showed the outline of the granite pillars and stone altars of the Druids, where they had once sought to appease their savage gods, like the Israelites of old. Cicely had often meditated by these places of sacrifice, trying to picture the scene. Now, as she looked, it was enacted before her eyes. A red light brooded on one of the hills, growing brighter and brighter. Brutish shaggy figures came out of the darkness, dragging a youth to the altar. Cicely saw him distinctly. He was naked, with a beautiful face, haggard and white, and was bound with cords. Suddenly he freed himself, and dashed down the slope into the darkness. He was pursued and brought back, and the cries of his pursuers mingled with an appalling scream for help which seemed to float down the mountainside to where she lay, filling the silent air with echoes. This scene, too, faded away, and the beams of the rising moon, now beginning to show over the hilltops, formed in her mind the mirage of a beautiful day, one of those exquisite days which nature produces at long intervals. Cicely saw a blue sky, sunlight like burnished silver, green fields and clear pools in which everything was reflected. A slumberous perfect day, with drowsy cattle knee-deep in grass, bees, and floating butterflies, and the shrill notes of happy birds. Once more the tangled loom of her fevered brain wove a new picture. She was back in her bedroom at Flint House, looking down at the graven face of the moon rock. As she looked, a great hand seemed to come out of the sea and beckon to her. The summons was one she dare not disobey. She left her bed, crept downstairs in the darkness, out to the edge of the cliff, and looked down. The face of the moon rock was watching her intently. She thought it called her name. Ah, what was that cry? She came to her senses, startled, and looked fearfully round her. She was alone on the cliffs, above the moon rock, and she could hear the sea hissing at its base. But what else had she heard? Had somebody called her name? It was still very dark. To the south the light of the lizard stabbed the black sky with a white flaming finger as if seeking to pierce the darkness of eternity. Nearer. The red light of the Wolf Rock gleamed, a warning to passing souls flying southward from England to eternal bliss, to fly high above the rock where the spirit dog lay howling in wait. Had the cry come from there? Cicely? Cicely, no. It was not the howl of the wolf dog that she had heard. That was her own name. She crept closer to the edge of the cliff and looked down into the sea down at the Moon Rock. The old Cornish legend of the drowned love came back to her. Was Charles dead? And calling her to him? She would go to him gladly. She had loved him in life, and if he wanted her in death she would go to him. She clutched a broken spur of rock on the brink and looked down to where the sea bored round the black sides of the Moon Rock. She could see her own pool too, lying peaceful and calm in an encircling arm of the rock. In her delirium she struggled to her feet and started to climb down the face of the cliff. Chapter 32. The wind tapped angrily at the windows of Flint House, the rain fell stealthily, the sea made a droning uneasy sound. The fire which burnt on the kitchen hearth was a poor one, a sullen thing of green boughs and coal which refused to harmonize, but spluttered and fizzed angrily. The coal smoldered blackly, but sometimes cracked with a startling report. When this happened, a crooked bough sticking up in the middle of the fire, like a curved fang, would jump out onto the hearthstone as though frightened by the noise. Thalassa sat on one side of the fire, his wife on the other. Her eyes were rapt and vacant. He sat with frowning brows, deep in thought. Robert Durald's dog crouched in the circle of the glow with amber eyes fixed on the old man's face as if he were a god, and Thalassa lived up to one of the attributes of divinity by not deigning to give his worshipper a sign. Occasionally the dog lifted a wistful supplicating paw, dropping it again in dejection when it passed unregarded. Presently Thalassa got up and went to a cupboard in the corner. From some hidden receptacle he extracted a coil of ship's tobacco and a wooden pipe shaped into a negro's head, with little beads for eyes, such as may be bought for a few pence in shops near the London docks. He returned to his seat, filled the pipe, lit it with a burning bough, and fell to smoking with lingering whiffs, gazing into the fire with dark gleaming eyes as motionless as the glinting beads in the negro's carved head. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked steadily away in the silence. The dog, with a brute recognition of the unsatisfactory nature of spiritual aspiration, descended to the care of his own affairs, and scratched for fleas which knew no other world than his hind quarters. Go away, go away. You mustn't come in here. The shrill voice of Mrs. Thalassa broke the silence like a cracked bell, shattering her husband's meditations, and causing the dog to spring to his feet. Thalassa looked at her angrily. She was making mysterious motions with her hands, as if expostulating with some phantom of her thoughts, muttering and shaking her head rapidly. Her husband stared across in silence for a moment. By God! She doesn't improve with age, he growled, then, louder, what's the matter with you? What are you making that noise for? The question went unheeded. To his astonishment she sprang to her feet with a kind of grotesque vivacity, and, darting over to the window, began gesticulating again with an angry persistency, as if to someone outside. Thalassa left his seat and went to the window also. His wife had ceased her gestures, and stood still listening and watching. Thalassa pulled back the blind, and looked out. The moor and rocks were draped in black, and the only sounds which reached him were the disconsolate wail of the wind and the savage break of the sea on the rocks below. He looked at his wife. She had started tossing her hands again at some spectral invisible thing in the shadowy night. She was quite mad, there could be no doubt of that. He endeavored to lead her back to her seat by the fireside, but she broke away from him with surprising strength, and again her voice rang out, "Go away. Go away. You can't come in. I won't let you in. You're a wicked girl, Miss Cicely, and I won't let you in. You killed your father, and you'd like to kill me, but I'll keep you locked out. Go away." Her voice rose to a screech. The blood rushed to Thalassa's head as he listened to these words. He understood quite suddenly this was not demented raving. Cicely had been she had come back to him in her fear and she had been driven away. He turned to his wife and caught her up in his great arms, shaking her violently, as one shakes a child. The sight was terrible and absurd, but there was no one to witness it but the dog, who circled round and round in yelping excitement, as though the scene was enacted for his benefit alone. "Has Miss Cicely been here?" The question thundered out in the empty silence. Mrs. Thalassa crouched like a preposterous hunched-up doll on the seat where her husband had flung her, looking up at him with stupid eyes, but not speaking. He approached her again. "Speak, woman, speak, or I'll strangle you." She backed away, whimpering with fear. "No, no, Jasper, leave me alone. Has Miss Cicely been here?" The sight of those long outstretched hands, by their minister her life, seemed to restore her reason. "Yes," she mumbled. "When? This evening before dark when you were out, and you wouldn't let her in?" "No, how did you know it was her?" "She knocked at the door, and I looked out of the window." "Did you see which way she went?" "Over by the cliffs, where she used to go." Elasso repeated these last words mechanically. Anger possessed him, but apprehension stirred in his heart. Cicely had trusted him, she had come back to him, and he had failed her. That had been at 6 o'clock, and it was now 9. 3 hours, and there had been a storm. Where was she? Had she been out in the storm? He searched in the cupboard for a lantern, lit it, and made for the door, followed by the dog. As he flung open the door the wind rushed in with such force that it beat him back, and the candle in the lantern flickered and lengthened like a naked flame. He fought his way out furiously, slamming the door behind him. Outside, the rocks crouched in the darkness in nameless shapes. Elasso prowled among them, struggling desperately with the wind, telling himself that she was safe. Yes, by God, she was safe. Of course she wouldn't stay on the rocks in that storm. She would seek shelter. Where? Asked something within him mockingly. Where would she dare go, except to you? He stood still to reflect. She might go to Dr. Ravenshaw's, he said aloud, as though answering an unseen but real questioner. Fool, came the reply. You know she would not go to Dr. Ravenshaw's. She would not dare. And fear gripped his heart coldly. He stumbled on again, bruising and cutting his limbs among the rocks. As he went he kept calling her name Miss Cicely at first, and then, as his fear grew stronger, Cicely, Cicely. The wind wailed back to him, but that was all. He stopped again to reflect. It was useless looking for her in the darkness. He could do nothing until the moon was up. The sky was already beginning to brighten with the coming light. So he stood where he was, waiting. In a quarter of an hour the moon showed above the horizon, slurred through the rain, like a great drowned face. Higher and higher it rose until the black curtain lifted off the moors, and the light shimmered on little pools left after the rain, made fretwork in the shadows of the rocks, and fell upon the surface of the sea. And as the moon rose the hideous uproar of wind and sea began to die away. Elasso threw down the lantern, and resumed his search. Carefully he explored in and out among the rude masses of rock, beating farther and farther away from the house, cautiously skirting the perpendicular edge of the cliffs, looking over, and backing away again. His wider cast brought him at length to where the moon rock rose from the turmoil of the sea. He crept on hands and knees to the bald face of the cliff, and looked down. By the light of the moon something caught his eye far below, something white and small, showing distinctly against the black glistening base of the moon rock. He could not discern what it was, but a nameless terror seized him, and his jaw dropped as he crouched there, gazing. Then he scrambled to his feet with a wild cry, and made for the path down the cliffs to the pool. It was some distance from where he was, but there was no shorter way. He rushed recklessly along the cliff edge till he reached it, and climbed down. It was there he found her. She was lying limp and motionless on the edge of the pool, and the receding tide was still lapping over the shelf of the rock where the sea had flung her. Elasso dropped on his knees beside her. "Cicely, Cicely," he cried hoarsely. "It's me, Elasso." He stooped over her, calling her repeatedly, but she did not reply. Her face showed still and white in the moonlight. He unfastened the front of her dress, and put his hard hand on her soft flesh, but he could not feel her heart beating. He lifted her tenderly in his arms, and she lay against his body inert and cold, her wet head resting on his shoulder. Thus he started the ascent of the cliff. A giant's strength still lurked in his aging frame. It was well for him that it did. He had only his feet to depend upon in that long slippery ascent, and the wind tugged at him angrily, as if anxious to jerk him off the path into the sea. But he fought his way up with his burden, though his body was swaying and his head was dizzy when he reached the top. He did not stop for a moment. Still holding her fast he set out, not for Flint House, but to the church town. Dizzy, panting, and staggering, he struggled on across the moors, and as he walked he listened anxiously for any sound from the inanimate form in his arms, but she lay still and motionless against his breast. On he went until he reached the church town, and made his way up the empty street to Dr. Ravenshaw's house. He turned in the garden gate, and beat with his heavy boot against the closed door. Chapter 33. Someone stirred within, and a ray of light in the fanlight grew bright as footsteps in the passage drew near. The door opened, and showed the figure of Dr. Ravenshaw holding in his hand a lighted lamp which shone upon Elasso and the dripping figure in his arms. The doctor looked down from the doorstep in silent surprise, then stepped quickly back from the threshold and opened the surgery door, holding the lamp high to guide Thalassa in. "They're on the couch," he said, placing the lamp on the table. "What has happened?" "Miss Cicely fell over the cliffs by the moon rock. I found her and carried her up, and brought her straight here." The doctor's quick glance was a professional tribute to the strength of a frame capable of performing such a feat. He turned his attention to Cicely, bending over her and feeling her pulse. With a sharp exclamation he dropped her wrist and tore open the front of her dress, placing his hand on her heart. With his other hand he took up his stethoscope from the table. "Bring that lamp closer quick," he cried. Thalassa lifted the lamp from the table and stood beside him. The yellow glow of the lamp enveloped the livid bluish features of Cicely and the stooping form with the stethoscope. The instrument of silver and rubber held miraculous possibilities of life and death to Thalassa. He watched it anxiously, directed the light upon it. The shape on the couch remained motionless. Thalassa's gaze wandered from the stethoscope to Dr. Ravenshaw. The doctor's bent neck showed white between the top of his shirt and the grey hair above it. He was wearing no collar, so he must have been going to bed when the knock came. Thalassa's eyes dwelt on the exposed flesh with a steady yet wondering contemplation. The lamp in his hand wavered slightly. Dr. Ravenshaw rose to his feet, oblivious of the man who was staring at his neck from behind. His downward glance rested on Cicely's face, and his eyes were grave. He turned away and walked out of the room, but returned almost immediately with a small mirror. "Hold the lamp higher," he said to Thalassa. "I want the light to fall right on her face." Higher still. So, he fell on his knees by the couch and held the mirrored side of the glass to Cicely's lips. The lamp, held aloft, illumined his face as well as hers. His features were set and rigid. Thalassa stood still, his eyes brooding on the sharp outline of the bent mask. A vague idea, startling and terrible, was magnifying itself in his mind. Once his glance wandered to Ravenshaw's neck, then returned with growing fixity to his face, seen at closer range than he had ever beheld it. In the vivid light the elemental lines beneath the changes of time took on a strange resemblance to a face he had known in the distant past. A spectral being seemed to rise from the dead and resume life in the kneeling body of Dr. Ravenshaw. Involuntarily he stepped back, and the likeness vanished in the added distance. The veil of the past was dropped again. He could see nothing now but the commonplace whiskered face of an elderly Cornish doctor bending over the inanimate form on the couch. Again the lamp shook slightly. "What are you doing with that light?" said Ravenshaw peevishly. "Cannot you hold it steady? Bring it closer, man, closer than that. Now, hold it there." In the nearer vision the elemental lines of a forgotten face again confronted Thalassa beneath the flabby contours of age. It was like looking at a familiar outline covered by a mask, a transparent mask. He stood stock still with uplifted lamp, like a man in a trance, but his eyes never left Dr. Ravenshaw's face. Some minutes passed silently before Dr. Ravenshaw withdrew the mirror from Cicely's lips. He turned it over and looked closely at the surface of the glass. The man behind him stared over his shoulder. Their eyes met in the mirror, and held for a moment fascinated. In that brief space of time the revelation and recognition were completed. Dr. Ravenshaw's glance was the first to break away. The hard brown eyes watching him followed the direction of his view to a pair of spectacles resting on the table. Thalassa understood the intention, and harshly forestalled it. "No use to put on your glasses now," he said. "I recognize ye, and I've seen that damned scar on your neck." He put the lamp back on the table, and his hand went towards his belt. Ravenshaw understood the motion and checked it with a gesture. "No need for that, either, Thalassa. There are other things to think about." Thalassa's hand dropped to his side. "You're right," he muttered. "Get on with your doctoring." "No, not now," answered Ravenshaw sadly. "It's no use. She is dead, dead." Thalassa stood overwhelmed. Silently he surveyed the slight recumbent form on the couch. His moving lips seemed to be counting the drops which dripped from her clinging garments onto the carpet. "Dead, did ye say? Why, I carried her here, brought her across the moors to you." His voice trembled. "Can't ye do nothing?" "No, not now. It is too late." Thalassa's eyes rested attentively on the other's face. Ravenshaw's complete acquiescence in death as an unalterable fact stung his untutored feelings by its calmness. "Dead," he repeated fiercely. "Then you've got that to pay for now, Remington." "Pay? Oh, yes, I'll pay. Make payment in full," was the reply, delivered with a bitter look. "But not to you. To think I shouldn't have known ye." Thalassa spoke like a man in a dream. "After all these years." After what I suffered alone on the island through you and Tyrrell? You'd hardly have known me if you'd met me 6 months afterwards instead of 30 years. Robert Tyrrell didn't know me. Nobody knew me. Thalassa's eyes still dwelt upon him with the unwilling look of a man compelled to gaze upon an evocation of the dead. Where did you get to that night? He quavered. I could have sworn could have taken Bible oath. That you and the other scoundrel had killed me? I've no doubt. But it so happened that I was saved miraculously and unfortunately. I fell onto a projecting spur of stone or rock not far down, which caught and held me. By the light of the moon I saw you come along the ridge to look for me. You were almost close enough for me to push you into that infernal sulphur lake where you hoped I had gone. You turned back in time fortunately for yourself. Thalassa kept his gaze upon him with the meditating intentness of one trying to learn anew a face so greatly altered by the awful changes of the years. His great brown hands, hanging loosely at his sides, clenched and opened rapidly with a quickness of action which had something vaguely menacing in it. I know your eyes now, he mumbled. With the glasses on, you're different. That's why you wore them, I suppose. Tyrrell heard you that night you killed Anne. He knew your footstep or thought he did. I laughed at him. Oh, would to God Almighty I'd hearkened to him, and then I might have catched you. How did ye get away from the island? Ravenshaw raised his head to reply, then stood mute, in a listening attitude. Outside the window the sound of footsteps crunched the gravel walk, and approached the house. Thalassa heard and listened too. The crunching ceased, and there was a knock at the door. Thalassa looked questioningly at Ravenshaw, who nodded in the direction of the door. Open it, he said. Thalassa hesitated. His eyes sought the couch. Yes, in here, said Ravenshaw understandingly. We shall want witnesses. Thalassa went to the door and opened it. A man's voice in the darkness asked for Dr. Ravenshaw, and the owner of the voice stepped quickly inside at Thalassa's invitation. The visit appeared at the tall figure in the unlighted passage. Is it you, Thalassa? He said hesitatingly, and Thalassa recognized the voice of Austin Tyrrell. The voice went on, tell me, in there. Thalassa jerked his head towards the gleam falling through the partly opened surgery door. He wants you. He walked ahead and pushed the door open. Austin Tyrrell followed, but started back as he looked within. Then he entered, his eyes dwelling on the shadowy outline on the couch in the corner. What has happened at Flint House, Ravenshaw? Now tonight, I mean. He spoke shakily. There's a story abroad of Thalassa having been seen carrying a figure through the church town and entering your house. Has somebody fallen off the cliffs, been drowned? Is that it? He stepped quickly across to the couch, and, looking down, as swiftly recoiled. What does this mean? He hoarsely cried. Ravenshaw did not speak. Miss Cicely fell over the cliffs by the moon rock, said Thalassa. I went down for her, but it was too late. She was drowned. Austin's look sought Ravenshaw's, who nodded in confirmation. More horror, more misery, whispered Austin. A shudder ran through him. I do not understand, he said simply. Thalassa, it's not for me to explain, said Thalassa quickly. You then, Ravenshaw. Ravenshaw spoke slowly. They have been looking for the man who killed Robert Tyrrell, your brother. Well, I am he, you, gasped Austin, in a choking voice. What do you mean? I do not understand you. My son has been arrested. He has been arrested wrongly, then. It is I alone am responsible. Austin groped for his glasses like a man suddenly enveloped in darkness. His fingers closed on them and adjusted them on the bridge of his nose. Through them he surveyed the man before him with close attention. Ravenshaw, he said gravely, either you are mad or I am. Did not my sister call here to see you on the night my brother was killed, and did you not go with her to Flint House and break into my brother's room? How, then, could you have killed Robert? Besides, I saw my son at Benzan's today. He tells me he is innocent, and that the murderer is a man whom Robert and Thalassa robbed and wounded on a lonely island 30 years ago, and left there for dead, as they thought. What does it all mean? These things can all be explained, replied Ravenshaw. It is a long story. Sit down, and I will tell it to you. Not here, replied Austin unsteadily. His glance went to the corner of the room and the tranquil figure on the couch. He hid his face for a moment in his hands, then said, let us go to another room. Ravenshaw made a sad gesture of acquiescence. Come, he said quietly, lifting the lamp from the table. The other two followed him, and Thalassa closed the surgery door gently behind them. The doctor led them into a sitting room opposite, where they seated themselves. After a moment's silence Ravenshaw began to speak in low controlled tones which gave no indication of the state of his feelings. "You know all about this silent part of the story," he said, inquiringly, "how your brother and Remington, seeking their fortune together, came to be there." Austin Turald nodded. "I am Remington," pursued the other. "I will take up the story from that point. It will save time." Again Austin Turald assented with a nod. There was neither anger nor resentment in his glance. The look which rested on the speaker was one of unmixed amazement. Chapter 34. I will pass over as briefly as possible what happened after I was left behind in that horrible place. By the light of the moon I saw them go from the ridge. I saw them put out to sea. I watched them until the boat was a mere speck on the luminous waters, and finally vanished from sight. I was left alone, a desperately wounded man, on an arid sulphurous island, without food or water. When I was sure the boat had gone, I returned to our camping place, and bound my wounds with strips torn off my shirt. Then I fell asleep. I must have developed fever in my slumber, for I have no clear recollections of the next few days. I vaguely recall roaming like a demented being among those solitudes in search of water, and finding a boiling spring. The water, when cooled, was drinkable. I suppose that saved my life. For food, there was shellfish and mutton bird eggs, with no lack of boiling water to cook them. I lived for so long that I forgot the flight of time. I became a wild man, a mere shaggy animal, living, eating, and sleeping like a beast. I was rescued by a passing steamer at last, rescued without any effort of my own, for I had gone past caring. From the ship they saw me leaping about the naked sides of the volcanic hills like a goat, and they put off a boat. Some lady passengers were badly scared when I was brought aboard, and no wonder. They were very kind to me on that ship. She was homeward bound, and brought me to England. I told the captain my story, but I could see that he didn't believe me, so I told nobody else. Not that anybody wanted to know really. One's misfortunes are never interesting to other people. I had a little money left when I landed in England, not much, but sufficient to take me to my wife and support me until I found Robert Turald. I had left my wife living with her parents in a London suburb. Robert Turald and I had both been in love with her before we left England. She loved me, but he had some strange kind of influence over her, the dominance of a strong nature over a weak, I think. Or perhaps it was a more primitive feminine instinct. He was always the strong man, even then ruthless, determined. It was strange that he should have loved such a gentle, timid creature, though that, perhaps, was not so strange as a man like Robert Turald loving any woman. But love her he did. She had a great capacity for affection. She was one of those women who have to love, and be loved. Her guileless face, her appealing eyes, seemed to beseech the protection of a masculine shield in a world which has no mercy for the weak. She was born to be guided, to be led. It was my fear of her simple, trustful disposition which led me to urge her to marry me secretly before I left England with Turald. Her parents did not favor me, and they wished their daughter to marry well. There was an aunt from whom she had expectations, and the aunt had a prospective husband in view for her. I feared their joint influence. She consented willingly enough. She was easy to persuade on the eve of our parting. She clung to me, weeping. Her husband. I was to make enough money to return to England to claim her in a year or so. That was the plan. But I had been absent nearly 3 when I was left on the island. And another 12 months passed before I reached England again. 4 years. A long time. Almost any combination of circumstances can be brought about in such a period. People die, marry, or can be forgotten as though they had never existed. It was my lot to be forgotten. I hastened to London, to my wife's old home, and learned that the family no longer lived there. Where had they gone to? The maid who opened the door could not tell me. She did not know. At my request she went for her mistress. The lady of the house came down to me, a tall slender woman, indifferent, but well-bred enough to be polite. She had taken the house from the Bruntons, she said. It was too large for them after their daughter's marriage. It was dusk, and she could not see my face, but she heard my startled exclamation. Married? To whom? To a Mr. Turald, a very suitable match. They had been married for some months, and she was expecting a child. How she gathered that last piece of information I do not know. Perhaps she and Mrs. Brunton exchanged letters. Women write to one another on the slightest pretexts. That thought made me cautious. Fortunately, I had not given my name. I thanked her, and rose to go. She offered to write down the Bruntons' address for me. They had gone to live in the country, but I said I could remember it. And I got away from the house in the gathering darkness without her actually seeing my face. Not that it would have mattered much, if she had. I thought it all over that night. I visualized readily enough what had happened. Robert Turald, returning to England with some concocted story of my death, had swept her off her feet, caught her on the rebound. He had returned a prosperous man, and doubtless his lovemaking was reinforced by Alice's worldly parents and a matchmaking old aunt. The combination was a strong one, and I was supposed to be dead. So she married him, without breathing a word to anybody of her previous secret marriage to me. I realized that at once. She would be too afraid left to herself. She would tell herself that it wasn't worthwhile, that nobody need ever know now. I could imagine her twisting her little hands together in apprehension as she faced the problem, our secret, then gradually becoming calmer as something whispered in her ear that it was her secret now, and need not be told. You see, I knew her nature so well. There are many such natures, gentle souls who shrink from responsibility in a world which, sooner or later, generally sees to it that we are compelled to shoulder the burden of our own acts. I was not long in making up my mind. I determined to do nothing. I take no special credit to myself for that decision. The marriage with Robert Thorold was an accomplished fact, and my belated reappearance upon the scene would have plunged her in unhappiness. She was about to become a mother, too. That weighed with me. I loved her far too well to injure her or her child. It meant letting Robert Thorold go free if I remained dead, but there are other things in life besides money and revenge. Fortunately, the position from the practical point of view was simplified by the death of my only relative, my uncle, during my absence from England, who had bequeathed his small property to me, not much, but sufficient for my own simple needs. I took my uncle's name, the better to conceal my identity, and resumed the medical studies which had been interrupted by my departure from England 4 years before. When I received my degree, I searched for a remote spot where I was not likely to encounter anyone who had known me in my past life, and chose this lonely part of the Cornish coast. And here I have remained for 30 years. They have not been unhappy years. It was not my disposition to waste my life by hugging the illusions of the past. My days were occupied walking long distances to see my patients scattered at distant intervals on this desolate coast, and my nights I spent in antiquarian and archaeological studies, which were always a favorite pursuit of mine. It was a hobby which earned me some local repute in the course of the years, and was ultimately the means of bringing me face to face with Robert Thorold again. That was the last thing in the world I desired to happen. In the early years I used to think of him wedded to my wife, and wonder whether he had succeeded in his great ambition. After a while the memory faded, as most memories do with the passing of the years. Then the meeting came 6 months ago. I heard Flint House was let, though not to whom. The news did not interest me. But next evening, when I returned from my rounds, my servant met me at the door with the information that the new tenant of Flint House was in the consulting room waiting to see me. I went in. The tall elderly figure sitting there rose at my entrance and said, "Not a patient, doctor, quite another matter." I started slightly at the familiar ring to that harsh authoritative voice, but I did not know who he was until he handed me his card. He had already commenced talking about that accursed title as he did so, and he did not notice my agitation. He had come to Cornwall in pursuit of the last pieces of evidence for his family tree, and some local busybody had told him that I was versed in Cornish antiquities and heraldry. That piece of information had brought him to me. He begged for my assistance, my valuable assistance in elucidating the last scraps of his genealogy from the graves of the past. I could have cut him short by laughing aloud, though not in mirth. I had regained my self-command, for I saw that he had not the slightest suspicion to whom he was talking. That in itself was not surprising. I had not recognized him. And how much greater was the change in my own case. Time alters us all in a much less period than 30 years, and there was more than the passage of time. Those months of horrible solitude on that island had changed me into an old man in appearance, with grey hair, and bleared and weak eyes from the sulphur fumes. And time had made the disguise impenetrable in the 30 added years. I was an old man. My hair and beard were white, and I wore thick glasses. I felt I need be under no apprehension of Robert Thorold recognizing me then, or at any time, unless I was careless. His request for my help had a strange fascination for me. There was an uncanny thrill in sitting there within an arm's length of him, meeting his unsuspicious glance, and listening to him with the knowledge that I could have put his plans and ambitions to flight with a single word, and had him begging for mercy. I was in the position of Providence, and withheld my hand, as Providence generally does. My desire to punish Robert Thorold had long since died. At 60, revenge is a small thing. What is human retribution to the ferocity of time's revenge on us all? Retribution and justice, these are human catchwords, signifying nothing. What is justice? Who is to judge when the scales are even? It was easier to comply with his request than arouse suspicion by refusal, but that wasn't what weighed with me. I wanted to see more of him, to win his confidence, if possible. I was curious to know what kind of life he had given the woman for whose sake I had let him go free for 30 years. He took a liking to me. My knowledge of ancient Cornish law proved useful in the final stages of his 30 years search for a family tree. It was not long before I discovered that he had found no happiness in life. At times his face wore a hunted look, the look of a man who walked his days in fear. His imperfect vision peered out on a darkened world with apprehension, though not of me. In my strange position with him I felt like a ghost permitted to watch, unseen and unsuspected, the travail of a gloomy solitary mind. It was apparent enough, but only to me. My quickened eyes pierced the outward husk and saw within. I thought I had outlived my desire for revenge, but it grew again at the sight of a punishment which was so much more subtle than anything I could have planned. Death would have put his restless soul to sleep, granted him eternal respite. The sufferings of the spirit were a living torment. His was a strange case. His lifelong pursuit of a single idea, his restricted consciousness of one image, had made him morbid, lonely, introspective. And so the past had revisited him, darkening and disquieting his mind. He feared shadows. He was haunted by footsteps. Footsteps. I learned that when he consulted me for sleeplessness. He told me he used to lie awake at night, imagining he heard footsteps pattering on the rocks outside. I knew well enough whose footsteps he was haunted by. I imagined him lying there in that lonely house, sweating with horror, listening. He asked me once, did I believe in ghosts? I told him no, but I said I'd known a case of man returning to life long after he was supposed to be dead. I related the story, one which had come under my observation as a medical man. He listened with gnawing lip and pale face, and from my window afterwards I saw him striding home across the moors, glancing backwards in the dusk. It was his own fault that he ever heard those footsteps in the way he feared. He did not play the game, according to our poor conception of what the game is. If he had done so he would have been quite safe from me. But there are some things too shocking to be contemplated, even in the worst of our kind. A man does not give away a woman, that is one of the rules. Robert Durold put a woman to shame in her coffin. I had kept out of her way, never going to Flint House because I feared her feminine eyes might be too sharp for me. But she fell ill, and Robert Durold asked me to attend her. Refusal was impossible, as there was no other doctor nearer than Penzance. She did not recognize me at first, but the shock I received when I saw her left me almost stunned. I had carried her memory through the years, the image of a pretty slim girl, with brown hair and eyes, and kind of soft vivacity which was her greatest charm. In her place I found, lying there, a withered grey woman with dim eyes and broken spirit. God knows what she had gone through at his hands, but it had destroyed her. It was her deathbed. She was worn out in body and spirit, and had no strength to rally. She was weeks dying, but her life was steadily ebbing all that time. It was a kind of slow fever. She was delirious when I first saw her, and delirious or unconscious, with few lucid intervals, until she died. And the jargon of her wandering mind was in reality the outpouring of a tortured soul. It was the title and the family name, always that, and nothing else. She wasn't well born enough or sufficiently educated to bear the title as his wife. It seemed that that fact had been impressed on her again and again in the long lean years of the search for the family tree. Let her go away. Go away somewhere quietly with Cicely, and she would never bother him any more. That was the unceasing burden of her cry, a cry to which I was compelled to listen with a torn heart. The reserve, the frame of mind, which I wore like armor in Robert Durold's company, I dropped altogether at her bedside. Her lucid intervals were few, but I was not afraid of her recognizing the old Cornish doctor with his muffler, his glasses, his shaggy white hair and beard. The daily sight of her shrunken aging features reminded me that I had nothing to fear. That time had effectually disguised us from each other's recognition. We were old, we two. Life had receded from us. What had we to do with its fever, its regrets, its passions and futile joys? The clock had ticked the time away. The fire was dying out, the hearth desolate and cold. I was resigned before, I was resigned then. I did what I could for her, which was little enough. Human progress, such as it is, has been acquired through the spirit. The body defies us, we have no control over it. So she died mercifully unconscious most of the time, and died, as I had hoped, without the least suspicion of the truth. You cannot faintly imagine the shock of Durold's announcement on the day of her burial, to me, who had been so arrogantly certain that the secret was safe. If you remember what took place at Flint House on that occasion, you will recall that it was a question from me which brought the truth to light. Your brother's answer awakened my suspicions, and made me determined to find out what he actually knew. He brought out the truth then, as I've no doubt now he intended to do in any case. The puzzle to me was the exact extent of his knowledge. He knew two things for certain. One was that I had married Alice before leaving England, and the other was that I was still alive. But he obviously did not know that I was Remington. How had he found out the two facts? I guessed that the woman he believed to be his wife had revealed the secret of her earlier marriage on her deathbed, but the other was a problem which I could not solve. Nor did I try to. When I reached home I went mad. The calmness, the self-repression of 30 years, vanished in an instant in the monstrous infamy of that disclosure. There was something too horribly sinister in the character of a man who could be driven by ambition to make such a disclosure without regret, almost without hesitation. He sacrificed and put to shame two gentle creatures at the beck of his implacable mania. For the title he had forfeited tenderness, pity, decency, all the human attributes with a brazen and unashamed face. That man walked the earth alone. By that act he set himself apart, defying all laws, all feeling everything. As I grew calmer I reflected that he could not defy me. I could bring him tumbling from his lofty perch with a few words. He might brazen out his attitude to the whole world, but not to me. What was more, I could dictate to him, could keep his mouth shut with a threat of reviving the past, of putting him on his trial for robbery and attempted murder 30 years before. I determined to do it to see him and reveal myself, and let him know that my own course of action would be decided by his. If he chose to keep silent, he would have nothing to fear from me. I set out across the moors in the darkness. It was raining, and I walked fast until Flint House loomed out of the blackness before me. Then I paused to consider my course of action. I was about to thwart a madman with a fixed idea, in a lonely house where he had in his service another man who could be depended on to make common cause against me when he knew the truth. I was not afraid of Robert Durald, but I was of Lasser. I knew he was strong enough to hurl me through the window into the sea. These elements in the situation called for caution. I crept across the rocks towards the kitchen window. As I did so I thought I saw a figure move among the rocks, and I ran quickly to the narrow lip of cliff which overhangs the sea at the back of the house. There I stood for a while, but could hear nothing but the sea raging far down beneath me. I came to the conclusion that I had been mistaken. Who was likely to be prowling around Flint House in a storm except myself? I crept round the side of the house and looked through the kitchen window. Lasser's wife was in the kitchen, alone, with some playing cards spread out on the table in front of her. But before long the door leading into the passage opened, and Lasser came in. He sat down, but after the lapse of a few minutes he rose from his chair and approached the window. I shrank back into the shadow of a rock, watching him. He stood looking out into the darkness for perhaps 5 minutes, then I saw him start, turn his head, and go out of the room. I heard the front door open, followed by the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs. A moment later I heard the murmur of voices in Robert Durald's room upstairs. I went nearer to try and find out what had happened, but it was no use. I could see a gleam of light in the study window, and could hear Robert Durald's voice mingled with feminine tones, then silence, followed once more by the sound of an opening door. From my place of concealment I saw two people going down the garden path, a lasser and a female figure. They passed through the gate and vanished into the darkness of the moors. My opportunity had come. I went to the house and tried the front window. It was unlocked, and yielded. I got through, and went quickly upstairs. A light was shining underneath the study door. I opened it, and saw Robert Durald sitting at his table writing with his back towards me. At the sight of that atrocious scoundrel sitting there immersed in his shameful project against a woman I had loved, my self-control gave way utterly, completely. I had intended to be calm, to reason with him, to exact my terms with a cold logical brain. I did none of these things. Without a word of warning, before he even knew I was in the room, I sprang on him, clutching him, shaking him in a blind insensate fury till my strength suddenly failed me and left me sick and giddy. "I am Remington," I said, "Jim Remington." I leaned against the table, panting and exhausted, looking at him. His self-control was something to marvel at. He just sat still, returning my look with cold motionless eyes, no doubt trying to discern the features of the man he had wronged through the film of age. But in spite of his self-control I could see the great pallor of fear creeping into his face, and he could not keep his lips from trembling. Twice he essayed to speak, but his mouth refused to utter the words. What he did say was strange to me, when he got it out at last. I was right, I heard him whisper, almost to himself, I knew. He repeated those words several times. It was then I saw that his self-control arose from the fact that although he was terrified he did not appear to be so greatly surprised. Surprised he was, but not in the way I had expected. His prime difficulty seemed to be to get out of his head the identity by which he had known me. "You're Avonshaw, Dr. Avonshaw," he said. "How can you be Remington?" He brought out this with an effort, like a man trying to shake off an unreasoning horror. I had expected him to face it out, to challenge me, perhaps deny all knowledge of my existence. Instead, he merely sat there staring at me with an air of terrified realization, like a person gazing upon the dreadful materialization of an expected phantom. I told him the truth in the fewest possible words, and he listened silently, never removing his eyes from me. The phantom of his past. When I had finished he lay back in his chair, but his eyes stared up at me with a kind of dead look, like half-closed eyes in a coffin. "I knew that you were rescued from the island," he said. "But I thought you were long since dead." That statement surprised me. I asked him how he had learned of it. He told me it was through the medium of an overheard conversation in a London hotel nearly 30 years before. He had gone up to town to see his lawyer, and one of the people at the hotel where he put up happened to be one of the passengers of the Otis, the steamer which had rescued me. The man sat at the next table, and dear old heard him tell the story to a friend one night at dinner. It had happened just like that, quite simply, but it was a possibility I had overlooked. Not that it mattered, as it happened, but it would have if Alice had been with him. Dear old, of course, kept his knowledge to himself. He was too cautious to approach the passenger, but he instructed his lawyer to make guarded inquiries at the shipping office of the vessel in order to verify the story. Then he returned home, consumed by anxiety, no doubt, to wait for my reappearance. As the months slipped past and I did not appear, hope revived within him. It appears that he had heard the passenger say that I was a wreck, a physical wreck. That must have been a cheering item in a bad piece of news. I can imagine its growing importance in Tyrrell's mind as the time went on and I made no sign. Finally, and thankfully, he reached the conclusion that I was indeed dead, and that he had nothing more to fear. There was an element of uncertainty about it, though, a lack of definite knowledge. I fancy that was one of the reasons which led him to take Thalassa into his service when he turned up some time later. It was a deep and subtle thing to do. Thalassa was bound to help him against me, if ever I came back. The years went on, and he grew quite certain, as any man in his position would, in the circumstances. He forgot all about me. That frame of mind lasted until he came to Cornwall, and then, it seemed, I came back into his life in the strangest way. I haunted him in the spirit, and he never once guessed that I might be there in the flesh. Who can explain this? As he spoke of it he looked as though he had a grievance against me, as, perhaps, he had from his point of view. "You faded from my mind for 20 years, he said. "But here in Cornwall your memory began to haunt me. It was your footsteps, principally. I used to fancy you were following me across the moors. Tonight for the first time I actually heard them above the noise of the storm. They came to my ears clear and sharp, around the house, on the rocks, under the window." He cast on me an appalled, a hopeless glance. "Why have you left it so long?" he cried. "What do you want now?" He positively had no glimmering of my feelings. His fixed idea, like a cancerous growth, had sucked all the healthy life out of him. Hot anger stirred within me again, but I retained control of myself this time. I asked him how he had found out about the earlier marriage, and he told me Alice had babbled something in her delirium enough to arouse his suspicions. It seemed that he had waited for one of her lucid intervals, and wormed the truth out of her. "The proofs, of course you've obtained them?" I asked casually. Yes, he had the proofs. He had sent to London for them immediately. I asked him where they were. "What do you want to know for?" he asked in an agitated voice. I told him quite simply, that he must give me his proofs and tell the members of his family that he had been mistaken, that Alice's first husband had really died before she married him. If he agreed to do that he had nothing farther to fear from me, I would remain dead forever. "You can destroy proofs, but not facts," he muttered in reply to this. I told him the facts were never likely to come to light if he entered into a compact of silence. He sat for a few moments as if contemplating the alternatives I had placed before him, sat with one hand in his table drawer, seeking for papers, I thought. He desisted from doing this, and said quite suddenly, "The proofs are in the clock case." I had no suspicion. He had once shown me a curious receptacle in the bottom of the clock case, where he kept papers. I went towards the clock, and was stooping over the drawer in the bottom of the case when I heard a swift footstep behind me. I turned. He was approaching with a revolver. The secret of his disclosure and the open drawer were explained. I suppose I owed my life to his dim sight, which compelled him to come so near. I sprang at him, and we struggled. That struggle brought down the clock with a shattering crash. Robert Durald and I were locked in one another's arms, wrestling desperately for the revolver, when I saw the great moon face of the clock flit past my vision like the face of a man taking a header off a pier. The crash startled Robert Durald. His hand loosened, and I got the revolver from him. As I tore it from his fingers it went off, and shot him. He backed away from me with a kind of frozen smile, then crumpled up and slid to the floor. I bent over him. He made a slight movement, but I could see that he was dying, that he had only a very few moments to live. Coolly and rapidly I reflected. The fall of the clock would be heard downstairs. Flight. There was a chance, if Elasa had not returned. My other instinct was to secure proofs first, though they were really useless then. I rummaged in the clock case, and found a large envelope which I stuffed in my pocket. The face stared up at me. The clock had stopped at 9:01. I had an idea, an inspiration. I pulled the long hand down to the hour after 9:30. If I escaped from the house undiscovered, with only that half-stupid little woman downstairs, I would rush across the moor's home, call my servant on some pretext as soon as I got in, and ask her the time. Then I should be quite safe, could defy everybody. Make it 10 o'clock, then. No, too long to be safe. It might be discovered. It is strange how quickly the brain works when the instinct of self-preservation is aroused. These thoughts flashed through my mind in a kind of mental lightning. In the briefest possible space of time I was on my feet and out of the room. I locked the door on the outside, intending to take the key to defer discovery, but it slipped from my fingers in my haste, and fell in the dark passage. I dared not stop to search, for just then I heard a sound, or thought I did. Panic seized me. I feared I was trapped, my escape cut off. I flung precaution aside and went leaping downstairs to the door. I fumbled for the door catch in the darkness, flung open the door, and ran out into the night across the moors and home. I had hardly got inside before your sister came with her husband to see me, to beg me to go with her to Flint House and reason with your brother. To reason with him. He was beyond the futility of argument, the folly of retort. I did not want to go at first. Then it dawned upon me that a kindly fate offered me a providential chance of securing my safety. No suspicion could fall on me if I went back and found the body, and so it turned out. We reached Flint House just at the right moment, for me. I broke into the room and found him dead. He was not where I had left him. In a last paroxysm he had struggled to his feet and fallen across the clock case, with the intention, as I shall always believe, of putting back the hand of the clock. I think his dying vision saw me alter it, and his last thought, his last effort, was to thwart my intention, to mislead those upon whom would devolve the duty of investigating his death. But death was too quick to allow him to carry out his intention. The cessation of the speaker's voice was followed by silence. Elasa had nothing to say, no need for words. Austin Durald could not trust himself to speak. It was not that his cynical philosophy of life failed him at that moment. The eternal staging of the drama was the eternal tragedy of the performers. But he was thinking of his son. He had vision enough to realize that in Cicely's death Charles had lost all. His own hardness of outlook melted at that thought. It crumbled his worldliness to ashes, flooded his heart with vain regret, found utterance at last in the whispered words, "How am I to tell my son?" His eyes, dwelling on the door of the inner room, revealed the direction of his thought.